Hi, Debbie.
Well, here it is. One of the big days.
Yep.
So how you feeling? You feeling pretty ready?
Yeah.
Good.
Excited. Oh, we're live right now, Debbie.
Oh, we are? Okay.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay. So we are live and in action. All right. Could I please have all the PilotCity team members unmute themselves? I'm going to have Zach, Kenneth, Monica, and Sonia, Aaron to introduce themselves first. And then I'm going to have them pass them back over to me and Debbie. So Debbie and myself, we can stay in the background for now.
Cool. So I guess we're going to introductions now. So, hey, I'm Zach from PilotCity. I am one of the program directors here. And my focus here is around business and to make sure students understand exactly what they're doing with regards to their project and getting it to scale up to the next step. And I work with the wonderful program team who helped organize everything else for the next 10 weeks in the program. And we'll go more to that. And I'll pass it over to Monica.
Thanks, Zach. Hi, everybody. My name is Monica Willems. I'm also one of the program directors, and my specialty is with logistics and team building. So if you have any questions, and in particular, since we will be using Discord in the future, feel free to shoot them my way. And I'm very excited to work with you all. I'll pass it now to Sonia.
Thanks, Mon. Hi, guys. Yeah, so my name is Sonia, and I'm also working with Monica and Zach and Kenny on the program. I'm really excited, just like for the next 10 weeks. It's going to be great. Yeah, so my specialty is mostly kind of like implementation and like getting things on the ground. Yeah, I'm going to pass it on to Kenny.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kenneth. You guys can call me Kenny. I've been working with Zach, Sonia, and Monica on developing the program this summer. My specialty is working with success managers. So I've been working with matching your guys' teams, and then you guys will find out all your teams tomorrow. I'm super excited to be working with you guys this summer. I look forward to meeting all of you. Passing on to Aaron.
Hey, everyone. My name is Aaron Brown. I am a prior program director for PilotCity, but I'm still a partner with PilotCity. So it's super great to chat with all of you guys. I know we're getting our summer internships started this week, and I'm super excited to see that roll out. This is the first year where I'm not really a part of it, but I'm totally, involved, and I'm looking forward to help all of you guys. So yep, great to meet everyone. And I'll go ahead and pass it back to Derek and Debbie.
All right, and as you all know, this is our first time running a YouTube Live, and it's very exciting. So there's some technical things that we have to kind of play by ear, but I'm going to share my screen and see if you see it, but also if you see your own faces as well. So confirm if you can see your own faces while I share my screen as well. So I just shared my screen. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you see each other's faces still?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now we got a program. So I'm going to excuse our team and just have Debbie and myself on the line on the video, and we're going to get started here. Debbie, how are you?
It's a good morning. Look at how beautiful it is. What a great day to start an exciting entrepreneurship program.
Yep, and I'm right outside our office here in San Leandro, as you know.
Yep.
And
I'm at home doing what we're able to do. It's amazing how we've really converted to digital so quickly over the last few months. And with my girl here in the background, Truth is Beauty. So I'm ready to go. This is Entrepreneurship Day.
All right, sounds good. So I want to, we have some history. We've known each other for, I'd say, what, 7
years.
And the work that we've done together in San Leandro has really spawned what we're doing now with PilotCity. And so you're kind of like our mom, and that's exciting because you've seen it since day one. So what I want to do is build a, just conversate with you and ask you some questions on what your perspectives are on PilotCity as you've seen it mature and kind of grow up. And so the first question that I'd like to share with you, just to kind of get people's engines roaring and warmed up, is around, how did PilotCity start from your perspective?
When I was first hired to be the Chief Innovation Officer for the city of San Leandro, it was an exciting time. The city was rolling out this 10 gigabit per second fiber optic loop. They saw it as a new economic development initiative, a way to bring in new businesses into the city, perhaps even new industries. San Leandro was an industrial, and still continues to be a manufacturing town. And they weren't able to see the connection really at that time between manufacturing and this new fiber optics and ways of communication that was coming in. Of course, now we know that in the era of Internet of Things, that connection is really important. But back in 2013, it wasn't that obvious. And when I met you, of course, I met you very serendipitously at a conference in San Jose where you had forgotten your glasses. So you managed to sit yourself up at the front at a table where San Leandro assistant city manager and others were sitting. So you introduced yourself, and before you know it, I was sitting in the back because I was late too. We were introduced, and the rest is history. The one thing that you really emphasized to me was, okay, Deb, you're here to bring in, you've been told you're here to bring in new companies, new industries. But we have a whole group of young people here, of young people who are entrepreneurs, who have entrepreneurial bent, who can actually be the drivers and create legacy wealth for this city. We don't just have to bring in new people. So I think that was a real game changer for me. And from that moment, and it was almost from that moment, almost from the beginning, that you were fiddling around with the name Pilot City. Mm-hmm. You wanted San Leandro to be a pilot for the kind of innovation and entrepreneurship, especially a focus on young people, on local young people, right? Who live in the city that they're passionate about and that they want to stay there. But in the past, perhaps there wasn't a reason to do it. So in San Leandro, we created a path forward for young people, and that's where Pilot City really began. So it was several years ago, and we started in different ways, right? We had a solar week, where in 2014 or 2015, there was 5 or 6 days of solar events with Cal Poly, bringing in Cal Poly students to talk about the solar projects that they were working on. So we kept reinforcing the fact that this was really about young people, that this excitement, this drive towards technology, towards innovation, towards reinvention was really about giving young people the opportunity to make this transition. And of course, we see today how it's even more important than ever. As we adults, really, those of us that are baby boomers, we see where we have created some real problems. And it really is time for new innovations to come in to help us fix that. So that really is the story. It grounded in San Leandro, but what is really exciting to me is that this program is no longer just about San Leandro, but we're inviting the entire Bay Area, and who knows beyond that, to come in and enjoy and join us in this effort to really create a place, not only create a place, but and encourage young people to create that place in their own city.
All right. Thank you so much. And I'm going to right now get into a bit of the background and details of how Pilot City started in regards to kind of the logistics and the thinking of it. So it starts with a blank screen, right? And what all these dots are essentially is this: every city, every town in the United States. And what we found out is that 90% of all cities in the United States are actually under 100,000 in population. And actually 92% of them are actually under 10,000 in population. You can see why, people are very deprived of economic status and deprived of resources, because most cities in the United States are actually small in nature. And these big cities are not the same as small cities. The economic development engines are fundamentally different, as we kind of found out from San Leandro, being a bite-sized city, about 88,000, not small, not big, but in the medium. And big cities are natural magnets for talent, and that's great. But small cities are really, typically exporters of talent. They leave, right? People like myself and people I know don't stay in San Leandro. We leave. We go to a city or a city that's actually bigger, that has more opportunities. And so this prompted the question is, how do we build an engine for innovation for cities powered by the local talent and the local citizens in an increasingly global society? How do we build an engine for innovation for communities and cities locally? And so we started looking at, okay, how do we connect education? How do we connect industry? How do we connect government? How do we connect these sectors together in a city and actually build that innovation ecosystem? So we said, okay, let's look at these two industries first, or sectors, industry and education. You try to put them together. Industry is very market responsive, very changing, and it's always, advancing in technologies. And education typically is not. It's very insulated, and it's very slow to change, and they don't have much chemistry. So our mission that we found out was, okay, let's actually have the youngest people in our communities build that future and have them learn relevant, real, new skills of industry while in education. So our thesis has been basically to empower the youngest citizens in our communities to build that future because they are the mass of people in our communities. So we started off pre-COVID, partner employers with teachers to have students develop projects in the classroom that get those students internships with those employers. And the key thing is that they're innovating for those employers and thus creating an innovation ecosystem locally. But as COVID happened, we actually realized that student engagement was very low and they needed to choose their own project that they wanted to do. And they could do that project at home for that employer, and they could qualify for an internship, fellowship, and entrepreneurship position. And so this is the greater picture of kind of what we're looking to build here, essentially, is a cross-sector ecosystem of connected citizens. And as we kind of did this, we kind of, you know, as COVID happened, we actually, you know, conducted a lot of experiments that actually was for the better. We always wanted to go asynchronous with our employer engagement to respect their time. We went on Discord to create a digital community among our students to actually build a community online. We actually had students choose their own employers because that would drive their engagement. We hosted a digital hackathon on Discord, which I'll show you a video in a second. And we also had students auto apply instead of having to go through the brunt of actually applying for an internship. They would auto apply. We also prototyped the AI interviewer, where we actually had recorded questions, recorded answers by students and their interviewer. And then now we're approaching a digital internship program and also autonomy in our program. So these are some of the experiments that we went through in the last 3 months, literally, to actually advance our work. And so far, it's been very fun and very interesting to see these different changes occur. So right now, what I'm going to show you is a video on our PilotCity Airtime 2020 event, which was a digital hackathon, which was a fail-safe to our program to drive students' engagement to building a project and actually auto-applying for internship. So I'm going to stop my screen and then share it again and play this video.
Welcome everyone to Airtime 2020. I am so happy to see so many people on here. Airtime is a digital hackathon for students to solve industry-based challenges.
We're super excited about this future of work and future of education as we build products for employers to win internships.
This is an opportunity I wish I would have had when I was younger.
We really wanted to be part of Airtime so that we could continue using our skills from hardware, software, coding, robotics, building. This is a great opportunity.
Airtime 2020 proves that we can successfully deliver a digital experience to our students.
I'm just really proud that everybody took a chance in this opportunity, and I can't wait for everyone's project.
We're Team Easy.
We're Serendipity.
We're the CO2 busters.
And we are the heads behind Hydro. Our product is CareCart. We're making a problem-solving collaboration app.
We built an autonomous germ-detecting robot.
We're fighting against climate change, helping map out the future of our roads.
Our product allows seniors to live independently.
Our product makes sure that you meet your nutritional needs without having to leave your home.
We're hoping to expand this project past just a city level.
Together we can make real change.
Thanks for listening.
So what that was again, our culmination video of our digital hackathon that we had just a month ago, which drove a lot of engagement into our program. So what I'm gonna do now is just highlight some of our employers here: Allen AI, AP Racing, City of East Palo Alto, City of San Leandro, Barbara Lee's office, Kaiser Permanente, Lawrence Berkeley Labs. Marine Clean Energy is a sponsor of our program. PhaseSpace, Picterra, San Mateo County Labs, Seed, Shannon Leigh, Takeoff Point, Strategy of Things, and Typeform. So what I'm gonna do now is move towards 32 Kids in a Bank, which is the next programming. But I wanna share with you guys just a broad an agenda for today. So we'll kick it off with the 32 Kids in a Bank, which is our summer 2018 internship program for this model that we have. Then we'll introduce you some coding interns for Pilot City. And then we'll move into strategy things as an employer, Allen AAI as an employer, Picterra, Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, and then we'll end the afternoon with the morning with 43 Kids in a Manufacturing Plant, which is our summer 2019 internship program at the Gate. And then we'll kick off the afternoon with autonomous power racing. And then we'll talk to two principals at Antioch High School and Arroyo High School in Antioch and San Lorenzo Unified. We'll talk to some PilotCity teachers from Fremont, San Leandro, San Lorenzo, Antioch, and so forth. San Leandro Library, Shannon Leigh, and then we'll talk to some PilotCity schools and school district leaders. PilotCity Healthtech Incubator with our Kaiser project, City of East Palo Alto, Typeform, City of San Leandro Public Works, partnered with an AI company, PilotCity Sustainability and R&D Incubator, which did marine clean energy projects, and also Lawrence Berkeley Lab projects, Takeoff Point, which is a division of Sony, and then PilotCity Internet of Things Incubator, which is our middle school program on using the Sony Mesh platform. And then we'll also be joined by Congresswoman Barbara Lee of the California Congressional District of 13 in California. And Debbie will host her there. And then we'll move into the Digital Equity Incubator she created with her office in our program. City of San Leandro Sustainability Division, San Mateo County Labs, PhaseSpace motion capturing systems. And then we'll end it with the PilotCity Originals, which is the first alumni of Pilot City's experimental programs at the very beginning, which I'm very excited about. And then also at the very end, we'll talk about 115 kids sheltered in place for the digital internship program. So right now, what I'm gonna do is pass it over to Zach Borja, and we're gonna have the 32 Kids in a Bank conversation in just a moment. So Debbie and I, we will stop our videos, and then Zach, feel free to go online.
Hey, everybody. Thanks, Derek. Thanks, Debbie, for all that. That was pretty fun. Oh, boy. Great. So, yeah, and just to jump to the next section, pretty much the first year that I was here, we actually worked in a bank called the Best Bank over in downtown San Leandro. And with that, we actually had like 32 kids in one location, which is like 5,000 or less square feet of space to use. We had a safe, we had a basement, but for the most part, it was pretty dense space. And actually in this call right now, we've got three of our previous interns and fellows from that year and two of our success managers. I'll let them all introduce themselves. You got Aaron over here and Gerald, who are two of our success managers and program managers. And then we have Prajit, Akil, and Stephanie. Can bring your cameras online as well, who were the interns and fellows that year who were doing projects around just different items. If you can, real quick, could you just give an idea of what your projects were, Prajit, Akil, and Stephanie?
Okay, so my project was post-disaster surveillance. And all we did was like, we used drones to come up with maps that will go and survey an area after a particular disaster. And I worked on it with a partner who is Akil.
Hi, I'm Akil. Yeah, I was Pridge's partner. I also worked with them on the post-disaster surveillance. We basically had a drone that flew around, and so basically fire departments have already made pre-made post-disaster emergency routes. This made it more faster and simpler by using drones instead of sending physical firemen. And that was our project for the city of Fremont.
Cool. Stephanie?
Hi, my name is Stephanie, and my project was based on working with the city of San Leandro on promoting their website called Go Green SL, and by doing that using a form of art, which was a mural.
Cool. And I'll pass it over to Aaron and Gerald real quick, who can just introduce yourselves a little bit and talk about your experience with running that program and running that year with all the students. Aaron, you're muted, by the way. Cool, thank you.
Heads up. Yeah, so that was summer of 2018. It was a great year. I mean, really having an internship in a bank, and for everyone listening, you know, it was a bank that was totally emptied out. Citibank had just moved out of there, and they were located right next to Pilot City's office. So we ended up getting the space to host the 32 kids for our internship program that year. And yeah, it was super amazing. All these kids have really high energy, and it was great seeing, young people in high school as they went into their summer break, working on something that they saw fulfilling for themselves and for their communities. So it was super exciting, and I'm sure that Gerald has more to offer.
Gerald, are you there? There we go.
Yes. Hello. So the internship for me, or the hosting that summer, I think meant a lot to me because it was about really finding a way to interact with high school students. I had been in their shoes, and I saw this as a tremendous opportunity for them to find like an outlet, I suppose, for ways to solve problems that they've noticed in their communities. I remember the summer as like one of probably the best summers that I've had in recent years. So,
wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy. And actually, Prajit was one of our most high energy people over there. So actually, I'll ask him real quick. How did it feel for you to work amongst a bunch of other people, like a dozen people within like 5 feet? Because I know you worked in a pretty small area in the bank that year, right? How were you able to get your work done?
It was actually a funny question that you asked, because the thing is, like, since there was like so many people around, it just gave you the vibe like of working together. And then it's like, if you need any help, you can just go talk, or if you're just frustrated, rather than just being in a cube and like yelling at yourself, you can just go and actually talk to a person and just be rant to them for life.
Did you actually get any work done at all?
Oh, I did actually get most of my work done there.
All right.
Yeah.
Actually, Akil, you're more of the quiet partner amongst Prajit and such. So I know you were more of an observer. So do you have any stories that you think might be important to tell students, or anything funny you want to share to them from that year?
Yeah, I feel like a very memorable thing that we did a lot during summer program was the paper planes games. So for anyone who doesn't know what that is, so basically like towards like the end of the day, or like if everyone was like working for a long time, like to release and kind of like move around a bit, we used to play a paper airplanes game. Basically just made a paper airplane. It was like tag combined, and it was like one of the most fun things ever. And I think every office environment should like do something like that. Definitely.
Gotcha. Did anyone ever get injured from that?
I personally didn't get any injuries, but I know Prajit got he hurt his knee. I remember he was jumping around too much.
Yes, we did try to carry that over to the next year, which is pretty fun.
And I got injured the next year too.
And Gerald, I know you were involved with a lot of students and such, and you had a lot of fans amongst many of them. In fact, when they see your name, they're like, whoa, it's Gerald. How did you manage to create such an amazing fan base?
Really, I think it was just making sure to bring a good energy and to really just think about what I'm offering the students, and just trying my best to be a good mentor, keeping myself informed and ahead of them, and understanding the context of where they were and what they needed coming up towards the end.
Do you have any personal, like, memorable students or memorable moments from them, actually?
Well, I think the two that stick out the most were, of course, Alec McGee and Casey Brandt, just because they were just always by my side. It was kind of really overwhelming, but it was definitely a time.
Oh yeah, I remember they were at your desk every single day. In fact, they were at pretty much everyone's desk every single day.
True, very, very true. They were a handful.
Oh yeah, they were. But it was fun. It was fun. Oh look, and even these on right now. Alec is just showing his video. If you can see him real quick in his car. Thanks, Alec. Thank you. But and actually, Aaron, I know that you had some in and out times during that as well. And how did you manage to organize yourself with regards to the whole program and keep yourself moving with all the moving parts and such?
Yeah, really, it came down to just making sure that if I was organized as an individual, then I can make sure that the students that I was serving, would be organized. So every day I just make sure that, I was on time and I had everything laid out that I wanted to get done with my group, so that they had just super simple and clear directions moving forward. And I think that was really the key to the summer. With all, the energy and the excitement and the fun that we were having to really make sure that things were running productively, and students were working towards their goals, that everything was just really organized, and that, the instructions were just super simple and clear, so everyone can maintain productivity while still enjoying, the summer that we created for them.
Cool. And actually, Stephanie, I'm going to give you the last question before we close this off. Since I do want to also focus on the program portion for students, how was it for you, like getting your real first experience with professionals, and for your case, like city employees who were giving you a project?
Yeah, it was actually a very interesting experience. I mean, that was like my first time ever doing that. And so it was pretty new to me. And it was a bit of like nerve-wracking at first, but then once I was able to do it like again and again, it helped a lot. It really did.
Would you say it helped get you to, like, you do have more experience in public speaking and just putting yourself out there right now?
Oh yes, for sure, for sure. I wasn't the type of person to do any of that, and it really pushed me into learning a lot more new skills. Yeah.
Did you actually get a chance to implement any of your projects at the very end?
At the very end of my project?
Yeah, did you get a chance to actually implement any of them in the real world, actually? Because I know it was also development portion, but did you get a chance to do any implementation?
Well, I know that during the end of my project, I was able to get a client, which was very interesting and also exciting as well. Yeah.
A lot of students in our year were trying to do their best to get some clients. Some successful, some not so much. Prajit, did you get a client? I'm not sure.
We already had a client when we came in. So it was the Fremont City Fire Department. So we technically did have a client when we come in.
All right, cool. All right, so now I believe we are out of time now. So I'm going to push it back to Derek, who's going to let us move to the next section. Thank you, everybody in our team, for putting yourself out there and answering some questions today. No, you're done for interrogations from me. So I'll pass on Derek. See you later, everybody.
Prajit and Akil can stick around, actually.
Wow, I'm getting kicked out of here.
Al, get out of here. Stop driving and zooming. Okay, so thank you all, Zach, for coming. I'd like for, first and foremost, we're going to get into the PilotCity Paper Planes Academy, which essentially is our coding interns with PilotCity. So I'm going to have Gerald kick it off by sharing what the mission is for these coding interns this summer, and then Akil and Prajit can add any brief remarks on top of that.
Hello, all of you. So this internship is focused on giving our students the opportunity to experience working in teams and create something for students just like them, as our mission statement is all about workforce development. In this sense, they'll be learning best practices and key technologies for developing in teams and how to maintain a large code base. Ultimately, my goal for these students is for them to come out of the summer program feeling ownership for their work, helping other students just like them experience these opportunities, as well as recognizing that their work is used on our platform moving forward.
All right. Prajit, Akil, you want to add anything to that?
I don't have much to add except for the fact that I'm just excited to see all these coding interns. And everyone was so energetic when we were like interviewing them. I'm really excited for them. That's it.
Yeah.
Great thing.
Me too.
All right. So the coding interns, I'd like for you to now show your face. You can unmute yourself and start your videos as well. So what we'll have is, hi Kashfi. We'll have Kashfi, and then Maya, then Brian, then Rishi, then Tamana, then Shavetta, then Kobe, then Zach, then Memray. Be on here. Okay. Coding interns, what's up? So what I like to do is have Kashfi and Maya share their project first. So one person share their project, and then share why you're, so give us an elevator pitch of your project that you did originally, and then why you're interested in computer science and why this coding internship would be important for you. So Kashfi, why don't you go first for just a minute, and then Maya can go after that, and then Brian after that.
Hi, my name is Kashvi. I'm a rising sophomore. My last project at Pilot City was a prototype for an air pollution app. And our goal was to make an app that not only detects air pollution, but also provides the side effects for each AQI level. And some of my prior experience in STEM includes being part of the robotics team, a member of the Girls Who Code Club at school, and taking an Introduction to Computer Science course at my school as an elective. And I think my main motivation for being an intern this summer is that in our society, we're progressing to a largely tech dominant world, and I would like to be part of that so I can help and solve problems in the future. And I'm really excited to be part of the Pilot City team this year.
All right, thank you so much, Kashvi. Maya, how about you? You're muted.
Hi, my name is Maya. I'm going to be a rising sophomore at American High School. Kashvi told you about our project, which is about air quality and air pollution, and essentially protecting people from the dangers of air pollution. I've always been interested in computer science, and it's like definitely a field that it's going to advance our world in many ways. And I feel that's why this internship is extremely important, and it'll like really help me in many ways and help me to become more proficient in the field of computer science.
Thanks, Maya.
So my name is Brian. My original project was the COVID challenge with the Office of Congresswoman Marbley and Mayor Pauline Cutter. So I wanted to solve the problem of how for less tech-savvy demographics, it's difficult to learn and use new technologies. So I want to solve this by developing high-quality tutorials that explain how to use these different technologies and make them as easy as possible to understand by going step by step and providing visual examples. So I'm a coding intern because I'm currently a software engineering student at San Jose State University, and I wanted to gain some real world experience in coding, and so that's why I'm here with Pilot City. So hopefully, do some real work and improve my skills. Thank you.
And Brian also represents our entrance into college, because we've predominantly just worked with high school in the last years and then kind of dabbled in middle school, but we've never entered college in the way we did this year. So Brian represents that. So thank you, Brian. And we'll go to Rishi next.
Hi, my name is Rishi. I'm going to be a sophomore. So my original project was actually about measuring carbon dioxide concentration, like in the neighborhoods. And according to that, create a carpool system to reduce the amount of fuels exerted into the air. And with this, we hope to make a cleaner air for everyone to breathe. As far as my coding experience, I've taken electives in middle school, and I've taken various coding classes throughout the summers. And through being an intern, I hope to get some experience and further improve my skills.
Great, thank you so much. And Tamana, how about you?
So, hi, my name is Tamana Malotra. I was designing and building an app called Stan, which would use environmental data to help improve the everyday lives of people by helping them make better and healthier decisions. I'm interested in STEM because I love design, and I would like to pursue design and coding as a career choice. I've taken multiple coding summer camps previously, and I would like to learn more and gain further knowledge on it. I also took intro engineering design in my freshman year, and I'm really excited to work with Pilot City this summer.
Happy to have you, Tamana. And let's do Shavetta, and then Kobe, Zach, and then Miriam Ray.
Hey, so my name is Shavetta. I'm an incoming senior at Piedmont Hills High School in San Jose. And my previous project was using Picterra AI detection software to detect road faults and cracks, as well as potholes, to help cities automate their inspection process to better address their road issues. And I've taken various coding classes, and I'm super interested in computer science, and I want to be a coding intern because having real life experience is super important to me, and I believe that being an intern will help me with that and help me also build my skills.
Great, thank you so much, Meta. And Kobe.
Hi, my name is Kobe, and I'm an upcoming senior at Aurora High School. The project I did originally was a Shannon Leigh project, which had me create new designs for the SL building. I played games growing up, so like it kind of drew my interest in like computer science because I wanted to be the ones creating games. And I want to learn more about coding in general, and I'm excited to work with the PilotCity team.
Happy to have you, Kobe. And Zach, are you there? I know you're having.
Yes. Can you see me?
We can't see you, but we can hear you, so that'll work for now.
Oh, I know why. Hold on.
All right. So what we can do is go to Miriam Ray first, and then go to Zach right after.
No,
oh, there you go. Go for
it. So my name is Zachary Bashkin, and my project was to create a mental health app to connect teens with similar problems to each other, so that they can talk to each other, and so that they can talk to each other and professionals to give a level of security that somebody like that would need in that sort of time. Because what we found was that teenagers are more comfortable talking to their peers, so we designed an app to take advantage of that and address the issue of mental health within our community, which is a very growing problem. I'm interested in computer science because it's incredibly powerful and it dictates everything that we do in our lives, and I'm really excited to help develop that and work with all of the tools that we have and develop new tools. And I'm really excited to have this internship because it will provide a really great opportunity for me to learn new skills and expand my library or knowledge of coding and new coding languages and concepts.
All right, thanks for that. And last but not least, Rumei.
Hi, my name is Rumei Sama, and I'm going to be a sophomore at American High. My team made a app called Projecting Light, where patients will be able to use an app that allows them to project images, live videos, and drawings on the walls of the room. I have always had a passion for coding because I joined coding classes and robotics classes in 7th grade, and I was intrigued. With Raspberry Pi, Arduino, and many other like breadboards, I've created like robots and a Wally that would move and many more. I started learning the web developer side of coding, which is like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript in 8th grade, and I'm really excited to work with PilotCity.
All right, great. Akil and Prajet and Gerald, any comments on all these coding interns that you're going to be managing this summer?
I think I'm glad that I get to see some familiar faces. Sorry that my webcam's off. It actually broke unexpectedly this morning, but I'm very excited to work with you guys.
Yeah, me too. I'm also very excited to work with you guys. You guys seem to be very, driven to learn. So I'm looking forward to work with you guys. Yeah.
I have basically the same things to say.
Yeah.
That's fine. So we also have more coding interns. They also are going to be working kind of part-time because they have other internships with our program. So you will be joined by additional coding interns as well. So we're excited about that. So in the next 3 minutes, what I'm just going to share with everyone here, just a little more context on kind of what we're building. And I think that might be helpful for you to understand as you kind of go into this summer. So PilotCity, we've been running programs, right? And the programs connect students to employers and then have students work on projects for those employers that could get them internships. And what we found out is that, we're delivering, not workforce development or internships or whatnot. What we found out we're delivering programs. And programs, are very difficult to manage. And there's a lot of logistics and operations to it, and Excel sheets and data and all that stuff. And it was really complicated as we kind of built up our program at the scale that we had. We had 1,200 students in our program this year and 115 interns, fellows, and entrepreneurs. So we needed a platform to help essentially manage those programs by guiding participants through the program and actually having them complete it. which is what you guys did in this last school year. So you are actually users of the platform, which is exciting because then you're coding for it as well. And as we're building out our platform, we have this kind of program guide, we call it, that you experienced in the program this last few months. But then now what we want to do is be able to actually create programs and allow people to create programs on our platform based on actual program templates. Like the template you went through, we can theoretically replicate that and then have an employer copy that and then have students be part of it and then get internships again. So what we want to do is eventually create a lot of different, not yet, but create different program templates that allow for participants to go through different programs and for program organizers to create programs and then have the metrics and the data to it. So essentially right now, we're basically just a kind of an app. We're just a kind of a dumb app. But what we want to become is more of a platform. So that is where we're going towards with our PilotCity software development. Essentially, it's becoming an app, going away from being an app only and actually becoming more of a platform. So you're going to be helping us develop out the different components of that platform. So we're super excited to have you part of it. And we never had coding interns before, and we've always knew that there was a lot of students interested in coding, but we never harness that energy to help us build kind of the cycle that we want to build with PilotCity to have the young people in our communities work for us too. So use our direct representatives of that mission. So thank you all for coming for the PilotCity Paper Planes Academy. You can now make sense of the paper planes part because we used to play this game called Paper Planes where we hit each other with paper planes and we fold them up. Maybe we can play one day. But thank you all for coming, and we're now going to move over to strategy of things as the employer. So we'll have Benson and his interns hop on, but first of all, we'll just have Benson get on. So I'm going to promote Benson, you to a panelist, and then Anna Rode, Maya, Siddharth, and Suparn. I'm going to invite you all to be panelists. And everybody who was a coding intern, feel free to hop off and watch the YouTube live now. So Benson, I'm going to ask you to start your video.
Okay.
And then Debbie, feel free to take Benson on.
All right, so you're showing something first, right?
Nope, it's all you.
All right, Benson, hello. Debbie,
hello.
Here. Thank you for accepting my LinkedIn invitation. We've obviously crossed paths.
Yeah.
We're both working with GCTC, so you were on the wireless supercluster. Derek and I started at the energy supercluster, and then, of course, the education supercluster now. So Internet of Things, one of my favorite topics. It's the connection of hardware and software to create data that helps us, rule our world a little bit better. So you have some really amazing interns here, but let's first start with you. What is it about? Why did you start? What motivated you to work with PilotCity, and what is it now that what was your project?
Oh, okay. So, first of all, we're an innovation company, and we look at how can we use some of these advanced technologies to solve very complex problems, right? So we're not necessarily doing technology for technology's sake. So in PilotCity, we saw some very interesting ideas. We saw a lot of students of new ways of thinking about solving some of these problems that, as you know, we've been looking at and people have been trying to solve, but they haven't really been solving. They've just been doing another flavor of that. Same old, same old. But a lot of the students are coming with these fresh ideas, right? And they're not tainted by what they saw. So we saw PilotCity as a vehicle for sourcing some of these ideas and tapping into some of the enthusiasm that the students bring. So our idea was, when, as you know, Deborah, we cross paths in smart cities. Right? That's kind of where our day job was, San Mateo County. And so, so for that, when the pandemic hit, we looked at how can we use some of these same innovation and smart cities technologies, but to create a safe space. In this case, one example of safe space is a school. How can we use these technologies to create a safe school environment that the kids can come back to school in and not get sick? And so that's our challenge to the students. Bring your best thinking, bring your ideas. As students, what the students go through, what the teachers go through. Can we create a safe school using some of these technologies and innovations out there?
And so did you receive the kind of input from the students and the kind of projects that you were thinking you might get? What was your impression of them?
Yeah, it was good question. It was actually very interesting. I think there was a lot of stuff that we saw that we said, oh, we had no idea. Like, students do this because how long has it been that we've been in school, right? and so they brought a lot of good ideas that I thought, hey, this could work if someone put a little bit more thought into it. They understand clearly how students go about their day, how teachers go about their day. They kind of understand the environment they're in. They brought in some new thinking that we hadn't thought before. And interesting enough, we wrote about it in LinkedIn, and we had a lot of response. People say, this is great, right? Because that's, because a lot of the technology companies, they don't know this. They just think they know it. But here's the students that are actual users, actual customers of these types of innovations. So they brought in some interesting ideas that people wouldn't have necessarily thought of. So I was actually very impressed with that.
Well, that's what I found just as Chief Innovation Officer for the city and just business development in general. Larger companies think they have the answers, but they're really hard. Innovation is really, really hard for them. Yeah. And it really requires having new faces, new energy, and new thoughts, new people and new perspectives to really create the kind of innovation that we need nowadays. So with that, I think it'd be great to start to launch into some of the student teams. So first we have up Kalantori. So do we have the Kalantori students here on the platform or on today?
Debbie, move on to the next team. Kevin Chen's still getting set up. So we'll move to the next team.
So Red Thissy, how do you pronounce that? Red Thissy. Maya, you're here. Excellent. Okay, so if you can unmute yourself, why don't you talk to us a little, give us your elevator pitch and what have you made so far?
So far we made a tracking device to track the to organize and important documents and to track the computer cards around school. So in high schools, it's a very high touched area. So there's a lot of things that we use, like the computer cards, and they often get shared with everyone else. So we noticed that when things get passed around, it'd be easier to track them to make sure that they're wiped down clearly and that they don't, they're sanitized very well. And also like with the whole documents with teachers and what was I gonna say? Oh, the school nurse. If coming back from COVID-19, we want to make sure that they have all that organized and so they can keep track of everything. And this all originated from a paperclip actually. So we started off small and then we modified it into bigger things.
You started off with a paperclip. Did I hear you say that?
Yeah.
Actually, I remember seeing your video. So now I recall why you started off with a paperclip. That's great. So it's an interesting concept. What exactly is the primary barrier for your project and how will you try to address that?
The primary barrier was probably the prototype that I have right now. Since we don't have all the resources that we do at school, I kind of just put it together with some clay and things I had at home. So it's just trying to build off of that or how to see how it can implement that into other things. But to address it, I'm going to try to make it better as I go on or try to reach out to different areas if people have a 3D printer or something and just create something from there based online or something.
Okay, great. And then finally, what inspired this here? Do you remember a moment when you said, oh, this is it. This is what we have to do?
Yeah, my team and I were going through what problems we have at our school, and we saw that, well, a lot of teachers can be really unorganized with everything they have to deal with. So we all put our heads together, and then we saw a paperclip. I'm like, well, a paperclip can really hold everything together, and it's just a matter of where you put it, but some people don't know where they put it. So that's where the tracking device came in, that we can track where you've placed it or where you've misplaced it. And so that was really, in our classroom, we kind of put that together.
I can see opportunities for something like that, just anywhere from missing, I can't find my cell phone, I can't find my socks, I can't find my whatever. So the idea of being able to put a paper clip of some sort on it to be able to track it, that's really an interesting idea. So good, thank you from Red. Thicky or Fissy?
Thicky.
Thicky, okay. All right, Team Yeezy, are you in the house?
Yeah.
There?
Yeah.
Where are you?
Here.
Okay. Oh, there you are. Sorry, right next to me. All right. So tell us a little bit about give us your elevator pitch on your awesome product about an NFC card reader and reader card prototype for schools.
Sure. So good morning. Again, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Leandro Library. I'm a senior at Washington High School, will be next year. And our idea is actually implementing NFC into schools. So the problems that we saw in school were that a lot of the surfaces that are in school are shared by students, such as, like number pads for entering their IDs or the door handles, right? So what we thought of was putting NFC chips into ID cards. And what this would let us do is put readers on objects that you would normally touch. And rather than touching them, you just hold your card against the surface and it would either open or mark attendance or buy lunch for you. So yeah, that was our idea.
What was it that it seems to me there was probably a particular thing that caused you to go, yeah, this is a really good idea. What was it? Do you remember that moment?
Yeah, so I think it was during school that I just remembered that a few years ago, they started implementing chips into actually credit cards, those little tiny gold squares. So we thought that it would actually be a pretty cool idea if we could get the same thing for our school IDs.
And what do you think? So, there's always somebody who's going to say, not a great idea. I don't know, it costs too much money. What is your primary barrier to implementing this? Very interesting idea. And do you think that kids are more comfortable with carrying chip IDs around than maybe somebody my age? Because we get a little weird about security issues sometimes.
Right. So then the thing about that was that we were first thinking about implementing something that could be tracked all the time throughout school, such as like a student's location if they walk off campus, right? But the reason we went to NFC is that it only works if you're nearby. So that way you can track if a student is in class or not, but you won't be able to track them, if they're eating lunch at the lunch tables or something like that. So.
Any concerns that the administration might want to use this for anything else, tracking anything else?
Not really, I don't think so.
Okay, all right, good. Great, thank you so much, Team Yeezy, for your presentation. Do we have Kalantari ready for presentation now?
Hi, Deborah.
Hello, good morning.
Sorry, a little bit late here.
Okay, hi, Kevin. So tell us a little bit about your project. Just give us your pitch on what it is.
Yeah, so my name is Kevin. I'm a sophomore at UCLA, or just finished my second year. And I've been working over the past few weeks on Kalantari, which is a flexible scheduling platform designed for food banks. And the reason why I chose food banks in particular is in the age of COVID, I was curious to see what parts of the cityscape were impacted by this crisis. And well, the thing that I felt like wasn't really addressed or kind of overlooked were the food insecure people that are popping all over the nation due to unemployment and, a variety of different issues. So after doing a bit more research and contacting my local food bank here in San Diego, I learned that a lot of their scheduling workflows are incredibly unoptimized. They're done, by a person sitting by the phone or by email, answering and manually inputting these scheduled events pretty much every day. So I thought, as part of my innovation project, I wanted to help these people in a way that, bring a bit of technology in. So that's where Kalantari came into play.
So I took a look at your video yesterday, and it's quite complex. I agree. There's a whole lot of moving parts, and really what you're trying to do, I think, is to create almost a just-in-time approach to making sure that the food is coming in, it's matching the need, and how you get the distribution to the site. What do you think the primary barrier is going to be for adoption by food banks?
Right. That's a great question. Yeah, that's a great question. So ultimately, I think that the technology behind it has been done before. There have been enterprise services that have done the flexible constraints before. There have been consumer level services that have done the, you know, scheduling like Calendly. They've done that before.
Right.
The biggest barrier here is actually, going in and communicating closely with these food banks and making sure that they understand what's going on. I'll tell you a little story about my experience going into the San Diego Food Bank last month. And, after talking with all of these employees, it seemed like a lot of them, a lot of these food bank workers are semi-retired or, on the older side. So technology is not really I guess, a natural thing to them. So there's a little bit of a barrier there in terms of communicating closely with them, understanding what specific needs they have, and making sure that we can take that feedback and then immediately implement it to our product.
So one of the biggest challenges, other than just getting food banks to adopt this program, is just the nature of who is running the operations, which is generally seniors. Right?
Correct. Yeah.
Who are often retired, who have the time for it. And as we're discovering in the huge pivot that we're having to undergo with schools, older teachers and older folks have a tough time sometimes with accommodating themselves with technology. Not insurmountable. I live in a 55 plus community here, and I have the same challenges trying to organize my community. Some people don't even have a computer or even a smartphone, right?
Right.
So, and it's a challenge, it's a challenge, but thank you for taking that on. It's really a worthwhile effort, and I'd look forward to seeing if we can't move this project a little bit along over the next 10 weeks. So thank you. That wraps up the Internet of Things. Benson, do you want to have any final words here on on the teams that you've got working for you?
Yeah, so we're looking forward to having all the teams, as part of this program. We're want to make sure that number one, your goals are met, what you want to get out of internship, and really understand innovation. I think, as Kevin correctly points out, a lot of times innovation isn't necessarily about the technology itself, but the people, like getting people to adopt and adapt to change. That's just as difficult a problem, maybe more difficult than anything. And we like to be able to help you with your projects, but also there's some projects that we have on our side that you can help us with. And you kind of see a little bit of the mingling of the two. So you see some very real world exposure to some of the things that we're seeing every day. So you get your hands dirty from that. And at the same time, apply some of those towards your innovation projects. So we look forward to working and seeing you this summer.
Great. Well, we look forward to working with you more, Benson, as well. Thank you. And Smart Cities, Internet of Things, that's totally my gig. So yeah. I'm looking forward to this. Thank you. All right. Back to you, Derek.
All right. Thank you all so much. And Strategy of Things, congratulations. And we will see you on the flip side very, very soon. And so I'm going to pass it over to Monica now to introduce Allen AI.
Good morning, everybody. Happy to be back. And we are here, as Derek mentioned, with Allen AI. Our employer here to talk is James Shelburne. And I'd like for you to talk a little bit about Allen AI, and then we can go in and introduce our fellows.
Yeah, thanks, Monica.
Cool.
Hey, everyone. You might have seen that picture before. That was before coronavirus, so I look like this now. But as far as our organization, we have a conversational voice AI platform that lets anyone add a voice assistant to their existing applications. So with this project, we open up the platform to students to brainstorm, design, and then implement voice assistants in maybe existing applications they had, or applications they wanted to build, or open sourced applications available online from other developers. And really with this, we sought two things. One is to build a developer community, and two, to provide developers with live examples of different use cases, as well as live code that they could use in their own projects. So they did a great job. Everyone had really good creative ideas on what to do with voice in existing applications, everywhere from electrical maintenance to social social community development, as well as emergency checklists. There was also inventory management. And then we also had a special project with City of San Leandro to create a voice assistant with their existing 311 app is what they call it, which is what their field maintenance guys use while in the field going and fixing potholes and things like this. And so with voice, what they can do is they can just talk to their applications while they're working to log in what they're actually doing, and then management and people in the command center see what's going on. So the students did an excellent job on all of these things. They really did their research as well and actually created compelling use cases. Right now, voice is something that's kind of gimmicky in some areas, and what we're doing is we're trying to make it really valuable, show ROI for enterprises, show value for consumers as well. And the students did a really good job in showing that with their research and then with the implementation of these in some prototypes and sample applications. So I think now maybe the students want to talk a little bit about their projects. Is that right?
Yeah, for sure. Fellows and interns, can you turn on your cameras, please, so we can see our beautiful faces? I love these backgrounds. Very fantastic. Alrighty. And just so everybody here that's watching knows, we do have fellows and one intern here, which is great. With that, I'd like to does anybody want to start off first? If you want to unmute yourself. If not,
I can start.
All right, go for it. Please just say your name and everybody else do so. Just what school you're from, and the questions will differ. But first, I'd like to know what made you do these things.
My name is Palo, and I'm a sophomore at Mission San Jose High School. And I chose this project because I'm really interested in artificial intelligence. I think it's a big part of our future.
Hi, my name is Avnish Kobi. I go to Irvington High School, and I chose this project because I always used AI and always found it fascinating. So I found it interesting to why not use it myself for once.
All right.
Hi, my name is Ava Shah, and I'm a sophomore at Mission San Jose High School. And I chose this project because I like working in teams with others and just learning new things.
Hi, my name is Ying Zhang, and I am a senior at Cupertino High School. And the reason I did this project is because I am interested in how technology can help the world around us, and also to work with teams made of my friends and just have fun with making apps with new technology.
I am Yuri, and I'm from Ocean Grove High School. And I found this project interesting because I'm working on an app with integration with an SDK, as well as just working a team on a project.
So, hi, my name's David, and I go to Sarah High School in San Mateo, and I'm a sophomore at that school. And I chose this project, and we chose this idea because I'm really interested in solving issues and seeing what's wrong with the current industry and how we can improve it for the future. Also, having a view in the future and just being prepared for the future, because from the way things look, the future is definitely in voice and AI. So I definitely wanted to take a step in the future of technology and get experience for later teams that I may work on.
Okay. Thank you all for introducing yourselves. Second question for a couple people. What inspired you? Let's start with David, reverse order.
Sorry, just had to mute myself. Okay,
No worries.
I hope everyone can hear me now. So what really inspired us, wait, sorry, was that, it's what inspired us or what inspired like me directly?
Yeah, for the team, because you all work together, correct?
Yeah, we all work together. Well, I think we really looked at what was some issue that was in schools and companies, and we found out that sometimes organization and just knowing what to do is the problem. Like sometimes you really don't know what to do or it's not clear enough. So we decided to create a platform where you could organize tasks with the ease of your voice. because let's say you're on a team, sometimes you don't know what to do, and they just tell you very simple directions. But now with voice, you could give directions as easy as speaking. And especially right now with the whole lockdown, that inspired us more because voice is being used even more, and assigning tasks without being in person became even more difficult. So we created that platform or medium that is able to facilitate all that.
All right, thank you. And I'm going to ask Avnish, and excuse me if I'm mispronouncing names, but what's the plan this summer for the team?
So our plan would be pretty much to just further our app as we have it. So far we have a basic workflow that on the app that's working as general. You can create a group with authentication. You can create tasks and assign due dates. We're just like overall trying to further what we have right now.
Thank you. Paru, is that how you pronounce your name?
Yeah.
Okay. For your question, what would you say was a primary barrier that your team has found, and how do you plan to address it?
One of the primary barriers was definitely integrating the Allen technology within our app. That was probably the hardest part. But I think it would be great if we all learn about how to use the technology better. And through the course of the internship, we can implement it in a better way.
Great. Yingjung, am I saying that correctly? Yeah. What makes you excited to work with this team?
What makes me excited to work with the team is that all of us were actually we knew each other before at the 42 Silicon Valley. Like we were there as a class, and then we actually went through a process of choosing whether which project we're gonna do. And the thing that makes me excited is because all of us are really into wanting to know how to use LNAI technology, especially what David was talking about. Voice technology is such a vital part in our world, especially under the lockdown and everything we're facing today. So I'm excited to further this project because we're all interested in this and passionate about use technology to improve our worlds better.
Thank you. And Larry, what brought you to PilotCity? How did you find out, and what's making you stay?
So I found out about PilotCity through the advertising that they had in 42 Silicon Valley, which I was going to for the first semester of the school year. And I thought that it was a pretty cool idea, and that it would be pretty cool to get an internship in the industry that I've been passionate about for the past several years, ever since fifth grade. So I thought, why not try it? And then, once I found out what kind of project we'd be working on, I was pretty excited to invest time into it and get the experience of working in a team and building a project that people could use.
Awesome. And it's been a while since fifth grade. And Ava, a question for you. What do you want to expand upon for yourself? Because this program is it's a couple weeks, much longer than that. What do you hope to gain? And what do you want to contribute to this team?
Yeah, I hope to learn a lot more about the LNAI technology and just learning how to design apps better, since I was pretty new to all this stuff in the beginning, and just learning a lot more is definitely something I look forward to doing this summer.
I'm feeling excited just hearing you all talk. James, I want to ask, what more do you have in store for these fellows and interns?
Yeah, so over the summer, number one, as some of the students mentioned, they'll be building the existing application that they worked on. And with that, they'll be expanding both the community of developers and showing them what they can do with the platform. But also, there's a more diverse set of skills amongst the students here. They're really good in marketing, actually, as well as video production and writing. So we'll be using they'll be really taking advantage of those skills by promoting to different communities online through social media, through YouTube, all these kinds of sources in order to get the word out and to really show that there's a lot of value in voice and that developers can take advantage of the Allen platform to easily build a voice experience for their applications.
Wonderful. I'd like to ask for everybody, what's one word to describe how you're feeling like right now? Because one of the things is that it's pretty intense to be sharing all your thoughts with the world. I'm really glad that we can have this talk before the internship and fellowship starts. And we'll see in 8-10 weeks how, if it was everything that y'all wanted. But just popcorn, what's one word to describe how you're feeling right now?
I would say excited.
Cool.
That was my word.
That's my word.
That's a good feel. Anybody else?
Enthusiastic, yes.
Okay. David, Youngjung, Ava, what about y'all?
Motivated.
Motivated, very good. Same.
I would say thrilled.
Okay. And David, what about you? What's one word?
I'd probably say, I was going to say excited, but I'll go with a synonym of excited, exhilarated. So, yeah.
Very cool. And I want to ask, some of you said you've worked together as a team for a little long time, little time, I'm not sure, but how many actually knew each other like outside of Pilot City? Or did most of you meet here with us?
I think most of us met here, but I actually knew Palo, and then we joined together. But I think everyone else, we just kind of met along the way and started.
Oh, that's lovely. And it's exciting to have you all here. James, any concluding thoughts on your end?
No, I'm really looking forward to starting this. I think June 29th we'll be getting going. I think I sent out a few invites to get started, but yeah, really looking forward to this and building out the different projects and yeah, I think this will be a great success over the summer.
I agree. And interns and fellows, anything from each of you? We have another minute or two. So I want to ask how it's been, like now that we're in a very different setting than traditionally how Pilot City would run. Everything's online. It's good that we can see faces, but it's very different. Any last words? Cool. Thank you all for being here. In the meantime, we do have our next panelists. Thank you, everybody, Allen AI. You can all feel free to hop off, continue watching on our YouTube. Thanks, James, for being here. We're excited to work with you, and feel free to turn off your cameras now. With that, we have Picterra coming up.
Hi there. Hope you can hear me well.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Frank, and Derek, if you want to hop back on and say hello.
Yeah, hi. What's up, Frank? How's the other side of the world doing?
Yeah, no, good. I hope you hear me well. I don't have the best headset, but should be fine. I apologize already for my accent, so I'm probably the only one of the non-native here, so I'll do my best.
Yeah, no problem, Frank. So what I'm going to do is we still have two of your team members, fellows, still hopping on. They're having some signal issues, but if we can't hop on, we'll just acknowledge their project. Maybe you can describe it. But the host is actually going to be Debbie, so I'm going to let Debbie take over from here. Okay.
Hi, Frank. Pleasure to meet you. I was Chief Innovation Officer for the City of San Leandro when Derek and I first met. So that's how we're connected. And I just love GPS. I mean, data, visual data, capturing data to be able to translate that into better decision making. It's like one of my, dreams as a chief innovation officer. I loved it. And it didn't really exist that much when I first started in 2013. So the advent of drones has really changed everything about this. So could you tell us a little bit about Picterra and why you wanted to do this project with these kids, and what was the original RFP?
Sure. Thanks, Deborah, for introduction. I mean, it's interesting that you frame and you mentioned also the GPS. Actually, we do really this comparison with GPS that if you look at it, when they developed GPS, it was for the military, and it was already more than 40 years ago. And today, this is enabling everything. It's enabling Pokemon Go on our phones or whatever. So that became kind of a layer for many services. Now it's a little bit the same thing that we want to push out, let's say with Picterra on the imagery side. So as you say, drones have now really taken off, and what's going on the satellite side and on the different platforms to take images is really also booming. But it's this data deluge, so it's really a lot of data, a lot of images. Now we have to have this capacity to extract this localized information. And so that's what we do at Picterra. So Picterra is a web platform, an AI web platform, where anyone can basically interactively create models that extract information from those imagery. So from the drones to the satellite, that's really flexible. And that's really the idea that anyone will basically build its library of AI models that are extracting very specific elements from imagery. And we are really going after this idea of a large community of users. So we don't want that this stays in the hands of a few. And that really starts basically really map our world in all the means they need. And so more specifically inside PilotCity, and this idea of focusing on the cities and the students doing the internship linked with Picterra and potentially cities, it was decided to try to map assets that are really maybe not that efficiently surveyed today, or where the conditions of some assets in cities are not really up to date. And so there could be the use of satellite or drones to really do a workflow that is very automatized. One example was crack on roads. That's a big problem, and that's, for instance, we had some discussion on that, because that's something that really could be massive for many cities. And what I loved with the students is that they really also came with their ideas, how they perceive the city and on the problems. And that's what we really hear a bit after with them. I mean, on their project, they really came with their idea, and so with this mix of our technology and really the problem, how they could tackle that. I was really enjoying what they did.
Well, I love the fact that you're looking more of an open platform, and you really want to engage a diversity of people to use it, because that's really how it's going to be used most effectively. So with that, we're just going to go right into some of the projects here. We have two projects here, Hydra and Team L. So is anyone from Hydra in the room and wants to talk about their project?
So Hydra is not here right now, so we'll have Team ML go first. And if Hydra comes on board, then we'll have them talk. If they don't come on board, maybe Frank, you can repeat and refresh what their project was for them. And then if they hop on, then they can add a little bit to the very end. So Team ML, if you're on your video.
ML, exciting, detecting homeless and providing so that we can provide better services to the homeless. Talk to us about your project. So yeah, what's the pitch? And who wants to start?
Yeah, I'll start. First, I'll introduce myself. My name is Aditya. I'm going to be a senior in American high school this fall. And basically, especially during coronavirus and this time where everyone has to stay at home and shelter in place, the homeless population, especially in big cities, really have nowhere to go that's safe for them and everyone around them. And in a lot of big cities, especially in Los Angeles or San Francisco, the homeless population is really high, especially near public places like parks. So by using Picterra's platform, where we can map and train a model to find anything we want. So we wanted to train a model that we can use to find homeless tents. And by using this data, we can try to help cities with relocating them to homeless shelters.
Terrific. What was the inspiration for this, and why did you think this particular platform was the best? Somebody else want to take that on? Roland?
Well, so Aditya went to Los Angeles like over the summer last year, and he brought that up as one of the major issues he saw, because he thought it was really it was like there was like a lot of homeless people, and he and his family were like surprised that there were that many just out crowded together. And so that was one of the reasons why we chose. And out of the projects that PilotCity offers, we thought that Picterra would be the best to solve the homeless tent issue.
And what do you see as the primary challenge to get into having cities accept this, aside from the money, because really they never have any money to buy anything, right? But aside from that, what do you see as the biggest, what would the community think about this? What would elected officials think about this? Have you thought about how it might impact different elements, different stakeholders in the community? And how do the homeless people feel about this? Any idea? Have you talked to anybody? No idea what the challenges might be. How about just getting into City Hall to talk to somebody, right? To show them this idea.
Yeah, so other than just the money, it's really hard to implement. So the cities are not going to want to like upload their own footage and like upload their own data. They're going to want us to do that. They're only going to want the results and where each of the homeless tents are located. So getting to convince them that we're going to like give them all of the report. So each street and how many homeless tents are on each street. So convincing that would be a challenge. But if we can like perfect the report and the training, then hopefully they will agree with us. And we're not so sure about how the homeless people would react, because it's difficult for them to like move around from place to place. It's like they may not understand that the coronavirus will affect them. So it'll be hard to convince most people.
Right. No, it's definitely it's a great project, totally worthy. It is hard to find them all the time, right? And to be able for cities to be able to get services to them, very difficult, and it's become even more challenging now in the era of era of distrust of police departments, where police are generally the ones that round up the homeless. So looking at different ways of doing this, of attacking the homeless problem and giving them the dignity that they need in order to bring themselves out of the homelessness it's just such a worthy project. I just wanted to double check on time. Is Hydra in the room yet? No. Okay. So we'll go ahead and keep talking about this. What would you like to see cities do? So there's data that's going to come out of this, right? There's going to be data about where homeless are gathering. There's going to be data probably on impacts, because you're going to be able to see the impacts of the homeless, whether there's garbage that's starting to collect. How would you is there a format that you would provide data to the cities or to the elected officials or whoever it is that's looking for this information? What's the data format?
So our report was mainly going to be consisted of the number of tents that are located on each street of a city. So if a certain street has more tents than the other, we would tell the cities that this street has more people. We need to relocate these people to streets where, or like centers where there's less congestion. Okay. So our report was mainly going to be like the number of tents on each street, or like maybe the coordinates of each tent.
Could you see this program expanding to include anything else? And that may be something that you can think about if you haven't thought about that at all. But certainly a more robust platform that offers more data on it is going to be more attractive to the consumer, the city, than just one thing. So that's something you can think about. What would you like to accomplish over the next 10 weeks with Frank?
Well, ideally, we would want to push this out and perfect our idea so it becomes utilized in some, whether that be on a large scale or just in local communities at first. So yeah, we would definitely want to first train our model so it's perfect or mostly perfect. And I think through Frank's expertise, we can do that. And yeah.
You have any ideas about how you might test the product? Because you talked about perfection, and I know Frank is probably grinning from ear to ear when he heard that word. No such thing. It's all about iterating and testing and pivoting and doing it again and again. Do you have any idea, have you talked to Frank at all about how you might do some testing on this to see how it works, and interactions with city officials?
Yeah, so for testing to see how well our model works, we'd first want to ensure that each of the images, like satellite images we use, are all like the same dimensions to ensure that the model works correctly. And the main problems that we would have to overcome would be to make sure that the detector doesn't also detect like certain cars on the road or the tops of certain buildings that may resemble features that are like the homeless tents. And eventually, by using more and more pictures to train our model, these can be eliminated. So we can try to be as accurate as possible.
Wonderful. And how do you feel about working with is it fairly easy software to work with? How are you feeling about working with it?
Yeah, it's fairly easy to use the software and to train and to detect each one of the objects that we want to detect is really easy.
I was very impressed at how, because I know as a city staff person, how difficult it is and tedious to fill out forms, and especially if you're out in the field. I really, really enjoyed listening to how the program could work for a person trying to fill out this, on the fly in the field. It just seemed to me like this is a really interesting idea. And I love the fact, are you working with, this is not the group that's working with Public Works, but being able to work actually with city staff to actually implement some of these challenges is just a great idea. And I'm really glad that I'll be working with you this summer to see how we can move this along. So yay. Any other thoughts as we're winding this up? I assume that Hydra never did appear into the room.
So Debbie, you can have Frank talk about Hydra's project and then have Frank conclude.
Okay, there you go. Frank, let's go.
Maybe just to conclude, Team ML, I very liked it that they came with this idea also in the current context, really making sense. And we already had, in the initial discussion, these thoughts on how to also deal with, maybe there's already NGOs on the field. There's probably there's a kind of an ecosystem around that homeless that has to be understood, and maybe to see it, maybe there's not only purely as a stakeholder of the city. So there's something interesting also around that too. Okay.
It's a complicated issue and things are changing fast in that world. So thanks, Frank. I really appreciate that you're working with the kids here, the youth at Pilot City. And I just loving some of the innovation that's coming out of this process. So thank you very much.
Hey, that's fine. And so to move to Hydra. So they're also a very relevant topic. That's basically about the problem, the water problem or water scarcity problem in cities. And they wanted basically to see how they could have an understanding of, let's say, the water resources, the water use for basically all the parks and gardens in the cities, and have an understanding on of basically the water that is used for that, and a kind of a monitoring on, is there a place where there's maybe too much water that is used for the loans or things like that. We know at some point that there is potentially let's say a quite wet period coming, or a very dry period. So there's probably adjustment to be done there. And so that's really the idea. They want to have a very nice mapping of basically the grass status in the city, and relate that to the water usage.
Right. We don't want to put more water down where it's not needed, and we want to make sure that people get water where it is needed. So seems like a really practical and application that will save money for cities.
Yeah, clearly. And they went, so they did a prototype, and they went also already in kind of an integration of Picterra with some other external tool and things that they developed on their own to take what comes out from Picterra and turn it into even a further refined output. So that was very impressive also in terms of prototyping. And now it will be a bit to also what we discussed initially. So that's, let's say, one entry, let's say one view on the water scarcity problem for cities. I mean, looking at it from, let's say, the grass and the park perspective. And maybe it will be also to understand a little bit how that fits in the global view about water in a city, and understand a little bit about that. If there is more that they can bring under this, let's say, this hat of water, or they have to focus on it differently. So I think also there would be very nice that there is some exchange with the city to refine that.
Well, thank you, Frank, for joining us this morning. I'm sure there's a time difference here, but thank you very much for joining us. We really appreciate it. And to the teams too, and to Team ML for joining us. And I look forward to hearing more from the Hydra team eventually over the next few weeks. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all of you. And I'm really impressed. I mean, I'm a Swiss citizen, and I'm not very familiar with the school system in the US, but I mean, what I saw from the kids was really good.
Great, thank you.
Hey, Frank, thanks a lot for coming and staying up at night. Appreciate it.
Sure. See you, bye.
Later, bye, Frank. Thanks, Picterra fellows. So next up is Lawrence Berkeley National Labs, but Lawrence Berkeley National Labs won't be actually here. And Faith Dukes sends her regards, and we really thank her for her time and energy. So we'll have joined is Michelle Chow, a intern who got an internship, and also Shiara Blake, who's also got an internship. And David House is in the house. He's the teacher of Shiara Blake. And so we're excited to have teacher and student here alongside some heads here. So really appreciate it. So first and foremost, David, I want to just pass it over to you to, I don't know, like, what'd you think? This is your first time part of the PilotCity program. So, you know, would you give it a thumbs up, thumbs down? What's your thoughts?
I'd say definitely a thumbs up. I thought that there were some really amazing aspects to the whole experience for the students and the teachers. I'd have to say that it was a challenge, I think, a little bit from the teacher perspective in terms of trying to draw in some of the curriculum, but I think that we kind of threw that out the window with COVID because we were like, okay, well, let's just take this as a process. For the students, I thought it was a great opportunity for them to explore. I'm a science teacher at Antioch High School, and I teach biology and biotechnology. So I was very much interested in the process of scientific thinking when it came to engineering and solving problems, and some of the things that we're actually trying to teach students beyond just concept, beyond just ideas, which is how to think and solve problems in terms of making arguments from evidence or creating solutions and designing, using models to understand things. And so all of these were really important, and I felt like we could really easily pull those in to the projects. From the student perspective, I thought it was a really good chance for students to do some reflection and self-discovery about given a project that they were invested in and it really mattered to them. And I thought it was actually really good towards career discovery. And so I thought all of these things were really good. And that's from a teacher perspective, if that makes any sense, Derek.
Yeah, for sure. I want you to kind of steer maybe towards your initial experience at LB&L2, just to kind of see what you saw in there before COVID. I mean, you got a sneak peek before, you know, crap hit the fan, if you will. So, you know, what did you learn in there, and what did you get from the LB&L folks, and you know, how did you digest that in, and then how did you kind of shift, you know, and pivot your work, you know, when COVID happened?
Yeah, so just to describe to everyone, originally I'm a biotechnology teacher, and so our original project with Lawrence Berkeley Lab was going to be related to actually designing a way to monitor water quality in local sources of water. And the lab that we had worked with, we were going to work with, they specialize in characterizing and identifying new species of bacteria and studying their ecological relationships. And we were hoping of using their lab expertise and their skills. And also they actually use algorithms to help classify and characterize bacteria, to kind of have a project related to developing and using hands-on lab skills, because that's something that has been evading us now because of COVID, but that's really important to some of the classwork and skills that we develop in my particular class. And so once COVID hit, we decided to just kind of scrap that and say, okay, well, let's ask the students, what is it about the pandemic that you find a challenge or that interests you and that you want to solve? It was pretty much that simple. And it was very much related to, you know, some of the many other projects and the shifts that I think a lot of your other partners came to, Derek. But we made it very open-ended. And I think it really helped the students to kind of think about the current situation that we were in. And I tried to frame it from a public health or medical perspective, because I wanted to tie it in somehow to biotechnology and biology. But the students got to kind of explore on their own and with feedback from Lawrence Berkeley Lab from a scientific perspective, what their projects, how viable their projects were in terms of defining a problem in the first place, and then trying to come up with feasible solutions to that problem. So it was really exciting. Before that, we had tried to have Lawrence Berkeley come in, and they actually came into the lab to show us some laboratory techniques and to try to explain some of the research product. And so I thought this was interesting, as first time coming to Pilot City, but also coming at it from a more of a research perspective with Lawrence Berkeley Lab. It was interesting to kind of try to merge those two from both a kind of just a purely research perspective as opposed to a more application and innovation perspective. And I really appreciated kind of like having both of those combined. I thought it was great.
Got it. Thank you so much, David. So we're gonna have Michelle and Shiara actually share their projects now to see what they kind of whipped up. So we're gonna have Shiara, who is a student of Dr. House, share what your project is. So give us an elevator. What did you develop? And are you excited about going into the internship as well? Go for it.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I didn't hear that at all.
Oh, sorry about that. So give us an elevator pitch on your project that you worked on. Mm-hmm. And maybe you can share a snippet on your excitement for working with LBNL this summer.
Okay, so our project was based on providing antibody testing kits available for pickup in minority communities where testing wasn't easily accessible or available. And the antibody testing kits would be crucial when determining when and how communities should open, because it provides us with the data to determine how communities were affected by COVID-19 and its disproportionate effects on low-income communities.
Yeah, when I was talking to Shiara about your project, I was super excited about like your intent of your project, right? And who you're working with was Julia, right?
Yes.
And just the work that you wanted to do around social justice was so, you know, it's like that's it, right? Like, you know, we're finding that Black Americans and Latinx Americans are, you know, being affected way more than others. So to be able to actually provide resources and support for those communities, you know, obviously is very important. So
yeah, that was a major goal of ours, me and Julia.
So yeah, so tell us more about the inspiration. Like, where did that come from? You know, how does that relate to yourself? You know, how did you feel about it? Like, how did that drive your project?
Well, the idea came mostly from my friend Julia, because she saw a lot of social media posts and stuff like that about how COVID-19 was disproportionately affecting low-income communities. And also there was particularly one post talking about how a community was sent body bags instead of resources and supplies to properly combat COVID-19. So that was really like our driving inspiration. And then this project was like more fueled on because like we live in not a very low income community, but definitely not like higher on the spectrum. And it was just like, this is something that could possibly affect our community as well as like our friends and family members. So it was kind of a close to home issue.
Yeah, I feel like Antioch's always kind of categorized that. It's not like, it's not like we're in the East Bay in the San Francisco Bay Area, like in Oakland or Hayward or something like that, or San Leandro, but it's over in the suburban area or rural area, and having disparities over there. So I think that the support and resources that those communities need, because they're not in the mainstream area of the San Francisco Bay Area, I think is really important. So thanks for doing that, and congratulations on getting your internship and / apprenticeship with LBNL. I'm sure your teacher's proud, and your mom and dad watching, and then your whole family watching and friends. Michelle, why don't you share more about your project, and what's your elevator pitch? What did you work on, and what did you make so far with that project?
Yeah, so I'm just a background information. I'm a rising senior at Alameda Science and Technology Institute. So I'm from Alameda, and what I created was an interactive kind of web app called Map My Electricity. And so the issue that I saw was that electricity is so integral in our lives. We have it to charge our phones, it powers our homes, but we know so little about it. And so the goal with this is kind of to map out all the power plants and transmission lines that bring electricity to our communities, and allow the user to interact with these different places and learn from it, from clicking on the power plant and seeing this is how my electricity was made. And then you see the power, the transmission line that brings it directly to your community. And so my goal with this was just to create kind of an educational tool to learn about electricity, because we use it so much in our lives.
Nice, okay. And what inspired you to do that? What was your main kind of drive for that one?
Yeah, so when researching Berkeley Labs, my employer, I saw they were partnered with the Department of Energy. And so I noticed that this was a big research area that they were interested in. And when looking into this, I realized that I myself didn't know a lot about this. And so looking into energy and electricity, I realized I had a lot to learn from it. And then from realizing this, I made the connection that a lot of people in the public probably didn't know a lot about this. So I thought of the idea to create a tool to help spread this, to teach a lot of people about it.
Excellent. Well, thank you for your intent. So that is it for the LBNL project. Thank you to you and Xiao for coming. We're really excited about working with LBNL. This is our first year working with them. So you two are pilots for that program. And Dr. House, we plan on working with you some more as we go into distance learning mode next fall. So appreciate your time.
Thank you. Great to be here.
Absolutely. So next up will be 43 kids in a manufacturing plant. So this, the last year that we had our summer internship program, we rented an office space. I don't really know what it is, but it's a big space at the Gate in San Leandro. And so we have Mike Jones here, and then Zach Borja is going to be the one to kick off the panel here, and then we'll also have a few former interns and fellows from that year here. So why don't you turn on your videos as well? So Zach, take it away.
Hello, everybody. How are you all doing today? Hey, Mike. So today we've actually got Mike Jones, of course, the one who runs the Gate, and we've got our interns and fellows from last year as well. We've got Katie, Nick, Chloe, and had I missed anybody else in our roster? I do not think so. All right, cool. So, hello everybody. Are you all online? There we go. We got Chloe, Tati on there. Nick and Katie, can bring your cameras online so everyone can see you. Cool, Katie. Nick, just you. Whenever you can do so, just make it happen. So, yeah, the Gate, pretty crazy place. Just to start off, Mike, you had a ton of us over there every single day, creating a mess, having a good time. How was it for you? Did it make your space a little bit more exciting and lively?
Yeah, definitely. Looking forward to hopefully doing it again this summer. I mean, I don't know with COVID and everything, how everything's gotten changed, but yeah, it was definitely exciting for us. Definitely exciting for us to see them grow and learn stuff and, help our youth.
Yeah, definitely. And it was a pretty fun place, and I'm pretty sure all the students had a good time over there. In fact, my background is the gate as well, so pretty good. And actually, to let the students get involved in it, Nick, I want you to start off because you've got an interesting story around this. You and your team worked all the way, you lived in Antioch, and you went to San Leandro every single day. Every single day, like 6 a.m. I've heard. How was that for all of you? Like, how did you and why did you do it?
So, looking at, you don't really get opportunities like this all the time. Internships like that, work at big companies like that are doing new things to change the future. That, I mean, to me, that was really fun. Getting to experience all that, working with technology that not most high schoolers work with. It was a lot. Taking a 2-hour BART commute out there and back every day, 5 days a week. But I really feel like it was worth it. Good experience for everybody who did it, whether you lived in San Leandro, Antioch, or wherever it was. It was just good to do and real helpful.
Yeah, I heard all
Really
your expenses
prepared.
went towards transportation as well, yeah. And Tati, you can also speak on this because you're also in his team. So if you want to jump in on that.
All of our costs, and we would have to wake up basically at like 5 in the morning to get ready and like go all the way out to San Leandro every morning on BART. It's basically having a job preparing us for the real world while we're like in high school.
And I'm actually jump more on you, Tati. So you were the youngest in our program last year in 2019, and also I'd say the shyest in the very beginning. So what was your main takeaway from the program? What really opened you up to get involved with our community and just talk with everybody in general?
Well, it was very difficult at first because I basically didn't know anybody and I had to be interacting with all these people every single day. But it kind of helped me open up a bit and just talk to all the people I didn't know and become friends and learn some new talking techniques and be able to communicate better with others, open me up a little bit.
Nice, thanks. And Katie, I know that you were trying to get involved with more so around culture and inclusivity. Do you think the gate and the environment that they had by the gate itself and also the environment we created, do you think it was like pretty open, and how can we transition that to a digital environment as well?
Well, I would say that the environment in the gate was pretty open and pretty welcoming at the same time. However, I also noticed very quickly that gossip and rumors were very prevalent in that environment as well. And I would really want to advocate for a environment which allows safe spaces as well for people to kind of point out problematic behaviors of other people or maybe like a group. So I would really want to encourage like an environment that's a little bit more inclusive when it comes to women and people of color.
Yeah, and I'd say having more like counselors on site would be actually pretty good. And that makes you wonder, Mike, do you have someone on site who kind of assists and checks out attendance every single day and is open to assist with matters like that of any sorts?
I mean, we have people on site all the time. Basically, depending on what the issue is who you call. So ultimately, that would be me or that would be Eliza. For any particular program that's going on, we don't normally get involved directly, but if you come to us and say, hey, we have something going on here, can you assist us or give us some advice? Then yeah, we're always happy to help and look for opportunities to say find separate rooms where somebody can go and talk and not have to worry about saying something with other people hearing them when they want to call something out.
Mm-hmm. And I'm going to bring it actually to Chloe because Chloe's had a different perspective on a lot of items in general, and she kind of stayed out of a lot of things. Now I'm actually going to jump to you on this item of you're pretty self-confident before the program even started. So I want to know, with your growth, did you end up teaching other people about how to handle different items or drama, or did you even learn something yourself?
I don't, well, yeah, like I told some people that like, keeping stuff to themselves and like, not spreading stuff or not caring about it. Like you just leave it to the side and not, brush it off and stuff is better than just reacting to it. Cause that's what some people want is to get reactions. reactions out of someone. That's like the main reason of rumors, because you know they want reaction out of some people. So basically, just brush it off. Just focus on yourself, because you know what you did or what you didn't do, or you know yourself. You don't have to prove your point sometimes.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and that is a good thing, and I'm glad that you're actually able to assist people around there, because we ourselves end up using a lot of our own team as our counselors every step of the way. But also with regards to your project and yourself around personal development, did you grow in any crazy way that was like different?
Yeah, I learned how to multitask. Well, I mean, I was good at multitasking, but when I started, being an intern, I started doing multiple stuff at the same time. I learned how to email people properly, because I never really emailed people like that. So, and I learned how to have meetings with people, how to schedule meetings and stuff. That was a really good take from the internship.
No, I know we did a lot of client engagement meetings and classes and such. And I'm actually curious, some of our students did actually reach out to some tenants around the gate. Mike, did any of your tenants actually come to you and say, what the heck's going on? Like, what are their thoughts around all the students coming by every single day and doing what we're doing?
I would say the first week or so, I had a few different tenants who came to say, hey, what's going on with all the kids in here? And after we explained what the program was and the fact that they were working with some of our tenants, and it was going to be a good thing for the overall property, I would say after about a week, everybody was cool with it. We didn't get any complaints after week one.
That's good.
Only complaints at first. The only complaints weren't really complaints as much as they were just, hey, what are all these kids doing here? How long are they gonna be here? And like, are you gonna be controlling to make sure that they don't, run rampant in the place? And once those concerns were eased, it was all good.
Yeah, and would you say you'd like our students to actually do more outreach to your tenants in the future?
Yeah, definitely. Especially ones that are interested in going into like biotech and high-tech type companies. I mean, we have a wealth of tenants there that can just offer all kind of opportunities.
I'm actually curious around how COVID and such is actually affecting the global economy as well as our individual groups anyways. So I know the gate is going through a ton of things right now. How would you say that moving to a digital environment could actually help you in any way at all?
You mean just in general for work?
Yeah, so I'm sure that's affecting everything going on over there with all your tenants as well.
Well, it's interesting. Most of my tenants, they consider themselves essential employees during the whole shutdown. So most of them had at least one or two essential employees there. And, most of the businesses there don't have more than 5 to 10 employees. It's only the bigger ones like FreeWire or Geltor that has more. So, I would say that a lot of them, like FreeWire, did learn how to work from home. And just like myself, realized that we learned how to work from home with Zoom and everything. It actually was a little more productive, to the point that a lot of our managers now on a higher level, at the Blackstone level, are saying, hey, why are we paying so much for rent, for office space to house these people when we can have them working from home, not pay the rent, not pay electricity and all the bills that come with having an office space. And they felt like they could actually get more productivity out of workers that were working from home. So we're seeing where probably within the next year, it's going to be a seismic shift in how certain types of jobs are handled, especially if you don't need to be on site all the time.
Definitely. And for the students who are here, the interns and fellows from before, so with the thing that Mike just said around transitioning to a online and learning and actually work environment, do you think if you were to do your projects again this year, would that involve the way you did all of your work and actually involve your projects themselves?
Is that a question for me?
No, I guess it's for the students here. So I'm targeting Nick, since I just see him right there. Yeah, so the project, it was around how would the new digital environment of working online actually affect your project right now? If you did it again right now.
Our project right now, it would be a little more, it'd be a little less effective, just due to, you're not able to meet up with your group in person and run the projects in person where you can have multiple people helping you out at once instead of having one person setting this up, one person, and few of us don't have the stuff like how Evan had the computer, the PC to help us run a lot of stuff on the computers, or Tony had Tony run Lighter on his computer. A lot of some people like my computer can't run that, so it would change a little bit, make it a little more hard, and
Luckily, I can still understand what he's saying, but I mean, and I actually do want to hear your perspective, Katie. Now we'll ask this one more question right after this one, after you speak a little bit.
Well, so for my project, which was 50% of that project was based on community outreach and me knocking on doors. So I would say that like my project will be a little bit difficult to ask people who lived in the intersections of roads for us to get data on those people's opinions, especially because like when I was knocking on doors, I got a lot of rejections, and a lot of people like either just like didn't want to take the survey that we created. So I would say that like being online, it would be a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, and would you say it'd be possible to actually integrate an online system with your project?
For like 50% of the amount, yes, when it comes to analyzing trafficking and like congestions. But as for knocking on doors, I would say that's pretty difficult.
Definitely. And actually, Tati, I'm going to ask a fun question for you real quick. So just, internally, we did label you as our unofficial mascot. Would you accept the responsibility that we have given you? And what are your thoughts on that?
I'll take it. I mean, it seems pretty cool. I mean, it's a lot of responsibility being a mascot, but
yeah, and for everyone, we do also want all of you to be like our front-facing representatives for everything we do. It's just Tati was a good face that was always out there every single day. But yeah, so I've got 1 more minute. Does anyone else want to leave a lasting point on anything at all before we close this off? Chloe, you got anything we want to say as a lasting thing? Because I'm gonna let you close it off. Unmute yourself.
No, not really, but I hope you guys are having a really good day. And hope you guys are enjoying your stay at home. I hope you guys are, staying home.
Wow.
I was actually going to be late to this because I'm in Chicago and I'm 2 hours ahead. So I was like, oh gosh.
Amazing. Well, you know what? The good thing about this is we can all work from literally everywhere. In fact, we're all working from home. And I didn't even know you were in Chicago.
Yeah, the time was tripping me out. So.
Gotcha. All right. Well, thanks you everyone so much for coming today. Mike, appreciate your time. All the interns and fellows, I will see you over the summer, hopefully. Derek, take us back and continue the show.
Bye, guys.
Former intern in 2019 at the gate. Thank you, Mike Jones, for hosting us last year, and we appreciate your energy. That's why you're here. I just loved it when Chloe always went up to you and asked you for money. So we figured that we put you together and and see what happens, and then
it was for a project, Derek. It was for a project. Okay.
Thank you all for coming, and we'll move on to the next program now. AP Racing. Feel free to hop off. Akeen, we have Jordan Brown here with you as well. He's going to be your host today to guide you and your interns and fellows and entrepreneurs and whoever you got through the conversation. So Aaron, take it away.
Yeah, cool. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm trying to see everyone's faces right now. Let me see. So if you guys are speaking for APR today, go ahead and get your cameras up and your mics unmuted so we can get the ball rolling. What's going on, Akin? How are you doing?
Good, Aaron. I'm good. Just working hard as usual. How are things on your end?
Right on, man. Yeah, things are going great so far. I mean, enjoying the California sun, so I can't complain too much about that. Yeah. All right, so tell us, Akin, why don't you let everyone know, what AP Racing is and what you guys do, and go ahead and tell us about your original RFP challenge that you had for the students this year.
Yeah, so the original RFP was pretty much just get an autonomous robot virtually to like operate it on its own through a simulation. The original RFP was to do it with a real car on a real track that students build in the classroom. But I'll bring it back as to like why we're doing this. So like coming up in high school and just like thinking about my entire time, the issue is like, how do you find an engaging and compelling way to get students to like work on something cool or like apply a conceptually cool concept in a really like much more engaging way. So for the past like 3-4 years I've been working on autonomous cars, and then I was like, and then the other part of that vision is like, okay, how do we enable as many people at the local level to build out their own robots, and especially robotic cars? And this is how we found ourselves with AP Racing. Pretty much the whole platform for kids to just build out a robot car and eventually race them in the future when we have that type of environment.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, that's perfect. I know I had the opportunity to talk to a lot of the students that were doing the APR challenge. And I know that they all had a great time doing it, despite the pivot that we had to take with COVID going on. So why don't you go ahead and tell us a bit about your first impression that you had of the projects that were presented to you?
Yeah, so we just gave them a blank slate. We gave everybody a blank slate, said, hey, just get it to go around the track, because even in my perspective, that was one of the initial challenges. And given the resources, everybody went above and beyond, whether proposing to flesh out the collision avoidance and object detection, or even saying, hey, look, like we should change out, certain parts, like, these wheels, and adding additional sensors. And they went beyond the scope of just saying, hey, we don't want just to have a robot car to drive around the track. That's cool, but yeah, it will get boring pretty fast. So everyone found their own way of really making the system a lot better.
Yeah, perfect, which was great, which is absolutely perfect. And it's really cool to see students do that, right? Where they have a challenge, and then in the middle, like, hey, this challenge is gonna have to change, so you're gonna have to do something else. They pivot almost flawlessly. So yeah, no, that's perfect. What we're gonna go ahead and do right now is we're gonna give the students the opportunity to chat. So the order will go, we'll talk to Anthony first, and then we'll talk to Team Jellyfish, who we have on here, and then we'll go ahead and talk to Karen and get a sense of their experience and kind of what they're looking for going into this summer opportunity. So Anthony, we'll go ahead and start with you. Are you with us right now?
Yes. So hi, everyone. My name's Anthony Moon, and I'm a rising junior at Foothill High School in Pleasanton. So the widespread adoption of self-driving cars has the ability to reduce the number of annual car accidents, ultimately saving thousands of lives. So what I did, I programmed an autonomous vehicle with a built-in collision avoidance system using Lego Mindstorm's EV3. So designing a prototype for a self-driving car with enhanced safety features, I've added an infrared sensor at the front of the programmed vehicle to detect and compare the distance between the front of the car and another object. So I added this feature in order to detect motion from the front of the car. A honking noise is signaled if the car detects a barrier or an incoming motion from another vehicle, pedestrian, or bicyclist. If the object does not move, then the car changes the direction to get out of the way.
Perfect. Yeah, thanks for sharing your project, Anthony. I know I interviewed you through your video ask, so I'm glad to see that you accepted the internship. So congratulations on that. Why don't you go ahead and tell us what you have planned to achieve this summer with your project?
So for this summer, what I want to achieve is to ultimately configure my Lego Mindstorms code to Python, which could be adapted for the donkey cart later, as well as other vehicles and drones. And so what I first plan to do is to configure the Lego Mindstorms code into Python, so that could be enabled into the donkey car simulator. From there, after making some changes and ensuring that it works, what I'll do is implement that into other vehicles.
Got it, man. That's perfect. And are there any barriers that you can kind of anticipate as you go about your project this summer? And how do you?
Yeah, I definitely think that the most challenging part of this project would be to learn how to configure the Lego Mindstorms code into Python, but I'm really eager to get started with it.
Got it. Yeah, no, that's perfect, man. in general, what kind of inspired this idea for you to follow through with?
So for me, I'm really interested in programming, and so I want to apply my Python skills to AP Racing's Donkey Kart Simulator. And so shortly after that, I watched Akeem's TED Talk, It's Time We Built, during which his passion for self-driving cars resonated with me. And so I realized that if I had the opportunity to combine my coding skills and engineering skills to enhance autonomous vehicles, I would be able to learn new skills from it.
Perfect. Yeah, no, that sounds great. I mean, Ken, do you have any comments for Anthony?
No, like we're just on the same page. So Anthony and then everybody else that were the rest of the team, we've just like I've already mentioned it to them, but we decided like they're all going to pursue their projects in a certain sense, in a way that'll make sense for AP Racing as well. One, because we just want to see like where because a lot of the ideas were really interesting. So we want to see how everybody's going to kind of take it, especially in a team setting. And then two, we want to see exactly how that can fit with the whole AP Racing's model as well. So like, yeah, we're just pumped, like just to see where all this is going.
Yeah, for sure. I'm super excited to see just what you and the interns this year are able to create. I mean, we had an autonomous driving employer last year, but unfortunately they weren't able to participate this year. We're still, trying to get them in for this next round. But yeah, super excited to see what they're able to create this summer. But so yeah, Anthony, again, congratulations on getting and taking the internship.
Thank you.
So what we'll go ahead and do, we'll move to Team Jellyfish. So Team Jellyfish, are all of you here today?
Yeah. Hi.
Cool. So we'll go ahead and start with the first question, and we'll kind of cycle everyone, so everyone gets a turn, a opportunity to talk. But yeah, well, one of you guys go ahead and tell us, what's your elevator pitch? What's kind of the idea that you came up with, and what do you all have so far?
All right, I guess I'll go. So we're planning on trying to make the cars that are easier and more fun to drive with more real life use cases. And we noticed that when we were testing out the donkey car, it was a bit difficult for a beginner to accustom themselves with the driving and controls. However, with the new twist on the original donkey car, allowing for a wider range of motion and transmission of data, we're going to be able to make it much more easier to use. And it comes with all the basics parts provided from RC cars for a cheaper price, and allows us for us to attach sensors and transmit back data, and help grows the market. Oh wait, one second. Back using the Sorcom SIM card, and as the autonomous racing market grows, the work they do becomes more important, and our new interesting twist could help open new doors.
Perfect, man. That sounds great. And Anvish, and please correct me if I don't say your guys' names right. So Anvish, can you tell me, on behalf of your team, of what you guys have planned for this summer?
So this summer, something we would like to achieve is using the donkey car with the autonomous power racing while integrating new designs such as the Mecanum wheel, which will allow increased mobility and allow strafing. In addition, we would also like to add sensors to this new and improved donkey car, which will integrate with the Sorcom Global SIM. Finally, we would also like to test drive this with potential users.
That's perfect, man. Yeah, you guys definitely have your head on straight going that direction. That's the advice that I would tell you to move forward. So that's perfect. And Druv, can you tell us, what kind of inspired this idea for your team? And again, if I pronounce your name wrong, go ahead and let everyone know the proper name to pronounce your name.
So our design was inspired by real-life competitive robots, which use Mecanum wheels to achieve a stunning combination of both mobility and speed. Mecanum wheels are the wheels of the future, and we saw an interesting opportunity to introduce something that could revolutionize donkey cars and their capabilities. And the more capable we can make the smaller scale autonomous cars, the more possibilities we will have for the larger ones further into the future.
Gotcha, man. Perfect. And finally, Siddharth, can you let us know, what kind of barriers can you anticipate your team running into? And how do you think that your team would address that?
Yeah, since this is like an online thing, we'd have like a couple of risks stemming out from them. And, some of the risks include like not having the parts to physically build our model. and maybe we may have some like trouble editing like the mechanics of the game and using Unity. And lastly, we may not be able to implement the mechanism wheels in the code and properly, and there may be some errors that would stem out of that, but we're trying to overcome that.
Yeah, what do you think it'll take to really kind of generally overcome those challenges this summer?
I think it would just take, reaching out to other people, asking them if they have any advice, looking up the risks as well, and overall just learning.
Yeah, definitely. And thankfully, you guys have a really awesome support system going into this summer with PilotCity and with AP Racing and with all of our connections. So yeah, you guys will definitely get the support that you need this summer to build an awesome project. So yeah, congratulations to the four of you for getting and taking the AP Racing internship. And I'm super excited to be working with you guys this summer. And the last person that we'll go ahead and talk to is Karan. Is that how you pronounce your name, man?
Yeah, it's Karan, yeah.
Karan, got you.
Yeah,
Pleasure to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you too, Aaron.
Cool. Yeah, so why don't you go ahead and tell us, what everyone else is saying is oh, sorry, I'm missing the question here. Yeah, so why don't you go ahead and tell the group what your elevator pitch is and what you have so far with your idea.
Mm-hmm. So kind of similar to Anthony, my whole project revolved around developing an object like detection and classification system to be implemented onto the self-driving RC car, like the donkey car. So the whole idea behind this project was to reduce collisions because whenever cars collide while they're racing, they go haywire, they get thrown off the track. So the idea originally stemmed from that. But like I also saw the application for like reducing collisions just in real life in general with like regular self-driving cars, like safety is a big concern. So I thought this was kind of like a push in like the right direction. I was really interested in this technology, and like I was just interested in like self-driving cars in general because that sounds really cool. So that's initially where the interest stemmed from. And along the way, I've just been picking up a lot more skills and learning. So it's just been a learning curve, but it's been really good so far. So yeah.
Yeah. No, for sure. I'm super happy to hear that you have some passion and drive, already going into this. And I was able to do your interview too. So I was definitely able to hear that you're, recording your videos. So why don't you go ahead and tell us what you have planned for this summer and what you kind of want to achieve?
So even though everything's like, or almost everything's online this summer, like my goal by the end of the summer is to actually have like a fully fleshed out, like physical self-driving RC car with my system implemented on it. I know it's going to be difficult. Like, I think like my biggest difficulty actually is going to be probably testing the car out to see like if it actually works. But like, I think like the solution to that is just powering through it. Like I have some space in my backyard, probably going to lay down pieces of paper to make a track or something like that.
Yeah.
So just coming up with solutions like that. And, but yeah, that's what I have planned for this summer. And like, it's just a process, but like, I'm hoping that I'm able to finish out the entire thing by the end of it.
Yeah, 100%, man. And are there any barriers that you can anticipate that you'll run into? And if there are, what do you think that you'll have to do to overcome them?
So yeah, so like one barrier I already touched upon, like not like stuff not being in person. So obviously I think testing like my stuff is going to be probably like the biggest barrier. So as I said before, just like trying to find like unique solutions in order to figure out like better ways to test my stuff. And also just, as I said before too, it's kind of like a learning curve too, because I have programmed before, but I primarily programmed in other languages. Like, so this is definitely like a new like sector of programming that I've been exposed to. So there's like a bit of a learning curve to it too, but I'm trying to learn as fast as I can in order to get the tools that I need to implement my project. So it's just going to be a lot of time and dedication, but I'm up for it.
Gotcha, man. That's perfect. And last thing, what was the biggest inspiration for you for this idea?
So the biggest inspiration for me personally, was like with the whole safety part of the self-driving cars. So last summer, me and my friends were involved in like a kind of like a crash. And like after that, we've been thinking like, or personally got me thinking like about like the whole safety aspect of it. And also this is something that just resonated with me because I like cars. I think cars are pretty cool. So when I saw the APR project, I kind of, there's like an immediate connection with it. So, and like, that's why like my whole project's kind of centered around safety and just reducing collisions. So yeah, that's where the passion comes from.
Perfect, man. No, it's super. That's insanely cool. I mean, with everyone else, I'm super excited to see everyone's projects with APR. I was a super big fan of the challenge, going in, and I'm glad to see it's, a really awesome group coming in for the summer. So again, congratulations on getting it and taking this internship, man.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then one last question. I have 1 more minute. So for you, Akin, before we hop off, can you go ahead and tell us, what you have in store for your interns, fellows, and entrepreneurs for this summer?
Hell yeah. I mean, look, they spelled it out exactly what they're gonna be doing. We have some twists to help them improve and move along a little faster. But generally, they'll. So like the reason I really love this team because like everybody has kind of found their niche, and they're gonna be playing off each other's strengths and also making their weaknesses pretty much there. So like you have one section of the team that's going to be helping make the entire simulation a lot easier to work with, where that's from like installation, that's from actually like making edits and things of that nature, and then also expanding the capabilities of like adding sensors and such, right? And then you have another part of the team that's working on object detection and collision avoidance. These matter for like safety, but it also improves the experience of a simulator. And it also improves the experience of testing online when you don't have a physical car. So we're gonna try our best to get physical cars to those that need it. But this just like Karen said, like this is an interesting challenge because we're gonna test as much as we possibly can online before we get a physical car, and hopefully the results aren't too far off. So that's mainly like why I'm excited, because there's no guesswork here. Everybody knows exactly what we're going to do. And it's just a matter of just like time management and project management more than anything. And then, and like Karen mentioned, the learning curve and so like that. So everybody, we're all going to be learning, including myself. So this is for AP Racing. Part of what we offer is teaching everyone basic machine learning and some other like programming skills, right? So we are going to be working on that curriculum and providing those resources. So if my team can't learn from that, then that says more about like how we're going about it. And it's the immediate feedback we really love and we really want.
Yeah, no, that's perfect. Yeah, I mean, again, I can't say this too many times. Like, I'm just really excited to see what everyone does. And later down the road, when you guys get a real size car, you can count on me to be on the sidelines with the timer and seeing how fast it could go.
Good.
But congratulations everyone on here for taking and getting the AP racing internship, and I'll go ahead and pass it back to Derek so that we can move on to the next section. But yeah, thank you, Akin, and thank you everyone for showing up.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you to this team here. This is a powerful team. You got some good talent here this summer. I'm looking forward to seeing what y'all create.
Definitely.
All right, so we're gonna move on to the next session now. Feel free to hop off for those who are online still with your videos. And I want to just provide some quick context before I have the two gentlemen here hop on. I just want to share that the agenda right now is centered on a few things. So just so you know, what we have up right now is we're gonna have a discussion with some principals right now, and then we'll have a discussion with some teachers in our program right after this, and then we'll go into Leandro Library talking about their internship program, and then also Shannon Leigh, a local design firm. And then after that, we'll have a conversation with some school districts and schools. And then we'll go into Kaiser projects that students worked on over there. So just want to give everyone a layout of the next hour or so of conversation. So James, let's have Louis get on too. Louis, why don't you start your engine there with your video?
Do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Are you on a camera as well by chance?
Let me see if I can pull that up.
Yeah, there you go. I just asked you to start the video, so it should pop up right now.
Okay.
There you go. Hey,
yeah, there you see me now.
These are two people that I've been trying to put together for a while now. You know, whenever I don't know that many principals, because, you know, whenever you meet a principal, it's like you're going to the principal's office. You know, it's like a couple times when I was a senior principal, but, you know, like I don't want to talk to you sometimes, you know. But, you know, when I've talked to you two, I don't know, like I kind of get hyped up, you know, like James is a hype man, you know. And Lou, you're kind of like a inner hype man. Like you kind of like, I don't know, you make me excited about talking to you two about just ideas, right? And that's why I put you two together. You two got wins, you know, with your respective high schools this year, right? You got Royal High Schools strong in our program, and Antioch High Schools strong in our program. As you see, you know, you saw Tati and Nick, you know, as panelists now, so we're stepping them up as we kind of go here. So I just want to have you two introduce yourselves. Just give yourselves a moment just to do a short intro. You know, who are you? Why'd you get here? And then we'll get into some questions. So feel free to make it brief as well. James, why don't you start, and then Louis.
Hi, I'm James Gray, principal of Arroyo High School in the San Lorenzo Unified School District. Very interested in continuing the work and partnering with Derek. We both believe, have the same beliefs about our students and giving our students opportunities. And we think that high school is the best start to give our students opportunities. So we look forward to continuing the work, growing the work, and just being the best for our students. Total package all the way around, not just college, but internship opportunities, helping them find careers, find their passion.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Louis?
Yeah, my name's Louis Rocha. I'm the principal of Antioch High School. And when I took over as principal, I've been principal for 15 years, which is a long time to be at the same place for that long. But when I took over as principal, one of the main things I wanted to do was to take away the large comprehensive high school and look for ways to make better connections with students and staff. And so we went to what's called linked learning. And in the linked learning model, each of our 4 small schools, which make up our large comprehensive, has a different career pathway. And so the students that are in engineering, environmental studies, leadership, and media technology, they're having their math, English, history, and science integrated, work-based projects, and that sort of thing. That connects students in the classroom to seeing the relevance of why you need to be strong in math and science and English and history, because the work-based projects integrate each of the core academics. Our students work in teams of 4 and develop work-based projects. And as Principal Gray stated, the goal is to prepare our students for college and career. And so if we can give students the opportunity to have externships, internships, even find some job shadowing opportunities, it's always great to see students make that world connection to what they're learning in the classroom, how it's applied in the career pathway that they've selected. So that's pretty much what we do. That's how we've met Derek. Because at Antioch High School, all of our kids are in a career technical education program. And so we're really excited about what we're doing with Pilot City, giving our students the opportunity to be able to go out into the workplace and be critical thinking, helping solve some problems that maybe down the road will benefit them as they pursue to make contributions to the world that we share.
All right, thank you so much. You know, you two have been essentially like rapid prototypers in the last few months. And, you know, that's what the tech companies kind of, you know, say a lot is, how do you rapid prototype? How do you create things? How do you iterate? And I think you two have probably learned a lot in the last few months. And you know, the number one thing that I realized, like, I'm trying to figure out, like, what are the, you know, like, what are the things that are like, that you know is going to kind of, like, what are the absolute things that you found out from the last few months of dealing with the distance learning kind of approach, right? And, you know, we know that people need laptops. We know that people need internet. You know, what other things have you discovered along this way of actually, as we approach distance learning, what are the absolutes? You know, what are the things that you know must be true in order to be successful for your school? So Louis, maybe you can kick it off again, and then James afterwards.
Well, I'll tell you, it's been I've been in education for 25 years, and the way that this school year ended was a surprise when it happened, and then we just never returned. And it was really difficult for our seniors, for example, because of the many opportunities that we generally celebrate them, senior ball, Disneyland trip, all those kind of things, and they never got a chance to really say goodbye. But the most significant thing that our teachers, my staff, we talked about was the human element, you know, focusing on children, making sure they're okay, knowing that there is an adult who they haven't been able to see, but they know that person cares about them. So we spent a lot of time really just kind of reconnecting, getting in touch with our students, making sure they're okay. And there were some students that we found needed some assistance, needed some support that they were missing without coming to school. Because when students come to school, it's not just the academics that they come to school for, it's the relationships. We have health care, we have mental health, we have counseling programs. So there's a lot of services that students rely on. And when they were not allowed to come back to the campus, that created a challenge. Now, as Principal Gray, I'm sure is aware, we are all focused on what comes next. And one of the things I've learned is that our teachers, our educators, we have to get better at distance learning. And whether it's the Google Classroom, whatever platform, we're using Microsoft 360 in our Aries program with Blackboard communications. And so we're preparing for some type of either a distance learning or a blended model where students will be in school maybe every other day, and we'll be at home working on assignments from the previous day as a way to have smaller numbers of students on campus and in class. So it's going to be a whole new thing. So as I stated to you, Derek, we talked a couple of days ago, this is really a challenging time, but it's also an exciting time because we have to roll up our sleeves and kind of just think, how are we going to do things differently? And anything's possible. So I think that the new normal isn't going to look like we used to, having 2,200 kids on campus, 35 kids in a classroom, and doing seat time instruction. I just think we're going to have to move forward and find strategies that connect students to where they're at. And it's just going to be done in a different way. And I'm excited about it, but I'm also anxious about it too. It seems like there's more questions than there are answers right now.
Yeah, thank you for that. Louis, James?
Yeah, to go on with Principal Roach has said, you know, the biggest learning for us as a staff, the most learning was for us as a staff. Figuring out the social emotional needs of not only our students, but of ourselves, and trying to better serve our students. So for me, it felt like, as Principal Roach has said, I had more questions than answers. And for every time I found a response to something, it generated 4 or 5 more questions. So when you say, Derek, the absolute, I think the absolute is, it almost circles back to a consistency of communication. I think as we go down this pathway of distance learning, we're going to have to put in mechanisms to consistently reach each individual student and be able to get that personal feedback where we can support them, find out how to continue to support them. And I think that's going to be both from a site and from a district standpoint as we figure out what consistently what the needs of our students and families are. Simultaneously, it forces our district to look at the needs of individual teachers and sites to make sure we have the tools we need to do this distance learning. So there are explorations around PD, explorations around devices. Do we have the best devices? As we do this work, it has taught us that the biggest learning that I found was, man, we got to get better with these relationships with our students and families. I mean, I want to give teachers tremendous credit. They do have a lot of great relationships with students, but even the administration as well as the teachers, how well are we doing with our relationships with the families, communicating with the families and having the families feel like we're there in partnership with them, and not just giving them something to do or directing them, because that's the most critical piece for me, is finding out how do we be better partners with families, and getting their needs, because of course families are protective. I mean, we're all taught that to stay private, but now this absolute is for us to be more personal than ever, although we're distanced, and kind of an oxymoron, get closer from a distance.
Yeah, right.
Well, we're very close. Like, it's very easy to just talk to people right now on Zoom. Like, hop on, we'll talk on the phone, get on Zoom. Like, it's so easy to access each other more, I feel like, because we're available more. We're not preoccupied with going physically somewhere. You know what I mean? So I feel like we are actually connected more mentally, but not physically, but we're mentally connected and we're accessible.
Yeah. And I think the parameters have been taken off. You know, when we're at school, and Principal Rocher can attest to that, we can kind of get parameterized, you know, that, for principals, okay, 8 to 8. All right, I'm not gonna go past 8 because I gotta go home. But man, with this Zoom stuff, man, you could be 10 o'clock at night, 7:30 in the morning, middle of the day. It just feels like the window you're unlimited in terms of reaching out and connecting with people.
Yeah, absolutely. So, even though it kind of looks, I think it's very, even though I feel like it's been very grim, it sounds like there's some really hopeful things to look out for as it relates to the future of education. So what are some absolutes there? Like, what do you know will stick around, because this has happened now?
Well, I'll speak to that. I think that our teachers have, we've talked to teachers in the past that we had to get better at using technology in the classroom and giving students the opportunity that they missed class to be able to go to the teacher's page to get information on what they missed, even maybe watch a lecture. And we had some teachers that really did a wonderful job in preparing and being ready to go when we got into the distance learning, because even though we had talked about it, even though we had provided some professional development training on as we move forward, this is some of the work that we were looking to do in the following school year with the Microsoft 360 and the Teams model. But when it happened suddenly where the school was closed, we found that there were some gaps in teachers' levels of knowledge and experience with using technology. So I think this is really going to move our teachers as we go forward into the absolute, is that they're going to have to learn how to use technology to engage their students from afar. That's going to be the new approach. I think, like we were talking today, Derek, in some ways, I think for our students are going to have a lot more opportunities. There's going to be flexibility. For example, if they're coming to school maybe Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or Tuesday, Thursday, whatever, however it works, or if it's on a distance learning, the students they're not locked into an 8 o'clock in the morning till 3 o'clock day. They could actually participate in activities that normally they would not be able to do. So I think internships, whether it be physical or whether they be doing online discussions with their peers or with students from other areas or engineers or whatever pathway the students are involved with, I think they're going to have the flexibility to be able to do more than what we used to do with the physical, seat time model that we've been accustomed to for so many years. So I think the absolute is technology is going to be here. It's not going anywhere, and we got to get better at using it and have it become our good friend. Some of our teachers that are very well versed in technology, they've been having some great experiences with their students doing classroom talks and doing presentations. There are others, teachers that needed some more support, and as we've been providing to them as administrators. But that's the new normals. Technology is here to stay, and we got to get better at using it and seeing how we can engage our learners from afar.
All right, thank you so much, James.
Piggyback exactly on that. I'm 100% with that. We have to get better. Our teachers, and it's going to force our teachers to become more collaborative. because there are some teachers who are way out in front. They are as close to the students' level of technology usage as ever, but there are so many of us, including myself, that are not there. We have to get better. We have to understand that our students live and work with multiple platforms. And so the better we get at that, the closer we will stay in contact and in communication with them, as well as maintain that trustworthy relationship, because that we rely on the face-to-face and being able to touch somebody's hand or put our hand on their shoulder, and those were the comforting things that helped the student-teacher relationship hopefully thrive. But now that may not be available to us, so we have to be a lot more creative and innovative. We have to be consistent in whatever model we use to communicate and check in. I think that we have to catch up to our students. Our students have been using multiple platforms to communicate, and some, of course, negatively. You know, our students will manipulate things for bad, but now here's our chance to use those same tools that they've been using and show them how to use these tools to expand their world. And that's what's going to happen. Distance is going to become an oxymoron because it's going to pull you closer to the world. That means you're going to be able to take an assignment at Antioch High School, and if that's a similar assignment to Arroyo, it could easily be that those students connect with each other and are going back and forth and sharing ideas and sharing thinking and debating on what's a better solution, or finding multiple solutions and putting this information out. Then this going global. I just see that students will figure out, once they get accustomed to using this Zoom, the kids are going to ask, well, wait a minute, why can't I reach out to a kid in Shanghai, or a kid in London, or a kid in New Zealand? Why can't I speak with that kid who's in the 9th grade or 11th grade working on quadratic equations, or trying to put together a project, let's say a civic action project for senior year, and trying to solve a global problem. So I think it's going to open the classroom up to worldwide thinking. And unfortunately, what I see is going to happen is the teachers who are cool with it and will embrace it, will run with it. There will be a number of folks with the number of years experience that I have. I mean, this is my 36. Look at Louis. They'll say, bye.
Well, thank you all. This is exactly why I wanted you two on this call, was that we can brainstorm these big ideas. And I really appreciate your time, spending time again on Zoom. We're actually going to hear from teachers right now. So I'm going to have teachers hop on right now, and you can start to exit out. But I have one surprise for you, James. Kenneth Ty, why don't you hop on real quick? I think he wants to say hi to his principal there, his former principal.
Hi, Mr. Gray. How you been?
I'm good, Kenneth. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
You're in SoCal? Are you back home?
No, I'm back at home. They sent me home.
Okay. Oh,
I could be home for the next year because they don't have housing for us next year.
Okay. Well, I know we're supposed to be social distancing, but dude, you and your family come by and see me anytime.
Yeah, we will. We will.
Good to see you, man.
Nice to see you. Be safe.
Thank you so much. So, James, appreciate it. Louis, appreciate it so much. We'll connect soon, okay?
All right, thank you.
And we're going to have Deborah Renario, Jasmine Thomas, Jason Ebner, Tommy Albanez, Kristen Burbawi on right now. So thank you all for coming, teachers. Does everyone have their camera on?
Yep, I'm good to go.
Cool. Kristen, are you there? Oh, whoa,
yeah.
Kristen.
Hi.
Whoa, yeah, keeping it serious. Good. And then Deborah Renario, if you can hop on, that'd be really excellent as well. So I wanted to assemble this panel.
Eric, I can't hop on because it says that the host is stopping me.
Oh, okay. Sorry, that was probably me
Yeah.
doing that earlier. So I'm going to do that now. I just asked you to. Cool. It should be on now. And Anthony
Thank
Anderson,
you.
what's up? We got the whole gang here. Okay. So I wanted to put everyone here together because you all got some really good wins this summer, and wanted to just congregate the team here and talk about your secret sauce and how you got your students into the actual, engaged and ready to go. And I think that the main thing is around engagement. That was the big issue this last
Hey,
week.
hold on one second.
Getting people ready to actually go and actually excited about their work. So my co-host today is actually going to be Tommy Abanez, a former teacher at American High School. So I'm going to have him kick it off with his first question.
All right, awesome. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, before we jump into questions too, I just want to kind of get to know, and I know maybe I've heard a few of these teachers, I've definitely met some of them in person, but for the others out there who didn't know, just a quick shout out about where you're from and how's it going. I think we can start with Jason, seeing there.
Jason Ebner, Antioch High School, Edge Academy, proud teacher of both Nick and Toddy, who are present here. Glad to be a part of the panel.
Awesome. And Jasmine Thomas.
Hi, I'm Jasmine from Basis Independent Fremont. So we had the pleasure of partnering with PilotCity to kind of start off a middle school program. So we had our students, Derek, if I'm right, we're the first batch of middle schoolers that went through this program. So excited to be here. Thank you.
Awesome. And then Anthony Anderson.
Anthony Anderson, Clayton Valley Charter High School, Pathway Leadership for the Digital Arts and Technology.
Thank you so much. And Deborah Renera.
Deborah Renario, teach graphics at San Leandro High School. This is the first time we've worked with PilotCity. Jenny Lee is one of the students who's gotten an internship.
Awesome. Thank you, Deborah. And then Kristen Burbawi. I don't know if might be.
Yeah, I'm here. I just need to, yeah.
Hey, Kristen.
Hi, Tommy.
Hello.
And so, okay.
Yeah, repeat the question. I'm sorry.
Oh, just introducing yourself right now.
Okay. So here, let me turn the video back on again. It's going to be going off and on. So yes, I'm Kristen Burbawi. I teach engineering, computer science, and robotics at Irvington High School in Fremont. So I teach the Project Lead the Way curriculum, and I have a makerspace that I've built in my classroom, and got to know PilotCity a few years ago, and we've been working with them for a couple of years, and they're amazing and fantastic. And yeah.
All right, awesome. And I think that's all the teachers that are in here right now. So just to kind of introduce myself too, my name is Tommy Ibanez. I used to be a teacher at American High School. I taught Living Earth there for the past few years, and I've been using PilotCity for the past few years to really push a lot of work-based experience, and had really great success finding interns and just seeing them grow, and I've just super loved that. And so as we were jumping into the end of the year for us, we were really felt we were stopped prematurely with our programs, with our classes, and just everything just kind of running amok. But, all of us here, we're here because we were able to get our students still motivated, still passionate and engaged, and then continuing on into these summer internships. So I kind of want to ask you, as a question that was kind of asked to myself last year, but what's the secret sauce there? What were you doing that was creating that drive and passion for each of these students? And I'll just let someone just jump into that one and kind of answer how you go.
Maybe Jason first.
Okay, we can do that then. Jason, let's go ahead, Jason.
So the one thing that this whole thing was able to do for me is I was able to see if a lot of my theories could actually be used to help us facilitate what we were going to do. The one thing I've always said is that in education, you got to hit them where they currently are existing online or in the social atmosphere. So I decided to reach out to Discord to do my primary teaching before we were able to manifest teams and things, how that was. And it actually was very successful because a lot of the kids were already there, and it was just an easy transition from them to go from Discord into the classroom and then back into their Discord life and be able to interact that way. So that was eye-opening for me to be able to do that. And the other thing that I've always been playing with is time constraints. is because school has always been that 50-minute period where, you know, we've always been felt that we've been handcuffed by that. So what if you were able to meet at different times of the day? And I was actually just as a lark, I decided to put out meeting times 3 times a day. So one time at 9, more traditional, 1 o'clock for those, you know, people who I knew were going to sleep in anyway. And then I put a 10 o'clock at night meeting out there, you know, just to see what would happen. And it actually was the most attended time for the students for quite a while, which actually was eye-opening to me. But it definitely got my brain working towards that idea, especially with what Principal Gray was saying earlier, is that we have so many different possibilities and now moving parts where we were just playing checkers for a while. Now we're playing chess. Now we're moving this out. I know Anthony's smiling because he's a chess master. But anyway, the thing about it is that's where we are right now. And I think that for me, the secret sauce is going to be accessing student choice in the times that they want to learn and being able to reach them where they already exist online, not necessarily having to create a new place for them, but just being able to figure out how to mesh where they are with what the platform we're going to be using, the learning management system, whatever it might be. So that was kind of my secret sauce for the beginning.
Well, kudos to you for being up at 10 p.m. and actively engaging with students, man. Jasmine.
Hey, so we've got slightly younger students, but a lot of what Jason said, you know, rhymes true for them as well. And in some ways, I think this whole situation was kind of a blessing in disguise for us because we got to switch to online, and a lot of our students are like digital natives, and they took to it very well. All we had to kind of do was really just set up time for them where they could meet, because our students are doing this in addition to their existing curriculum. And what we did was that we just stood up a couple of hours late in the afternoon, like, you know, 3 to 5 p.m. over Zoom. And it was like every Tuesday and Thursday, just show up at this Zoom. And a lot of our students are already on Discord. And that's how we sort of facilitated it. So it's like, you know, you guys come back here, we'll meet again, we'll continue to work online through all of your projects. And they all showed up. It's like there was more comfort in meeting online than they would have been maybe trying to get them all sort of herding cats into a classroom and trying to work through things like this. It's to Jason's point, like kind of meet them where they are. And right now, you know, our students have changed, as, you know, Principal Louis and Gray mentioned. Our students have changed. As teachers now, we have to play catch up and sort of, you know, get with the program and get to where they are. So switching to online wasn't a challenge for our students. It was more for us teachers to, you know, get there and see. And the big aha was, oh my God, this works so well.
Well, right on for that adaptability there, Jasmine. Anthony. Oh, sorry. Did you want to jump? Oh, okay.
Go for it, Anthony.
For me, you asked the question about like the secret sauce side of it. I look at the idea of, and I've been working with this concept basically for as long as I've been in education, where before the makerspace as a physical location became a thing, my idea was around the students coming in and having their mind be the makerspace, where now it's a matter of them just being able to evidence that type of thing. But then with that philosophy, I always went with the idea that we often talk about the endless possibilities of education, but we always presented it to the students as if it had a starting line. Like once you've crossed the stage, then you can get underway. Whereas I just took the model of, if I'm going to talk about the endless possibilities of education, then why do I have to tell them that it's somewhere in the future versus right now? So the day you came into my classroom, we're going to start to explore those endless possibilities, whether that was the level of depth in the content, the way they chose to present things, or just the creative nature of the classroom itself. It was, you know, the sky's the limit. So, and keeping those two things together, where the idea that the makerspace was basically the student themselves and, you know, whatever they could use, create, and keeping that open, or a classroom without walls, different things that have come out over the years. And the idea that we don't have to wait until we reach a certain threshold before we can start to demonstrate that, like, you know, that intrigue.
Ooh, yeah.
If a student, and Jason can attest to this one, I know we do a lot of bouncing back and forth, but if a student came to you with an idea for something, you spent the next couple of days, not lesson planning, but figuring out how that student can get access to what they need so they can go ahead and do what they're out to aspire to in that moment. And so that's just been more of a philosophy throughout. So when we hit this critical time with this switch to distance learning, for many of my students, the level of engagement was already there because they themselves were trying to pursue their goals over the course of the year. So not going to school anymore just kind of freed them up to be able to focus on these tasks, working around their schedule better, because I'm sure every teacher on here, as well as some of the students, can attest, some of our brightest minds are also our most engaged minds. So they're in multiple things. It'll be the student that is your highest tech is also your highest band member or your highest, different activities. So it really just worked well for them to be able to just make it fit their schedule.
Well, thank you so much, Anthony. I love that beyond the wall thinking and then really just inspiring kids off the get-go. That really is a big part of this. Deborah, what are your thoughts?
Well, something that is very different from everything that's been said is that our work was finished before we had to go digital, go virtual. So we really had a different kind of experience. It was put out because it aligned to an assignment that we had going on in the classroom anyway. And so, I kind of put it out there, and students had, were already, this was in February. So we were already pretty engaged in graphics. And so, I just put it out to students to find out who was interested. I got about 10 students that were interested in working with this project, which was working with Bill and the San Leandro Library. It just, I don't know, there's no secret sauce. It's just that there are certain students that are very engaged with graphics, and when you put it out there and you allow them to kind of do what they want to do based on taking a brief from a client and with a lot of latitude and some limitations, which I think is a mixture of both. The limitation in this case was saying that we wanted 3 different library cards designed for 3 different markets. But otherwise, they were very free, the students, to do whatever they wanted to do. They came up with a lot of thumbnails. Thumbnails were presented to the client, and Bill's feedback based on those thumbnails really helped, point students in a good direction that was worth going in when they went onto the computers. So it worked really well.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Deborah. Yeah, I think it's always nice when it does align well and it works all in. It's just such a natural movement with the students. I love that. And Kristen.
Hi. So yeah, I have some different perspectives from other people perhaps, but this whole distance learning thing totally sucked. I hate it. My kids hate it. And it's really, really frustrating. I mean, we do need to get better at it, but I mean, I think the bottom line that I have learned, honestly, is that, I mean, I don't know how old the kids are that you guys are all working with. My kids are in high school. I remember being in high school. I remember enjoying getting out of the house and getting away from my parents and my family when I was in high school. And a lot of my kids have that same need, that they get really, I mean, some of them come from home situations that are not particularly awesome. And, going to school and being in a different environment is really necessary for their mental health. And a few of my kids who were on this PilotCity project had a real tough time with that. One of them even ended up having to drop out of the project just because of challenges that he was going through. A lot of my kids, when they were at home, or even are still, even though it's summertime, like they have become childcare because, mom and dad have to work and mom and dad have to be on Zoom all day. So they don't have time to do, other things. And they're bummed out about that. The makerspace that I've really worked hard to build in my classroom over the last 5 years or so has so many resources in it and has so much for the kids to use. And then they were home and they really missed that. And that's just the consistent message that I've gotten from my kids. It's like, we wish that we could be there in the classroom with you because we could get so much more done. We have so many more resources. We have so much more potential when we're there. And some of them have been able to work through it, and that's great, and go on and do some amazing things. It's just, it's not as equitable because some kids just don't have what they need at home, which is a real bummer.
Yeah.
I miss them and I miss their faces, and I miss them in my classroom and stuff too. But anyway.
Sorry. didn't want to jump out there, but no, I totally feel you on that. Like, it's really tough in terms of distance learning, because a lot of us, not just the teachers, were thrust into a situation that, you know, that completely changes out what our daily looks like, but especially for the students and their families, where you know, like, so many things that they were akin and used to and even took for granted at times were gone. And now you have this like new paradigm, this new perspective, and it's hard, and it was very challenging for all of us. But somehow, like, you know, we still had students that were engaged, and we had students that still wanted to make it to the end. And then what I was kind of just hearing out from all of you is that, and even my own students, because I interviewed them crazily about this whole process as well, is that I was really, what I just saw and just hearing it all and putting it all together, is I'm really seeing two major things. Number one is passion. Like, I saw a lot of passion from the projects that they were working on, but also the teachers there. You know, the teachers that are passionate to see the students succeed, see these projects they get going. I mean, Jason at 10 p.m. still talking to folks. I mean, that's awesome. You know, or like thinking beyond our walls, or to develop something of a norm for them to listen to. And I think that's fantastic. And then the other thing is empowerment. You know, well, I'm sorry, Jason, did you want to jump in on there something, or?
I wanted to sound off on what Kristen was saying, because it's an interesting idea that we're going to be having here, because I actually anticipate this idea of we're going to see 30, 30, and 30. We're going to see about 30% of our students wanting to stay home and engage in distance learning as a more permanent solution. But we're going to have about 30% who are hybrid and 30% who are going to want to be at school all the time.
Right.
And in the long run, I think that's going to be a positive, because you're going to have kids on campus who want to be on campus.
Yes.
You know, that's where they want to learn. So we're not going to be having this issue of doing what we all have to experience as babysitting to a certain degree, how we are sitting there having to, while we're engaged and want to be firmly engaged in what our students are doing, but we also have to keep that eye across the room to make sure that the three in the corner who always are in the corner together are doing what they're supposed to be doing and not goofing off. But, you know, I think right now it does suck because we are separated from our students, but what a boon for us if it's possible that we do have this division of these students who are making their, again, going back to student choice, and then that they do have, like Kristen has, students in the classroom that really want to be there. And I hope that happens for her. I do, because I felt her pain while she was saying that. And
I definitely,
fruition.
Oh, sorry. But no, I definitely feel that. And that's the idea that, you know, as we go into hybrid or distant learning or whichever is happening in August, you know, there's going to be a lot of empowerment with students, a lot of self-reliance, and really like the strength of the individual is really going to come into play here. And so, yeah, I mean, you know, we could come out of this with stronger students that like are going to be pushing for these goals and have that self-realization. And I love that kind of like PilotCity just bringing that along. You know, it was a great niche for individuals to really find that in themselves. So I'm just very excited to see what they're going to be doing in the summer. And then thinking of ways, you know, as we go into August, like trying to figure out ways that we can still continue having that secret sauce into whatever model of teaching we're going into. But yeah, thank you all so much. This has just been a really great to hear out each of your different experiences with everything going on. So yeah, again, thank you. You hand that over to Derek.
Thank you so much, teachers. Wish we always had more time with the teachers to discuss the details, but we do have to move on to the next employer because he has to jump off right now. So thank you all for coming, and we will talk to you on the flip side.
Thank you.
Appreciate it so much. Bye. So next up will be Leandro Library. So Bill Sherwood, if you have a minute or two to share your what your organization does with Leandro Library, and then also a little bit about your RFP, that'd be really great. You can hop off to your meeting. We'll have Michelle, Rosa, and Jenny hop on as well. So I will also have them share their screen right now too. Go for it, Bill.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you see me?
Yep, we can hear you. We see you.
Oh, awesome. Great. Yeah, so my challenge to the students was to develop a marketing campaign for our library using the concept of our library cards. And Ms. Renario's class worked on the graphic design element, and Ms. DeGroup's class was working on an actual marketing plan. So that's the basic idea. The problem is that we have, our challenge is that we have about 85,000 residents in San Leandro, and about 25,000 of those folks have cards with us. And we'd love to get those cards out to more people so they take advantage of our services.
Absolutely. Thank you, Bill.
Yeah.
And I know that you have to roll out.
Yeah.
So thank you for showing up and sharing and waiting this whole hour. Hope you got a lot from that, and you have a good conversation with your vendor, and
yeah.
your interns. I'm sure will be able to carry the conversation forward from here.
Yeah, and I'm thrilled that we just before I go, I wanted to say that the interns that interviewed with us and that we selected are really passionate about this project, and I'm really excited to work with all three of them.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thanks, Bill. Thanks for coming.
So bye now.
Bye, Bill. What I'm going to do is actually have Monica take over as a host to Jenny, Michelle, and Rosa for your project. So go for it.
Yeah. Thanks, Derek. Hello, everybody. Hello to the trio that's here. I'm really glad to see your faces and that we're like on the same level right now for the Zoom call. First, I'd love for you each to say your name and what school you go to right now, and if it's changing, because some people I know are seniors, then where you're going to go in the fall, and one word to describe how your mood is at the moment. So Jenny, can you start?
Hi, I'm Jenny Leigh, and I'm a now junior at San Leandro High School, located in San Leandro. My mood right now is kind of nervous, but you know, excited too.
Great. Thanks. Michelle, what about you?
Yeah, I also go to San Leandro High. I guess my mood would be a little nervous, but like, I don't know, it feels like a regular day. So
love it. Thanks, Michelle. And what about you, Rosa? How are you feeling?
So my name's Rosa Sanchez, and now I'm a senior also going to San Leandro High School, and also nervous.
That's okay. That's why we're here all together. And with that, Jenny, I want to hop back on and ask you, what brought you to Pilot City and what's so special about your project?
So I wanted to continue what I've been doing. So as you've heard from Bill, we've been designing a library card, right? Mm-hmm. Well, 3 in fact. And I had already finished the design and I wanted to take it a step further. So while getting like work experience, so I decided to take up the internship. And I think that what's so special about this project is that it's very close to home, you know? It's like the library is a place where we kind of grow up with, you know, you go there after school or you go there to hang out with your friends, to read, to do all these things. And then in the summer, you can participate in the summer reading challenge and, you know, go to the party that is at the end of that. And it's always fun.
I'm glad to hear. Michelle, I have a question for you. What were the difficulties that are there any barriers, I would say, that you've encountered with working with this project and you foresee moving forward this summer?
I think the difficulties would probably be getting in contact with because we're using like incentives and we plan to speak with like sponsors that typically help support events at our school. But I think that might be a little harder because before we could kind of just like go to like their restaurant, for example, like Chipotle, or like speak to them. But I think now it might be a little harder because, you know, we're staying at home and everything.
Yeah.
So I think that would be a challenge because it's like a change in plan too. But I'm not completely sure. We'll just have to see. I hope, like, I'm sure the communication would be fine because like we kind of know each other. Mm-hmm. So it will be easier to, you know, get in contact with. But yeah, I guess that's like the main challenge I see so far.
Got it. Thank you. And Rosa, to close us off, I want to know your thoughts on what inspired you to work on this project and what kind of impact do you want to leave on the community?
what inspired me was the fact that it was kind of like an inside view of marketing. And I saw it as an opportunity to like kind of see what a career in marketing would be like. I'm sorry, could you repeat the other question?
Inspired you, and what kind of impact do you want to have on the community?
I guess the impact I want to have on the community is to get more youth involved with, you know, the community. I feel like we offer a lot of good qualities with our ideas and stuff. And it's also just always better to get the youth involved. And maybe if they see a group like us working like so close to the community, then they'll probably want to as well.
Awesome. And my last question for each of you three is that it's working in the tech field, and a lot of the environments that we're in right now, even like with PilotCity, it's often a male-dominated field. What kind of words of advice and encouragement do you have for other females, other young girls looking to get into this industry, or even working on projects such as this? Jenny, what about from you?
Yeah, my advice would be to keep an open mind. Like, you don't have to give yourself, you know, added pressure, right? Just because whatever everybody else thinks is there doesn't mean you should just take it in, right? You are the maker of your own path, I guess. So you can choose how you decide to feel about things or go on. And you should always be able to speak your truth.
Love it. Thanks. Michelle, what about you?
Honestly, I think you just do what you want to do. Like, I'm sure everyone says that, but truthfully, I think it just makes you like feel better about yourself and everything, you know, have a happy life. I don't have a lot to say, but
perfect. Thank you. Yeah. And I like your shirt, has a happy face. And I think that's a good mood for going forward. Rosa, close us off. What you thinking? What do you want the future girls and females to know?
I feel like you shouldn't feel intimidated, because I think this for everything. Like, at the end of the day, we're all basically the same thing, because we're all human and we can somehow connect on like some level. So the person who you're working with is probably really similar to you, and they're not better than you in any other way. And you're not better than them. Like, you guys are equal, you know, like, you shouldn't feel intimidated. They might have better, not better, but some qualities that you don't have, but like, you can always work towards those qualities.
Yes. Thank you each for your perspectives. Feel free to turn off your cameras and continue watching and supporting the rest of the fellows and interns. And I look forward to working with all of you these next coming weeks. With that, back to you, Derek.
All right, thank you so much. And I'm going to pass it over to Zach and Sonia on our team to host Shannon Leigh to be on board. So Kat Porter and Shannon Hackley, why don't you turn on your videos, and we're going to have Zach and Sonia take care of you. And then we'll have the Shannon Leigh interns hop in just a moment. Go for it.
Hello, everybody. Zach here, and Sonia will be joining me as my co-host today. So yeah, I'm gonna let Kat and Shannon introduce themselves real quick, just so the crowd knows who they are. Kat, why don't you go ahead? Where are you? There we are. Oh, you're muted. So you need to unmute yourself. While you're doing that, let Shannon go ahead actually first. Shannon?
Hey.
Hi.
Hi, this is Shannon Hackley.
Woo. Founder of Shannon Leigh. We have Kat Porter on the side.
I've unmuted myself. There we go.
Cool.
I'm the office manager at Shannon Leigh.
Cool beans. All right, cool. And so I'm let the interns and fellows introduce themselves as well. Everyone, feel free to go on ahead whenever you are ready. We got Brian, Tree, Parul, Shanyu, and Kiara. Feel free to introduce yourselves.
Hi,
my name is Shani Chauhan, and I'm gonna be a freshman in Irvington High School.
Hi, my name is Parul Veda, and I'm going to be a sophomore at Mission San Jose High School.
Tree, you want to go ahead? You're muted, by the way.
Hi, I'm Chimai. What was the question again?
Introduce yourself.
Oh, okay. Hi, I'm Chimai. I go to Antioch High. I'm turning sophomores.
Cool. And Brian?
Hi, my name is Brian. I'm Hirano, and I'll be a sophomore in Antioch High School.
Cool. Thanks, everybody. And Zach, myself, of course, and Sonia on the side as well, the other program director here.
Yeah. Hi, guys.
Cool.
Nice to see you. All right. Shall we start off with some employer questions? So, Shannon, could you explain like what your organization does and what was the original RFP or the project challenge?
Absolutely. Hi, everybody. So Shannon Leigh Associates is an environmental graphic design firm in downtown San Leandro, and we create landmarks and wayfinding programs for healthcare, educational campuses, and corporate donor signage, all kinds of different wayfinding experiences for navigating the built environment. So we had 3 challenges. One was to actually doll up our building here in San Leandro, because we have a very old school 50s one-story cinder block building. And we were looking for a muralist, and we got a couple of another team that did some murals for us. And then the other was to consider a marketing video for us. And so that was one of our other challenges. And then the other was experiential graphic possibilities with putting something on our building that might serve as a demonstration or a tool for our clients here at our building.
Cool. And overall, I know you've looked over all the projects and accepted quite a few of the students. What are your impressions about all the results that came up with?
Well, I have to tell you that that I was thrilled. I was thrilled. We had just an amazing team with Parul and Shanyu. They put a video together that was just so good that with some professional help from my team, we're hoping to actually launch it as part of our marketing campaign as a community involved graphic design firm. So we were really thrilled with the work they did. They did great research. They did great graphics. We were really tickled. And then we've got Tree, Brian, and another fellow, Zach, that put together some architectural possibilities and dreams for our building. And we're capturing Brian's desire for a career in architecture, and we're hoping to train that team in that regard. So that was cool. And then Kiara's not with us, but Kiara's awesome too. And she produced some graphics for application to the building. So I was really very, very pleased.
That's wonderful. Great. And then I'm actually going to move on to some student questions. So I'm going to ask Brian and Tree, could you guys talk about what you guys have made so far and like what, like where are you at right now and what are your plans for the future for the project?
Our plans with the company is like we make something so like people feel interested and feel at home for like the company.
Tree, do you want to add something to that?
That's like
We just trying to get users' attentions for Shannon Leigh Associates and make it happen out the real world as possible.
Cool. And Sean, I do want to also jump on you. You're very well spoken. You're really very much to the point, right? So what do you really want to get out of doing this project, and what do you want to see in the future come out of this for yourself?
Well, the experience in the workplace is really helpful, and not just that, but also like just helping design and just exploring art and helping people like decrease their lack of awareness about wayfinding and having more knowledge about the industry of wayfinding. That is what me and my team hope to achieve.
Cool.
All right. And then Parul, what are you most excited about for just like the next few weeks? And like maybe also something that you're a little hesitant about. And then, yeah, that would be great.
I'm really excited about actually implementing our product into the Shannon Leigh building because we worked really hard on it and it's going to be great to see it go in the building. A thing I'm a little bit hesitant about would probably be learning the new technologies, but we've already started courses on them, so it's okay.
Could you expand a bit more about what they are? It's just interesting to hear.
We're learning how to use Adobe Illustrator, Premiere, and After Effects as of now.
Great.
Nice, more than I can use. Cool. And then would you say that the inspiration for your project, do you have anything in mind that's really inspired you to go and create that specifically? You're muted by that. There you go.
Yeah. We were inspired by the History Channel and the documentaries that people created and how it was really informational. And when we did some research, we found that lots of people didn't really know what goes into the process of wayfinding. So our video is mostly centered around educating people about what goes into the process.
Cool. Now, I'm actually curious because question for Shannon, just to help the students have some clarity. So what inspired you to actually get into the environmental graphic design industry in the first place?
I needed a job.
That is it for most people, yeah.
So, you know, the truth of the matter is that's why I'm so excited to expose this industry to other people, because I had no idea what this was about. When I started, I went to UC Berkeley and I was undeclared for 5 years. Woohoo! They don't let you do that anymore. But I was not a designer. I went to work for my brother who owned a sign company, and he was just your run-of-the-mill sign painter at the time. And he grew his company into something that was quite substantial. And then I learned along the way, and there you go. So I started Shannon Leigh Associates as a design firm 11 years ago because it was a consultative practice and it was more interesting to me than just fabricating. So it was more along the lines of helping people and being more of a consultant than just a manufacturer.
If you could give one piece of advice to your younger self, what would it be? And this is a question for Shannon.
My younger self? One piece of advice: you don't get if you don't ask. Open your mouth. You have to talk. You have to stand up for yourself. You have to stand up for other people. You have to you just have to learn how to ask for help and how to grasp your dreams. And you can't, it's hard to do without opening up. And some kids are just, their personalities are not like mine, but they have different gifts. But they can get overlooked if you're quiet. And so, or you can find other ways when you're quiet. So it's not bad to be quiet. It's how do you work within that framework to get what you want. So think of your strategies to get there.
Got it. Thank you.
And if you don't mind, the same question to Kat, actually. I do want to hear what you have to say to that.
That careers are not a straight line, and that you will find that you reinvent yourself more than once. I know that I started off as a technical writer and editor in software. And I went on to work in the environmental consulting business. And I've been a volunteer with the theater program. I've worked in a medical office. I've worked at the zoo. I've worked at a lawyer's office. And when I ended up with Shannon, I found that everything that I had ever done got pulled into play. But it was not a straight line. And if you are married to the idea that I want to be this thing, and that's what I'm going to be, you'll have to find some flexibility, because life is not going to let you stay on a straight line, as we're all experiencing right now with COVID-19.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to throw the last question over to Tree and Brian, actually, before we close it off. For you two in the future, based off what you've heard, do you have any idea for what you want to really pursue in the future and what direction you want to move towards in that area?
Well, just like gain the experience I need, like the experience, and just like try something new in life, that you haven't tried out.
Cool. And for Tree?
Like Brian says, so just try something new that you never have experienced before. Get more experience as much as possible in life. You will be successful. Just simple as that.
Cool. All right, thanks. And we're going to pass it back to Derek, who's going to continue to the next group. Thank you so much, everybody. Appreciate you, Shannon, Kat, as usual. Everybody else, good job.
Thanks, guys.
And thanks for the mug, by the way, Shannon Leigh.
You're welcome. Yeah. I forgot. I'm always repping on the podcast.
Cool. All right, thank you, everybody.
All right, we're gonna move on to the next bit here. Thank you all, Shannon Leigh team. You got a strong team with some powerful women in power. So be prepared to get slapped upon your face. Sorry, parents, if you're watching. So we're gonna have Cece and Norma Diaz hop on now to talk about career paving post-pandemia. So Cece and Norma, why don't you unmute yourself and show your faces, and we will have a chat.
Hi, this is Norma Diaz with Hayward Unified.
Hey Norma, are you there? Good, okay.
Hi, I'm Cece Adams from Arroyo High School. I'm the college and career specialist there.
And I work with all the pathways at Hayward Unified. I support all of our high schools, and we also have some programs that feed into our high school. So I also support middle schools with our pathways.
Great. So what I want to dive into today is just, career. So you two are whether you're a teacher on a special assignment or you're running a career center at your high school. CC, for yourself, it's Arroyo High School at San Lorenzo Unified. Norma, you're kind of a floater around Hayward Unified, working with Veronica. So I just want to talk about, what does career pathways mean at this moment? It's kind of funky. It's kind of weird. How do we do it in a scalable way? How do we do it while not in class, right? And what opportunities are there? So, the first question is just basically centered on just that. Like, do you think that work-based learning, do you think that career pathways can actually be scaled with distance learning? Cece, why don't you go first?
So yeah, I do believe it can be scaled with digital learning, just because what we're finding is that you can learn just about anything. I've learned that, my child would tell me, I can learn anything on YouTube, Mom, if I really wanted to. Mm-hmm. And I think as students, we feel like, having access to the internet and having access to all the resources that you need are all at your fingertips. And I think, having that socialization of being in a school environment is just one part of the communication aspect, but being able to learn does not necessarily mean you have to be in a visual learning environment where you have to go into the class and be there physically. I think you can learn a lot just by what you're doing here with PilotCity. I think this is an amazing program. You have expanded our summer internship program for us this year, and we have been able to scale so many students into the program. And I think they are enjoying it. I've gotten some feedback from our friends at Faces about their learning experience, and it's been actually very rewarding for them. They feel like that they're learning not only real world experiences, but in the world of career-based learning, you want to get your feet wet. You want to be able to learn what industries are doing. You want to see if that matches like your own career goals, because yes, you want to go to college, but at the same time, you want to know what that pathway looks like so that you can easier get through your college courses and disciplines. And I think having this experience allows students to dive into that. So Yeah, I honestly think this is a really good option for students, especially in this pandemic. I do feel like socialization is important, that you do need to communicate, but this gives you that platform to do so in this live streaming platform that we have here today.
And Norma, what do you think about that? Do you think that digital technology can actually help career pathway work? You know, do you think that we can actually, do you think we can do this still digitally, work-based learning, you know, what guest speakers or whatnot? You know, what's your thought? And how have you been approaching it with Hayward Unified?
I think it did definitely help. And I know with Hayward Unified, we'd had a lot of problems with students being able to get to certain internship sites. And, you know, that had always been a problem. But now that we're doing things digitally, it's easier because students can do things from home. But I do feel that there has to be a structure in place. They do have to have a teacher on special assignment or just someone to facilitate, because and help them, like kind of hold their hand throughout the process. Not all students are able to figure this out by themselves. I feel like they do. I find myself calling students. There's one example of a student that's going to be working with one of a new company that we're working with, but they need a microphone, and I'm suggesting, well, instead of us trying to find a microphone, why don't we just get a new laptop? No, I still want that microphone because someone can't I don't have anyone to pick up the laptop. Well, and so then that's when I come in, like, okay, well, let me call your family, let me call your parents and see what we can do to meet you there. So there's still most of our students are very mature and can handle a lot of things on their own, but we still find that, like I said, there's students that need someone to be there in the middle, meeting them with industry, and just helping them navigate things that come up, because ultimately they're still young and inexperienced. And so that's where we come in to support them. But I do love that, you know, they can do a lot of things digitally. Now with the students that have problems with technology, as far as internet, lacking quality computers, that's that they need, like, again, and I'll say it again, they need our district support to help them with that, because that's not the responsibility of the business partner.
And I agree with Norma, because what's happening is we need educational equity in our schools, and not everybody has access to these resources. And she brings up a really good point about students having to have those resources to be able to access this kind of learning. And we're all learning from this, obviously, because it's all new, but the school districts, at least I know in San Lorenzo, that all of the students have a laptop that they can go home with it. I think the biggest challenge for those that may not have internet access at home is where we find ourselves going to their homes and helping them through that process, getting them online to be able to access the internet.
So as it relates to, you know, we actually, us two and the kind of East Bay dream team for work-based learning, you know, we actually have some history together. And you know, as you kind of listen to James Gray, your principal, CC, at Arroyo, do you think that there are a lot of, like, as we kind of have been thinking about the future of this work for quite some time now with our conversations, do you think that what James is saying, for example, like, or Louis saying, you know, the principals, you know, we have an opportunity to actually shift our schedule so that we can have more work-based learning, to have more career pathway experiences through this? Like, what kind of opportunities do you see and are you looking at specifically with, you know, this opportunity of people being at home, you know, and being able to actually get experiences, you know, remotely?
I think it has a lot to do with our students being able to have real world experiences, having a project given to them, doing it at home, being able to be on camera with that employer, being able to see their work, being able to send out information. I think it's really the wave of the future. We feel like we're going to be in school maybe 2 days a week, and then the rest of it is going to be at home learning. And this is important because we really want you to have those real world work experiences, right? We want industries to help support our young people to understand what those skills that they need to be able to be employable are. And so this gives us a whole new opportunity to explore those options.
Good. Norma?
The same here, but I'm still thinking about the students who live with, 15 people in a small apartment. How do we meet those needs? Because so I don't live with 15 people, but I have a 1-year-old, and right now I had to lock myself up to be able to have this conversation with you. And I'm thinking I get to talk to a lot of families, and when I do call, I can hear multiple children that are there. Sometimes they have different needs. So work-based learning, the wonderful thing about it is being able to doing it online and at home. Project-based is the flexibility. But I think we have to dig deeper and think, how do we serve our families that are under-resourced and, like I said, are living with so many students? We want to give them the same opportunities that other students that are, your 4.0s and that, live with your families that, 2 children, they have their laptop, they have a desk. But how about the students who are working under a table? I remember finding a little space under my dining table when I was little, because that was my space. The living room was busy, the kitchen was busy. I didn't have my own room. So that's why I'm sensitive to that topic of how do we meet those needs of students who are home with so many other people.
So it's not just the laptops, not just the internet, it's the space at home, it's the distractions at home.
Exactly.
And also just the mental stress, right? Of not be able to actually accomplish anything else besides the things that are immediately around you. So do you think that, I don't know, internships always was very cost heavy in terms of transport, in terms of getting food at lunch, and maybe some students can't afford it during lunch and they're not getting paid enough in internship to kind of get enough of it. Do you think that we can actually save some money for students and save time even?
I think you can. I think you can save money and you can serve possibly more students that way. But it's also good to keep in mind that when we do send our students into these companies and they get to see the models and everything live, there's something really special about that. So although I'm very comfortable with doing things at home and project-based, I still want our students to have the opportunity to take BART somewhere, to take the bus somewhere, and learn how to navigate themselves, outside of their small little community. Sometimes students have to take BART to Oakland or San Francisco. And this is wonderful to leave their little nest and explore and get to meet a professional. How are they dressed? How do they speak? How do they address each other? Models. Our students need positive models.
All right, thank you. So, and Cece, I'll let you comment on the last on that last point there, unless you have something.
Well, I
else.
agree with Norma. I think she's absolutely right. We need to find a balance between work-based learning in person and work-based learning, digitally. I totally agree with her. There are going to be some students that we do not have educational equity for, and we need to make that happen. And as you see with Black Lives Matter, everything that's happening in the world and how inequitable this world is, we need to make it equitable for these students to have the same opportunities the families who can support their children with have. And that she brings out a very good point about having the space, being able to meet people in person, understand getting cues from different people when you're visual with them, when you're on site with them. I think that's really important as well. This is just an added platform. This particular virtual learning is another added piece to it. So it's great that we have it, but I think we need a balance of both.
All right, thank you so much. And for the parents who are listening, for the students who are listening, for those who are listening in general, I think schools on top of their brains right now is digital equity. Right after that is going to be the other pieces that we have not solved yet, right? That is the whole picture of having a student be successful. And, for Pod City, we're just one piece of the puzzle, which is career paving, right? And for the CC and Norma here, that's their path too. But you guys understand, I think a larger view than what we do. So thanks for sharing this, and thanks for joining today. And
thank you
for having us. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
All right, thanks, CC. So next, we're going to go up to having the Kaiser Permanente projects. So before anyone turns on their video or turns on their mute, I want to just share some logistics. we got a really good gang here of exciting projects that have been inspired by the 7 problem areas of Kaiser Permanente. And whether it's VR for, social isolation, or childhood obesity, or total healthcare at home, the future of healthcare at home. There are 7 problem areas that Kaiser Permanente inspired these students to develop, and they interviewed through the process. And Kaiser Permanente, as you all know, have been very busy addressing COVID. And so they've been unable to follow up with all the, with our program specifically into the internship programming. So we're taking all these healthcare, health tech entrepreneurs and fellows under our incubator for Healthtech, under the Healthtech Incubator for Pod City. So we're super happy to have this phenomenal set of students be here. So what I'm gonna actually do is keep it simple for everybody. There's gonna be a big gang coming in, about 30 some odd people. So I want you all to turn on your videos and keep yourself on mute unless you're ready to actually talk, okay? So why don't you all turn on your videos, and we're gonna see everyone's beautiful faces. And we also have Kenneth Tai on our team as a co-host for this session. Kenneth, you want to share a word?
Hi, everyone. My name is Kenneth Tai. You guys call me Kenny. I'm one of the program directors for this summer, so I've been developing content. And I'm also running success managers this summer, so you guys will be finding out your teams tomorrow morning. But yeah, looking forward to working with you guys this summer.
All right. So what we're going to do first is actually have Team Hermes speak first, so Fanette and Van. So what we want to do is have you share your elevator pitch on your project and also what you've done so far. So go for it.
So hi, my name is Van, and I'm a recent graduate of Holy Names High School, and I'll be attending Gettysburg College in the fall.
Hi, my name is Fanette Demasay. I'm also a recent graduate of Holy Names High School, and I'll be attending Lehigh University in the fall. So our project was built in response to the problem of childhood obesity, and we built a website that's going to serve as a database, and it addresses the determining factors of childhood obesity.
Yes, we are in the process of building a database website that contains a variety of recipes that make healthy cooking easier and more approachable, such as meal prep ideas and suggested local places to shop for healthy ingredients.
And what do you plan to achieve this summer?
So we want to make our website more interactive, and we're currently working on making it more like attractive and sustainable for families. Like we want families to get on the database, but we want them to stay with it, like use it until they achieve their goals. So we're currently working on making it more interactive and expanding the website.
All right, great. Kenneth, you have an additional question for them by chance?
I'll add as you go.
All right. Well, really appreciate it, Fanette. And Van, as you know, we have tons of students during this hour to actually share their projects. So thank you for your time. So Arzu and Smera, why don't you share what the Advocates is all about? So give us your elevator pitch and what you've made so far.
Hi, my name is Arzu. I just graduated from American High School in Fremont, and I'll be attending UCLA in the fall.
And hi, my name is Smera. I'm a recent graduate of Leland High School, and I'm going to be attending UC Berkeley this fall.
Great. Why don't you share a pitch? What's your project?
So essentially, our project is targeted at making the space in which people are using in schools a lot more conducive to improving mental health. We feel that right now that there's not enough resources or effort devoted to ensuring that teen mental health is provided for. So essentially, we want to create wellness centers in schools which use biophilic design to kind of create a space that is welcoming to students and also a space where people can speak up about their mental health. And we feel that it's really important during the COVID-19 pandemic to have this space in schools.
And how do you think that's feasible? What's the feasibility of that?
I think that this is something that we're definitely going to have to be working on in the long run, just because there's a lot of construction. There's a lot of construction involved, and there's a lot of work that we're going to have to do with contacting superintendents of schools, making sure that we can actually set up wellness centers, making sure that we can allocate funding. But I think what's really important to contribute to that feasibility is working on just pilot centers and just working on getting feedback from people. I think that's so important to really lock in what we'd like to see in wellness centers and seeing what's actually effective. And I think that that's where we'll start out.
And you just have a really ambitious plan. Our team's very excited about your project, so we look forward to working with you this summer and actually making it happen. So thank you so much for that. And we're gonna go on to Illuminetics now. So Amrita, Meryl, and Thoya, why don't someone on your team share your elevator pitch and then and what you've made so far. Go for it.
So our elevator pitch is to create an ice train detector that uses image recognition to detect sprain and then conveys all of that data into an app where the user can look at their overall eye health habits in order to improve them. So we can hopefully curb the rising number of like myopia cases and stuff that are happening.
And your project's not done yet, and you haven't really kind of gotten to the code yet. So, how hard is that going to be for your team?
So we've already done a little part of the code for the ice train detector part, but we definitely have a plan on what we want to do for the app. And I think that will be like the relatively easier part of it. So I think it's going to be simple enough if we work hard this summer to turn like our ice train detector into like a more complete device and pair it with an app to display the data. So yeah, it's definitely doable.
Amrita or Meryl, you want to share anything? Or I'm sorry, Amrita or Thoya?
So like Meryl said, we have a basic amount of code done for the image recognition portion. So the main goal for us is getting that done and then completing the app. And then after that, it's just making sure everything works.
Yeah, like we just mainly have to get the app done and like the Bluetooth all set up. Other than that, I think we're pretty good to go.
Okay, yeah, you just it's a hardware project, so it's going to take some time to actually build it out. So better to kind of start prototyping now to make that happen. Thank you so much for sharing your project. Appreciate it, and we look forward to working with you as well. We didn't choose you all to because we didn't like the project, so I think we're super excited about making it happen. Thank you so much. And we're going to move on to medicine. So Ritika, having you talk about your child obesity project. Ritika, go for it. Share your elevator pitch and what you've made so far.
So my elevator pitch is basically that, so I have created a point-based competition system with an incentive. So basically children will be competing in order to obtain a healthy lifestyle. So the larger and the more healthier their decision is, like maybe not eating junk food for like 2 weeks, the more points they get. And they're all just competing in order to have a healthy lifestyle at the end. And it just puts them in a habit of incorporating it into their life.
So talk about some of the details of it. Like what are the, how's the pointing system work, for example?
So the point system, so the larger their action is to build a healthy lifestyle, the more points that they get. So if it's something simple like not playing video games for a day, then it might be worth like 100 points. But if it's something a lot bigger, like convincing a family to eat healthy or to inform your whole community on childhood obesity, then it's worth a lot more points, like 500 and 600 points.
Nice. Okay, so we're looking forward to that. And are you gonna be doing any kind of coding this summer as well? Like, are you gonna actually be making like an app or something like that?
Yes, I will be. So my plan is to actually make it into an app where we can record the points that they've gotten, and then there are a ton of actions that they need to do. Like they need to have a screen time app set up to check their screen time and just like exercise their exercise apps. So my goal is to convert all of that into just one simple and easy app where we can monitor them, and it's just really interactive.
All right, thanks, Ritika, appreciate it. So we're gonna move on to Matali now with her project around allergy detection. So go for it, Matali. Why don't you share your project?
So our project basically is to avoid allergic reactions in children. Instead of taking reactive measures, we want to take preventative ones. So we're going to be setting up allergen detectors in environments that are primarily children. where their parents or relatives might not be there to monitor what they eat or what they're surrounded by. And then the detectors are going to be connected to an app, and the app will notify parents or relatives if the allergen detector picks up on traces of anything the child might have a reaction to.
And what kind of shift did you make in your project in the last like couple weeks since you kind of ended it that made you think in a different way? Like what product market fit did you try to make? Like, did you make any particular changes to make it more feasible or more accessible by the schools or by parents or whatnot?
Yeah, I originally had intended for them to be personal detectors that would be carried around on children, but that didn't seem super feasible because I don't think children would be able to handle detectors being on them at all times. So putting them in one central environment seems more feasible.
Mm-hmm. And what's the feasibility around it? Do things like this exist already? And what thing does not exist that you're creating that others, haven't created?
So there are several allergen detectors and sensors already that also are connected to an app, but the difference is the app is intended for the person using the detector. This would take us out of such a close proximity from the child to an adult, and the app would allow parents from quite a distance to still be able to monitor what their kids are going to be eating or surrounded by.
All right, good. Thank you so much. So we're going to move on to nutrient nuts now. So why don't you share your project and then what you've made so far?
Hi, my name's Eric, and I'm going to be a rising sophomore in Irvington High. And our product, we're using user-provided data. Over time, our group realized that through surveys, that the majority of the population have had a hard time finding the right amount and kinds of supplements for their nutritional needs, especially within elderly or people with deficiencies. Many of the over-the-counter solutions are one-size-fits-all amounts, meaning that the vitamins you take aren't helping you as much as they could. So we created our product that offers a solution to create your own vitamin mix for you at home without any pills, measuring cups, or hassle. Our product is a vitamin dispenser that we actually managed to build a cardboard prototype here that I have with me, if you can see. And through this prototype, we're able to dispense custom vitamin amounts tailored specifically to you. And we're also looking into potentially putting our product into a public market as well. So.
All right. And Phoebe, Jennifer, Yulin, you want to share what plans you have this summer to actually advance your project?
For our team, so far, we've also made the 3D model and a website. So, oh yeah, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Yulin. I'm a resident senior in Irvington High School. And so far, we built a website and 3D model for the machine. This summer, we're just going to perfect it, and hopefully we can make it reality.
All right. And what kind of main barriers do you have? Jennifer or Phoebe, maybe you can share that. What main barrier do you have and how are you going to address that?
Okay, so one of our current barriers right now is the actual dispensing mechanism of our prototype right now, and we're working on how to make it more accurate and just dispense vitamin supplements correctly. And while we're implementing it, we're also thinking that getting our product out there on the market and making sure people know about it might be another barrier that we have to face.
Good points. And Jennifer, I don't know if you're still there, but I'd love to know how your team was inspired to do this project.
So we saw this article talking about like some challenges that our seniors are facing, and one of them is how they don't receive enough nutrition as they age and become more reliant on supplements and like to maintain health and to prevent sickness. So we thought of making a custom vitamin mix for them where they can access it easily at home. And due to the current situation, we are practicing social distancing. So this would be a best way for them to take nutrition and supplements at home.
All right, thank you so much. And we're very excited about work with you as well because you just got to a full prototype A to Z. So we're super excited that you're already ahead of the game. And all you have to do is really kind of refine the market and refine your product now. So thanks for that. So we're gonna move on to Pill Buddies now. So Pill Buddies, we got Brandon, we got Ryan, we got Jeffrey. Why don't you share your elevator pitch and share what you've made so far?
I guess I'll do it for my group. So hi, I'm Jeffrey. I'm a rising senior at Irvington High School. And our product is effectively it's similar to the previous presentation. We're making a smart pill dispenser that serves as a hub for all the health needs of seniors. So what it's going to end up being is it's a device that you put all the medication a senior needs in, and it will smartly dispense the right amount of dosage at the right amount of times. So through our research, we found that seniors often take 4 to 5 prescription medications every day. And so what we realized is seniors often have difficulty tracking that, and they have some of these devices that we see on the market, like pill boxes, where we have caregivers pre-portion out medication. And so we decided to make a product that would help the seniors basically take medication by themselves, while also integrating other features such as telecommunication with caregivers. And what we realized is, especially in this time of COVID, a device like this is really needed because seniors aren't going to have access to the healthcare that they usually do because of the risks. If anyone else wants to add anything for my group.
Yeah, actually, we'd like for you guys to share your plans for the summer now to develop. So maybe another team member can answer that. Maybe Ryan or, yeah.
Sorry, I can answer that. I'm Brandon. I'm a rising junior, and our plans for the summer is to first be able to build our project, also test our project among our target audience, which is seniors and the caretakers of seniors. A challenge we see with that, one of our barriers is the fact that we will not be able to interact with seniors that much because of COVID, and mainly a way to bypass this barrier is to we'll have to wait for COVID, like to alleviate for COVID to be alleviated. Also, we'll probably be able to test it with caretakers and be able to receive feedback from those caretakers, even though we may not be able to interact with seniors.
All right, great. And Ryan, what inspired you to do this project? Are you there, Ryan?
So at first we were just sort of brainstorming things that, like, what usually is something that is needed for home-based healthcare. And we kind of noticed that usually seniors are the audience that needs help at their home. And from there, we thought about medication, things like that can be really hard to keep track of. And I've noticed that from what I've heard and been told, often they can have it just like wrote on like a piece of paper, and they don't have really a good way of organizing all these pills and things like that. So having a smart hub that can talk to your doctor or organize all these things and give you reminders is a really good way to further help seniors.
All right, thank you so much, Pill Buddies. So I'm going to have everyone who just spoke to hop off the line for now, so we can go into the next tranche of teams. And we're going to go into Rice Crackers next with Caitlin, Mindy, and Selma. So Caitlin, Mindy, or Selma, could you share us what your elevator pitch is and what you've made so far?
Hi, my name's Caitlin, and I'm a rising senior at Arroyo High School. Basically, for our project, we combined VR technology with therapy to treat teens that are suffering from mental illnesses. And with this technology, the teens are enabled to indirectly face situations that they have trouble dealing with in real life. And the purpose of this is to combat teen mental health overall, but more specifically anxiety. And we did this because we saw our peers struggling with mental illnesses.
Great. And what are your plans? Maybe someone else in your team can also share that in terms of developing your next leg of work.
Going into the summer, we want to learn the coding language that's used for the platform Unity, because we found that platform would be good for developing a VR simulation. And because we're all beginners in coding, we've started learning the language that needs to be used, the coding language that we have to use for to develop the simulation.
All right, great. And Selma, what inspired you to do this project? And also, like, what are some of the barriers as well, like, for this project?
I'd say the primary barrier is we have little skill in coding. Since we are all beginners, we're going to take this opportunity to further and improve our skills. Okay, yeah, I think Unity is a good place to kind of dabble in that, because then it'll get you into the VR world. What you'll probably need to pick up like try to find a VR headset or something like that, and kind of start tinkering with that and trying to get onto an actual immersive environment. So definitely got a long ways to kind of build, especially if you are still new to coding. So step on the pedal now, and you'll be thanking yourself later. Thank you for that. So we're gonna move on to Saucy Boys, Aditya, Rakshan, and TJ. Why don't you share what your project's all about and what you've made so far?
Hi, I'm Aditya. So we've seen in our classrooms how during times where people have to, work on, say, a worksheet, a lot of times kids will be distracted by other kids who are talking to their own groups. So our idea was to have white noise that is able to kind of balance out everyone's environments, so that everyone is able to talk to other people while, say, someone across the room won't hear their discussion. So the white noise would kind of balance out. When people would become louder, the white noise would also become louder, so that everyone would kind of have a pretty balanced environment.
All right, and does someone on your team want to share kind of what your plans are this summer and how you're gonna approach that?
We're gonna try to develop an app to create white noise and regulate it throughout the entire room. So basically how it's gonna work, it's like one person would have control of the entire room. So he or she could focus the white noise depending on how much they need on just one app.
All right, and what inspired your project? Maybe that can be for Rakshan.
So just like Aditya said, we would see other classmates getting distracted by talking in our own classroom. So we kind of wanted to help just our school in general and even other schools. That's kind of how we started in helping students focus. And we also want to bring it further into office rooms to help other employees focus as well.
I gotta let everybody know that, as soon as I heard about your project and started reviewing your interview, I actually started putting on white noise while I go to sleep. And it really does help cancel the information, around you, right? To actually let you kind of settle into it instead of being kind of blocked by the dead noise, right? So I'm a believer of it, and I'd like to use it. And I think that as we talked about, I think making an app instead of actually, just let the microphone and the speaker of the phone be the thing that actually lets it cycle, instead of making your own microphone or making your own speaker. There's no point of that, right? So we look forward to seeing you research and develop a solution that makes the most sense. Thank you for your project. So we're gonna move on to serendipity. So we got Kyle, Navish, and Sean. Why don't you guys share what your project's all about and what you have made so far?
Cool. Hi, I'm Kyle. I'm a rising junior at Irvington High School.
I'm Navish. I'm a rising sophomore at Irvington.
And I'm Sean. I'm a rising senior at Irvington. All three of us are at Irvington.
We created an autonomous germ detecting robot. So a robot that moves around by itself and uses a computer vision algorithm that we made to scan whether there are germs or if there's not germs. From this data we collected, we're able to generate maps that not only tell us where germs are, but through collecting lots of data, can project where germs will be, which saves time and resources down the line.
All right, and what are your summer plans? Maybe Navish or Sean, you can answer that. What do you plan to achieve this summer?
So now.
So for the first 3 or 4 months, we were kind of fleshing out our plan. And then I'm very glad that we had a lot of discussions over this time, because then we really identified the problems we had, and now we have a very strong plan of what we need to do. All right. So first of all, for this project, we are trying to really optimize the software we have. Like before, the software was not very good. We were not running on the correct platforms. So one of the goals we have is definitely to slim down the hardware and focus more on the software, right? For example, the hardware doesn't need to be that big. All it has to hold is the computing chip, which we'll be using a Jetson Nano, which is kind of new technology. It's GPUs. It's optimized for running neural networks, which is what we kind of need right now. And as for the base, we're just going to make it really small, like the size of a tissue box. It has an omnidirectional drivetrain, a power source, and that's about it. We really want to focus on the software. Right? And so speaking of that, we want to kind of go into doing SLAM, which is a way of mapping out an environment like a hospital. And we also want to contact a lot of experts. One of the barriers we're having right now is that we don't have enough data. We need data to feed this neural network, and we need to observe like what kind of situation, kind of conditions our robot is operating in. We also want to contact lots of experts, especially at Kaiser Permanente.
All right, and Navish, why did you guys do this project? You know, what inspired you all?
So we've all been working together, this team, for about 2 years now together on various projects throughout here and there. So as soon as we got this opportunity, hey, it's another engineering project, let's go. So we went right away and we just pursued it. And then we were given these 7 topics by our teacher. So we were looking around and we decided to pick environmental data because we realized the environment around us can affect us, our mental health, or just what we do in a normal day. And then coincidentally, coronavirus. So, and that just happens to tie in with the environmental problems in the first place and how dirty the rest of the place, like the rest of the world is, that we need to constantly be careful wearing masks 6 feet apart, which is proper precautions, but that just proves to a point how dirty it is. And I feel like not enough people knew about this before coronavirus was able to shed some light on it. So we have this idea to help people be able to identify said germs or discrepancies and eventually even get rid of them. Because with other powerful UV technology or adding on some sort of sprayer, we can get rid of those germs in background areas. That way everyone can be safe from things like coronavirus, because it's just people didn't know that, hey, it's actually important to wash your hands. I thought it was kind of crazy that we had to tell people wash your hands for 20 seconds when it should be there like the whole time.
I think it's phenomenal that you guys like thought about the project right before COVID happened. And COVID happened like literally right when you started the project. And I don't know who's on your team that, you know, tapped into the future, but you definitely are a solid team with some incredible insight. So thanks for your time. So Gotik, we're gonna have you talk about your glucometer. So why don't you share what you've been whipping up in the last 9 months, it seems.
Yeah. Hi guys, my name is Gotik Trivedi. I'm an incoming 9th grader at Doherty Valley High School. I'm in a solo team that created a low-cost, non-invasive glucose meter. Currently, there is no cost-effective and non-invasive way to measure your glucose level at home. My solution uses thermal technology to measure the heat in your body and use an equation that turns the value into a glucose measurement. This is a tool that can help people who need to measure their glucose levels frequently. This method is non-invasive since the people who need it frequently would find invasive ones very inconvenient. This is also low cost because I want this product to be widely accessible to all people.
And what are your plans like? I mean, you had an error rate of 20%. So you're trying to get that down to 10, then you got to get it down to 5, then you got to get it down to 2.5, then you got to get it down to 0.5, you know, like, how are you going to do that? You know, how are you going to get there?
Yeah, I think there's 2 main things that I can do to improve this project. First is its efficiency in the code, and also finding the middle between the best supplies, but also the low cost world. So finding that right middle where it can be low cost, but also very effective. And also I'll try to sharpen the code by myself.
So you think the code is going to be able to actually cut it by 10? You said the code can cut it. Like, what are you guessing it would be able to cut the error rate by with just the code and the software?
Just the code by itself, I'm assuming would, I haven't actually researched, but I'm assuming it would put it down to like 7%, but sorry, from 20 to 3 down. So like probably 16 to 17%.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then the rest is hardware?
Yeah.
So we look forward to working with you, Gotik. What inspired you to do this project? What was your main drive?
Oh, so I volunteered a lot of pre-COVID. I volunteered a lot of my time at MedShare. MedShare is a nonprofit organization that they ship medical instruments to developing countries with the help of Kaiser and other hospitals. And I saw that one of the common technologies they shipped were invasive glucose meters. So then I thought that why, like, wouldn't it be super painful for people who need to use the glucometer every day? So then I thought of a way to make it invasive, but also low cost, so all people can use it.
All right. Thank you so much, Gatik. We look forward to having you. And you are an 8th grader developing this technology. Now you're going to 9th grade. So we look forward to working with you throughout the years. So Team Mira, Reba, Shani, Masoma, and Ritika, why don't one person share what your project's all about and what you've made so far? Reba, you can start.
Hi, my name is Ariba Asaduzaman, and I am an incoming sophomore at American High School. And our project is basically a blue light sensor app where we would have a blue light sensor in the vicinity of a room, and the sensor would collect data on artificial blue light and would be sent to an app which shows the user all of the readings and help improve and give tips on how to help improve their blue light usage. And especially during COVID, since all businesses and like schools have all transferred to online platforms, people aren't really aware of how much artificial blue light they're using. So they don't know when they're going past a healthy level of blue light.
And you are kind of like futurists too. You know, you didn't know that COVID was happening, but you're doing this project anyway. So, so good job there. And what are your summer plans? Maybe a Shani or a Soma or somebody on the team can share, Ritika can share what your plans are this summer. What do you plan on achieving this summer?
Sure. So far what we have is our first prototype of our hardware. So right now we have a sensor that can sense different colors of light. And going forward, we're going to try to connect it to our app, because right now it's streaming data into Excel, Microsoft Excel. So in the future, we plan to create an app that can collect the data that our sensor is emitting.
All right. And what are the main barriers? Maybe a Shani or a Soma, you can answer that.
Yeah, so I think our biggest one currently is making sure that the data that the sensor is reading is accurate. And it's only tracking artificial because, of course, from natural light, there will be a little bit of blue light, and we don't want to include that because it's not necessarily bad for you. So we want to make sure that the data that is being read is accurate.
Nice. Masoma, tell us why your team was inspired by this and why you are going to push to the end to make it happen.
Hi, my name is Masuma, and I'm an incoming sophomore at American High School. And when we started doing this, we wanted to see. We just saw lots of people just continuously staring at their devices. So it made us feel like we need something that can change and make them conscious about what they're doing. So this was a great way that we can make an impact and better the society.
I look forward to using it, to be honest, because I don't know, no one knows what blue light looks like. I just see whatever I'm seeing in front of me right now, right? And so to see and track that, I think people are going to be curious to know how much exposure they're actually getting, especially in this day and age of distance learning and future work and Zoom calls and whatever, right? So we look forward to seeing that solution. So thank you all for your work and for deciding on this project. So we're going to move on to Wonder, Annabella, Joey, and Prahalad. And I know Joey was a new addition to the crew. So Annabella or Prahalad, maybe you can share an elevator pitch on your project and what you've made so far, and we can start there.
Yeah, hi Derek. So our project is focusing on ending childhood obesity. So what we decided to do was create a video game that enforces the mentality of healthy eating while having the physical aspect of doing exercise. Unfortunately, because of COVID and other setbacks, we have decided to go virtual and just have a video game that teaches kids about healthy eating.
And Prahalad, what's I'm sure you were excited about building hardware, right? Because I kind of want to see the makey being used, like people, like kids stepping on it, and it's, it's really interactive and fun. And Kaiser definitely has spaces for that too. But as you guys kind of go into the coding world and the software world, Prahalad, maybe you can talk about what your plans are on developing, the app more and the animations and so forth.
Right. So we developed this in a program called Unity. It's a fairly popular game engine. And the great thing about this is that it's fairly easy to transition from different types of devices. So since we can't really have a physical implementation, the best idea is to expand the range of devices where kids can play this game. So maybe transitioning to more mobile, also having the ability to download on PC, and stuff like that, I think would make the game a lot more, accessible and widespread. In terms of animation, Joey's really great at drawing, and I think she'd be really great at, helping us out in terms of getting the animations done so that it's easier to integrate into the game.
And Joey, maybe you can share kind of like what you and Annabelle and Prahalad have been talking about in terms of your kind of addition to the team and adding your special skills to the efforts there.
So far, we've been talking about how the design should be and how they want to improve how their current designs look like. And I think it's going pretty well.
All right. And what, Annabelle or Prahalad, or even Joey, what main skill what insight does Joey bring to the team now that you feel like were missing?
I want to say that, like, from what we've been talking with Joey, because she is a new member of the team, I'm really excited to have her working on the graphical designs of our video game, because that's not me or Prahalad's strongest suit right now. So to have that, like, person that has, like, the specific skills there is really going to push the project forward.
All right, thank you so much. We look forward to seeing all the kids' games you're going to develop in the summer and iterating on that. And please make us all like, users and guinea pigs, for your game. So
for sure.
Absolutely. So last but not least, let's have your space. So Jishen and Kelly, share what your project's all about and what you've made so far.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kelly, and I am a rising freshman at UC Berkeley. And my teammate Jiexing, she is a rising junior at Castro Valley. So we want to create this virtual platform called Your Space, which is for women who need a healthy outlet to resort to during dire situations. Our website will help those at risk of an abusive household, deteriorating mental health, and are uneducated on safe sex about unplanned pregnancies. Our users will be able to look to it for all the resourceful information services all in one area. We will have a feature where they can enter their location and specify what help they need with search results, meeting and addressing their situation and the necessary steps they should take. The website will also display recollections and survival stories of the other women who have faced the same trauma to inspire and give hopes to all women across the Bay Area that can speak up and fight for their needs. Our goal is to help our youth feel comfortable in tackling these real life situations in a direct and secure manner.
Well, while I don't feel qualified to give you comment, I have been around Deborah Acosta a lot, who's also on this line. So Debbie, did you want to answer to dig in?
I'm really curious about what inspired this project, because that's always really an interesting story.
Well, what inspired us to form this project is we realized that my high school, we didn't have mental health counseling. So the female students, I had friends who specifically went through these, who had these experiences, and they didn't have like adults to go to, and the schools didn't have any resources, so they would go to their friends. And as I reached my senior year, I realized there needs to be a specific platform for young high schooler, young women to resort to during when they're facing these trials. And Jiexing, do you want to add in?
I think I have the same situation with you because we came from the same school, and I'm also surrounded with like many friends who face with like mental problems every day, and I just like really wanted to do something to help them. Yeah.
Great, thank you so much. And we do have to move on actually, but Debbie, did you have any last comments for them?
It's such an important subject that you're tackling here, and just know that the conversation is really hard literally we almost don't have the words for what happens to young women, to women, right? So be brave. And I'm really glad I'm going to be your mentor this year. Good. I'm looking forward to that conversation.
Thank you.
Health tech entrepreneurs and fellows, thank you for your time. You all have phenomenal projects. I think everyone that's listening right now are like, what are you making? You know? So, and that's why we chose you, right? That's why we want you in our program. That's why we want you as entrepreneurs and fellows in our programs, because you are making phenomenal solutions. So thank you all for being here and speeding through this round. And we will see you very, very soon. Talk to you all later. And we'll now move on to City of East Palo Alto. So we have the gang here already. Jerry Chang, we got Rada, Hannah, Allison, Jared, Brian might be here as well. And we're gonna have Aaron host you right now, okay? So Aaron, take it away.
Well, yeah, hey everyone, glad to see everyone on. I know that we're a bit behind schedule, so we'll go ahead and get right into it. By talking to you, Jerry, I'm glad to see you here. So why don't you go ahead and kick it off by just letting us know, what your organization does, and what was your initial RFP for the kids this year?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm here with City Clerk Walfred Solorzano as well. So if there's anything I'm missing, Walfred, please feel free to jump right in. So initially in our RFP, we noticed that a lot of our community organizations, as they move their services and their programs online, they're still having a difficulty reaching our population, our residents. So we wanted our youth to come in and work with our community orgs and come up with innovative ideas to reach, to expand access to these services, and also to ensure we have increased participation in the programs offered by our community.
Got it. Yeah. And what was your impression of the projects that you're able to see as our spring program was coming to an end?
So we were pretty blown away by our projects. We were expecting that we would have to do a lot of hand holding and a lot of teaching, and it was really the opposite. The students really took the materials and ran with it and learned from each other, learned from our community members through interviews, through more longer term engagements as well. And, we had some teams that were just a team of one, and we thought, oh, how is one person going to make a difference? And oh my gosh, right? They really were even able to deliver with just working over the course of a weekend. We also saw teams come together from different areas of the region and really focus in on some of the needs that specifically the city of East Palo Alto, not just the community, but specifically the city has. And they were actually able to interview Walfred, who's here today as well.
Got it. No, yeah, that's perfect. And we're actually going to go ahead and pass it over to a one-person team that we have here, because we have a couple questions for her. So Allison, if you're here, we would love to hear from you. You can start off by just letting us know what your elevator pitch is and what you've made so far for the East Palo Alto project.
Yeah, hi, my name is Allison and I'm a rising sophomore at Palo Alto High School. And my elevator pitch is that my goal is to create a central place for East Palo Alto residents to easily access information about where they can get free food. In interviewing EPA citizens, I realized that it's hard for some people to get information about these food programs. And so, because this information can be spread across different websites, and sometimes when you go on the website, you have to dig through the information to find it. So it can lead to some difficulty. So through my website, citizens will be able to find various organizations and places that are handing out free food and specific details about what food they're handing out, when they're handing it out, and so on. And I hope that as a result, I can help provide digital equity to those who are having trouble finding these programs.
Yeah, no, that's great, Allison. What do you plan on working on this summer?
So one of the things I want to do is I want to add more food services, and I also want to check the translation on my website. I currently have English and Spanish, but I want to make sure that the Spanish one is accurate and clear. Yeah. And finalizing the small details and then getting opinions from other people, especially those in the EPA community. And then I also want to get partnerships with other organizations and elaborate on this more in the greatest barrier portion. And then after all that's finished, I want to introduce the website to the people, and I'll most likely be through Facebook, emails, messages, and signs put up in East Palo.
Yeah, no, that's great, Allison. Are there any like barriers that you can think of that you might be running into this summer? If there are, what do you think that you'll have to do to overcome those?
Yeah, there definitely are some. For example, the accuracy of data and updating the data. So that's why I want to get partnerships with organizations so that they can update it and keep it going in the long run. And one of the barriers would be actually figuring out a way to allow this to happen and figuring out the technical aspects.
Yeah, definitely. And you throughout this internship, you will have the support and resources from both PilotCity and the EPA team to help you, get over those barriers. So that's great. I love how you have a meaningful project for the people of the EPA community, which is great. So, generally, what inspired that idea for you?
Well, for my project, I did a lot of interviews, and especially since during COVID-19, there's a lot of economic instability for some people. So when I learned about all these free food programs going around in EPA, I was inspired to do something related to that. And I had an interview with Delia Perla, who is a board member for Nuestra Casa, and they have some free food programs. And she was talking about how while there are these programs, sometimes it's hard for people to figure out about them, and that's what inspired the website.
Perfect. No, that's great, Allison. That's how we want to get young people thinking, you know what I mean? I remember being your agent and, seeing these problems in society that needed to be addressed. But seeing you, take that step further, that's amazing. So congratulations on getting and taking your internship for this summer. And we'll go ahead and move to Team Picture It, and we'll go ahead and start with Hannah. So if you're here, Hannah, hello. And why don't you go ahead and tell us what your elevator pitch is and what you have so far for your project?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Hannah, and I go to Design Tech High School. I'm going to be a rising senior. So we're creating a problem-solving collaboration app called Picture It to connect East Palo residents to work together to solve problems they experience or notice. And so we want to empower everyday residents. So not only, so like right now it's mostly, cities, the city leading the problem and innovation solving those problems. And we want to put everyday residents in the position to not only report problems, but solve them. And so we're also integrating Alan AI, a voice automation software similar to like Siri or Alexa, and it makes it a hands-free experience. It's just a lot easier for residents to naturally integrate the app with their lives. And so when they're walking around on the street, they'll just pick up their phone and start the problem solving. And so a resident would notice a problem and then post about it on the social media part of the application. And then other residents would view the post and join the project. And then together, residents would collaborate and use the digitized design thinking tools that we're going to put in the app to solve the problem.
Great. Yeah, I remember hearing about your project in your Video Ask interview. So I'm glad to hear it again, just because of how much I enjoyed it. Yeah, I think you guys have a really awesome idea that you're working with. So Jared, why don't you go ahead and let us know, what you guys have planned for this summer around your project and what you want to build.
Yeah, so I'm Jared. I'm also going to be a rising senior at Design Tech High School. And basically our plan for the summer is to translate the wireframe design that we currently have on Figma into like a functioning application and everything that entails. So like creating the database that can handle like all the different projects that will be on it, building out like the application so it can display the feed of projects that already exist, allow users to create new projects, have the design thinking tool functional, because that will be able to facilitate the creation of projects and problem solving a lot better, as well as just get feedback from the community on how everything's going and how we can change it to be for the better.
Perfect. Yeah, thanks for sharing, Jared. And Brian, if you're there, why don't you go ahead and let us know what are some barriers that you and your team may anticipate running into this summer, and how you think that you as a team will be able to overcome those together.
Brian's not here, so you can move on to the next person or to the next team.
Got it. Okay, cool. Thank you. So, and now I'll just go to the last question. So Radha, if you're there, why don't you let us know what was the inspiration behind your team's idea?
Yeah, so hi, my name is Radha. I'm a rising junior at Casti, and I can actually answer like the question about the barriers, if that's okay.
Yeah, please do.
Our primary barrier so far has been like garnering feedback and meeting with people from East Palo Alto to better inform how we create the app and what features we include. Like so far, we have emailed many contacts in the city, but have not heard back from anyone. So we hope to address this barrier by emailing organizations in East Palo Alto who already have ties within the community. And we feel like casting this wider net will hopefully result in more contacts to interview.
Perfect. Yeah. And you want to let us know, as a last question, what was the inspiration behind your idea?
Sure, I can answer that if that's okay.
Cool,
So
yeah.
I actually used to ride Samtrans public transportation back in middle school. And I noticed every single time I'd get on there, I think the only person on the bus. And I don't know if you've seen the buses, but they're really big. And they take a bunch of resources. And I just noticed, as residents, we experience problems firsthand. We have firsthand experience of these problems. And yet most people aren't putting themselves in a position to not just report the problems, but solve them. And so I think residents with their experience with those problems can do something about it. So maybe the residents riding the Samtrans can work together using our app potentially to design a new bus route system, or maybe design the buses to be smaller and go at a different popularity and frequency.
Yeah, perfect. I mean, community-based solutions are definitely the best kinds of solutions, and are the solutions that we're all betting on, now and moving into the future. So congratulations to you all and all the other EPA students that got the internship position for this summer. And I know myself and Jerry and Derek, and we're all excited to be working with you all this summer. So congratulations again. And Derek, I'll go ahead and pass it on back to you.
So what I'm going to do is actually play Audrey's video and then have Wolf make a final comment. So I'm going to share my screen now and play a video of Audrey, someone who couldn't make it who was an intern who got accepted.
Hi, my name is Audrey and I'm a student and coder at Menlo Atherton High School. For my hackathon project, I created a digital literacy course website. Right now, technology is used ubiquitously for job applications, communication, work, and social interaction. Unfortunately, though, many individuals still lack access to tech training programs. Digital literacy skills are going to be increasingly necessary to have, given that the COVID-19 pandemic is accelerating our society's transition to online environments. My idea was to create a digital literacy course website with content such as using Gmail, Google Drive, creating resumes, and more. These tutorials are focused on project-based learning, for example, creating a library book fair flyer to learn Google Docs, or creating a budget planning spreadsheet to learn Google Sheets. That way, the tasks in these tutorials can be more similar to real-world tasks. This is the course on using Google Docs. There are tutorials on the different aspects of Google Docs, and the course teaches users how to create documents, change font size and text alignment, adding images to their documents, and sharing documents with other individuals. Users learn all of these different features by creating a basic flyer for a library book fair.
All right.
I've begun working with Retraining the Village, which is a nonprofit in the Bay Area, to begin implementing these digital literacy courses. In the future, I hope to work with additional nonprofits and institutions to help make digital literacy courses available for everyone. Ultimately, the goal of this project is to empower various people in the community to reach success in an increasingly technocentric world.
Thanks for having that last bit cut off there. So that was Audrey, one of the interns that also couldn't make it today. So Wolf, I'll let you have the final shot at just sharing your comments and what you think about all these projects and what you look forward to.
Well, first off, it's just very impressive. Everybody is really smart, really forward thinking as far as how to resolve real life issues, like the digital divide between our residents, some of our residents, and so as far as the needs with the city. We'll see what we can fit in. Obviously, we'd like to work with on different with a lot of different groups to get some of these initiatives done, because it would be really helpful. I mean, right now, as we're talking about communities coming up with community solutions. I mean, right now, the best example might be like we have a fireworks issue in East Palo Alto. A lot of the residents aren't happy with it, and as far as what we can do with the police, there's so much limited. So if we started like using an application like that, where we'd have project managers that come out of the community and they would work together, we can come up with this. We can possibly come up with a solution to that. But no, obviously everything here is just, as I hear it, it's a lot to take, because it's just like impressive coming from such a from a young group. I was nothing like you guys. I was busy doing, I don't know what I was doing, but I was definitely not doing this.
I think we can all say that. I've been noticing, I can't really say much more than that. I think that's just completely true. So thank you all for coming. Appreciate all the project team's effort. Congratulations. Jerry, thanks for your effort. Walt, thanks for your support. Rada, Jared, and Allison, and Hannah, thanks for coming. Appreciate it so much. We'll move on to the next employer now, which is Typeform. So Paul, we're gonna have you hop on alongside Zach and Monica to host you and the interns coming in. So Alexis, Alexandra, Leanne, Noah, feel free to turn on your videos as well.
All right, cool.
Paul.
Hello.
Zach and Monica, take it away.
Yeah.
Hi there.
Thanks, Derek. And hello, Paul.
Hey,
it's
Monica.
Good to see you again. Zach and I really wanted to chat with you and your people. So the four.
Paul, you're always cool. So.
The four, if you could turn on your cameras right now, that would be great. First question for you, Paul, is tell us about Typeform. What is it? Why should we be engaged? Why do we want to learn about it?
All right. Well, first of all, my name is Paul. I'm a rising brand director at Typeform. Sorry, I had to say it. We basically took boring online forms and surveys and turned them into more conversational experiences. Because the exchange of information is the most important interaction on the web, especially for businesses, we wanted to make that experience fun and interactive. And we basically offer 3 different products. Well, I would say 2 main products and then one kind of a different render of our core product. We offer Typeform, which is multimedia online forms and surveys. And then we also offer Video Ask, which almost everyone in this call is familiar with. Yeah, they should be. It should be.
Yes, sir.
So we basically make data collection more fun and easy for people. And then obviously when people are more relaxed, they're more likely to share more honest and higher quality answers. So the original RFP was to basically challenge the students to support either another business or another org, or to make money for themselves using the tools, or to work on a branded campaign around the idea of every interaction counts, which is what you see here.
Awesome. Thank you.
Great.
Okay. Zach, you want to move on to the students?
Yeah, sure. So I do want to know overall the experience that the students had would be good, right? And so sharing a little bit about each of your projects as you go into your overall experience would be good. So I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna start off with Alexis, since I know you.
So basically for my project, I had essentially worked on this last year with my partner, Kristen, and my school, Alameda High, we have off-campus lunch. And what happens is because there's such a, small amount of time for lunch, there's like this huge line that like accumulates outside. And because like of that small amount of time, a lot of people have to go and leave and go to different places when that business is losing, money and everything because, you know, they could have had potential customers. And I noticed the exact same thing happening because of COVID with the long lines because of the capacity limit that they have inside. And I've waited in those lines before. It takes like 20 minutes to get your groceries or to pick up whatever. So I thought, hey, why not change this project and use it again and actually get it implemented so that it can help people.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. And let's see, you can also hear from Alexandra as well.
So at our school, we had a problem with like a racist teacher, and we wanted, like, there was a group of students who actually wanted to report him, but the teacher obviously found out and they figured out who they were. And after like that happened, students were treated differently and they felt uncomfortable in their class. And I feel like this is why we wanted to use Typeform as a way to like provide students with a platform to voice out any problems or concerns they have with the school without them being without their identity being exposed. So we created #FeedbackMatters for as an easy and effective way for our school to give students an easy way to anonymously report or give any suggestions they have with the school.
Cool. And actually, I do want to know also with regards to the projects, because of the aspect of what Typeform does, it's around having an impact and also telling a story. So no, I do want to hear your impact with your project specifically about what the goal was as well as introducing your project at the same time.
Oh yeah. Well, our goal was just to provide students and was that the question? Yeah. Our goal was to ensure like the safety and peace of mind of students, staff, and administration, and like give them a platform to like really voice out their concerns to improve our school environment, I guess.
Thank you.
Gotcha.
Sounds good. Noah, can we hear from you? Same question.
Yeah, hi, my name is Noah. I'm a graduating senior class of 2020. I'll be going to UC Irvine next year. And so for Paul and Typeform, my project was the branded content aspect of it. So it's kind of a funny story. I started this gaming channel at home about 3 years ago. And so I would just like film at-home videos, in my room. So I had this Minecraft channel. It's been 3 years of recording it now. And ever since quarantine, I've been like pumping out videos. I've been like really getting into it. I've been really enjoying editing and filming. So when I saw Paul's pitch for the hackathon, I was like, ooh, a video for Typeform. I want to like try something new. And talking with Paul and everything, he was really open to the idea of like kind of keeping me in my wheelhouse. So the kind of branded content that we came up with for Typeform was, the title was Enemies of Typeform. So basically we created a video where, I would like kill off the bad attributes of Typeform, really showing off the good attributes. And overall, it was a super fun project. And it kind of shows like, how Typeform is unique and different from their competitors, how, with the motto, like every interaction counts, it really shows that, Typeform is willing to work with a kid like me who just, makes home videos. And it just shows how they're unique down to their customers and really shows how every interaction counts.
Nice. Good close on that one.
All right. And Leanne, can you conclude for at least the student portion to say like what you're looking forward to for this upcoming couple weeks?
Okay. I'm Leanne, by the way, from Royal High School, rising senior. What we're primarily our goal for this summer, we want number one to finish our project and Feedback Matters and hopefully implement it into our district and maybe some other districts at our school or some other districts in our area. We also want to make or further develop other projects for because we're also working with Family and Just Sustainability. We also want to make projects and that would help our community itself, include like with small businesses and stuff like that.
Thank you. Any last words to finish us off, Paul?
Oh, Leandro said it. The future is they're going to finish off their projects, and then hopefully we can all converge and work together on helping the people who are or the businesses that were impacted most by the COVID stuff. I think I heard we were talking to one of the managers of the city, and they said that they might have lost over $1 million in revenue. So that's something that I think maybe we can help them transition to more digital tools and to alleviate some of that pain.
Awesome. Alrighty, thank you everybody for being here. You can turn off your cameras now and feel free to watch the rest of the YouTube stream going forward.
Thanks, Paul.
Move
Thanks,
on. Go back to Derek.
Alexandra, really appreciate it. There's so much more to talk about, but thanks for this short introduction. So we're going to move on to the next program now. So we're going to move on to City of San Leandro, Public Works, and Allen AI. So Debbie Acosta is going to host you today. So Debbie Pollard and James Shelburne, why don't you pop up alongside Jean, Johnny, and Justin. Feel free to hop on now.
So they're here in the room, close.
And if you're not on, it's because we didn't promote you as an attendee yet, or as a panelist. So you're promoted now, Debbie, and James should be on. Feel free to turn yourself on. And then Jean, we're gonna promote you to panelists, and Johnny and Justin as well. So feel free to turn on your video as you come in.
Nice tile, Deb. Hey, good to see you again. Hi, old teammates here. One of the things I always loved about Deborah Pollard, who is the Public Works Director at the City of San Leandro, was like, she's one of the most innovative directors there. She hardly ever said no to me, bless her heart. Everyone else was really good at saying no to me, but Debbie was always one of the most innovative ones in the room. So Deb, good to see you again. Tell me a bit about your project, what the RFP was like, and yeah, tell me a little bit about City of San Leandro and Public Works and your job.
Sure, I'm happy to. We in Public Works, we use a mobile 311 work order system that allows the public to let us know about any variety of what, potholes, trees down, anything that might be going on in the city that requires our attention. And the guys out in the field, when they respond and get the work done via their smartphone, they then go into the app and indicate that the work's been done, but also some metrics about it, like how many vehicles were used, how much material was used, which is important for us. And when we were approached about partnering with Allen AI, I was really excited about having this voice command component, because as you can imagine, the guys out in the field, big hands, little phones, trying to type in this stuff, it's a little slow going for them sometimes. So I just thought this could be a huge benefit, time saver really for staff, if they had this ability to just with their voice indicate, what they used to have to type in. So I was very excited when we had some students that were interested in taking this on for us.
That's great. And when I saw the videos, I understood exactly why you must be excited. So let's start with Project JG. Who is in the room representing today?
Hi, it's Gene with Project JG. I think that my partner Johnny's gonna hop on in a little while. He's having some technical difficulties.
Okay, so would you like to get started? Why don't you tell us a little bit about your project, give us your elevator pitch and why you're excited about it.
All right, so basically our project revolves around integrating Allen AI, which is a conversationalist voice development platform, into the mobile 311 app, as Debbie said. And this app is essentially like a task management app that is utilized by the Public Works Department to maintain public infrastructures. And so whilst researching about a project to do, we found that data input in the workplace was, or specifically the touch and type GUI, like the way that the workers had to manually put in data into the app, was something that could create issues with safety, time inefficiencies, and inconvenience. And thus we thought that Allen was a very cool and unique way to solve those issues.
So this is a unique platform that you're using to solve a very real problem for Public Works. And I would imagine that there's probably other departments in the city that could also use this kind of voice recognition to fill out forms as well. What do you see as the major barrier? Have you experimented just in the street with any of staff yet, or have you just identified what the barriers might be?
Well, we weren't really able to
go out like a field day because, you know, COVID.
Oh yeah,
But
that thing.
yeah, so we've just looked at the barriers. We've picked out numbers and statistics to indicate that data input, like physical manual data input in the workplace, was definitely a very real problem. That's what we are trying to base our project on.
Okay, and then Johnny, you're on the team too, Johnny Pham?
Yeah.
So tell me, what is it that you would like to accomplish over the next 10 weeks with the Public Works Department? Well, what is your project going to look like in 10 weeks?
So right now we are currently developing a demo app with Electron, and in the future we would hope to apply the same process we did with the demo app and apply it to the MySL app.
Oh, I see. So you're going to blend the two. So you want to enliven the MySL app and make it usable then for the staff person in the field with Allen AI.
Yeah.
And to blend them together so they're not separate applications. That's great. No, it really sounds like a really good plan. So, and I really enjoyed listening to your video. It was really great. So then Team Ninjas, are you in the room?
Yeah.
All right. Team Ninjas. Is that Justin?
Yeah.
All right. Do you have any of your other team members here today?
No, it's just me.
All right, Justin, that's good enough. Why don't you tell us give us your elevator pitch. What is it about your project that you're excited about and how does it work?
So basically the goal of our project is to improve the mobile application of the San Leandro Public Works, like Jean said. And by using Allen AI, we can integrate a voice assistant into the mobile work application to allow the workers to work hands-free.
Okay, and what is it that you would like to, so I did not see in your video that you tied it directly to the 311 app. Do you have any plans to do that? What is your goals for this summer?
Yeah, so yeah, the goals, I'm working with Gina and Johnny right now to also do the same as them, as to integrate the Allen into the MySL 311 app. And yeah, together we'll develop and to integrate the two together to allow voice automation for the workers of San Leandro.
And so either team, what would you like to, do you see this as something that you would like to work with going into the future? And do you have any other ideas of what you might use the Allen AI app for? Either team.
I think that for all of us, I think that this is like using Allen AI in our very own communities is definitely something that we would look forward to working on in the future. And maybe like, because Allen AI, we know that Allen AI was working with an oil company. And now that Allen AI is working with directly with the San Leandro community, indicates that Allen has definitely has a lot of real world usability. So maybe we could find other issues in our own, like in our communities, besides the Public Works Department. Maybe some other department could utilize the voice functions of Allen.
Yeah, I'm even thinking there might be other things that Public Works could use it for. Deb, what do you think about these projects, and how do you see this moving forward? Do you see, how would you like to see these projects end up in 10 weeks?
Well, dealing with the shelter in place has definitely been a challenge. I know James Shelburne from Allen AI did make an ask of the software developer if they could get source code, and of course the answer was a polite no. So the workaround that I just had, I just let Derek and James know, is that we can actually set up dummy accounts for Jean and Justin and Johnny, so that they actually can be like users themselves. And then hopefully at one point too, I want to get them out in the field with one or two of our guys, so they can actually get the real world experience. But we figure having the dummy account set up will be a big step in helping them understand how our staff view and work in the existing application.
Great. Well, teams. You've got a great staff person you're working with. I think you're really going to enjoy it. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this works out at the end of it. So thank you. I think our time is pretty much up and we're ready to move on to the next one. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Deborah.
And I honestly look forward to seeing.
Really? Seriously?
Oh yeah. That's why we brokered LNAI with Debbie Pollard. So it's part of the master plan. So
exactly.
You're always been receptive. So thanks for dealing with my nuisance as we pitch stuff.
Thanks, Deb.
Thanks for coming. So we're going to move on now to the next bit here, which is going to be the Marin Clean Energy projects and also one Lawrence Berkeley National Lab project. So I'm going to have the gang show up right now. We got Ava here. We got Alexandra coming online. We got Tim. We got Catherine. Please hop online, please. So Kenneth and Debbie, why don't you guys introduce yourselves again as the hosts?
Hi guys, I'm Kenneth. I'm going to be one of the program directors this summer. I'll be working with you guys all summer, so I'm looking forward to meeting all of you.
That would be me, Debbie. Sorry. Yep. So Debbie Acosta, former Chief Innovation Officer for the City of San Leandro, and I will be so happy to be working with some of you entrepreneurs this summer regarding your projects. I've been working with businesses and entrepreneurs for almost 20 years now from Oakland and San Leandro. So looking forward to it.
So this is a unique crew here. So Marin Clean Energy did not have the capacity to participate in our program this year. So Timmy and we and Alexandra and Eva are working with us on a more entrepreneurial level on the app that Eva and Alexandra has going on, and also the work that Timmy and we are doing in regards to develop a sustainability toolkit for community choice aggregations. So why don't we kick it off by having Tim and we talk about their elevator pitch and what they're building, and then and also tell us what you have made so far. So go for it. Maybe Tim, you can kick it off for us. Timmy, it's all yours.
Okay. Hi, my name is Timothy. We're making a toolkit to tell communities and people about PhaseSpace community.
So sorry, Timmy, I know that your internet may be a little spotty, so I think maybe we can maybe share what the elevator pitch is on behalf of the team. So why don't you tell us about your project?
Hi, my name is Hui. I'm a rising sophomore at Antioch High School, and my elevator pitch is a toolkit for teenagers to learn about climate change and renewable energy and CCA community choice aggregation program. What do they do and how do they do it?
You've been a very hardworking crew. So tell us more about your work ethic. You and Timmy, you have a special relationship, it seems. So why don't you just tell us more about your work ethic and kind of your drive to do this?
So me and Tim, we've been a team for, let's say we've been a team from this whole year, from the beginning of the year till now, and we still are. And we probably spent more than 2 hours every day on this project. And what motivates us more is that there is a Earth Day contest that we actually won in a third place, and it motivated us more than ever.
That's always helpful to have.
Yes.
And so what are your guys' plans for the summer in terms of your project?
I think that we will work on this project most of the time. I think
I'll say this part.
Okay.
All right, our plans for the summer are to add more stuff to our toolkit. So our toolkit is a website with branches to different things, to YouTube channels, to social media, and to surveys. But this toolkit, it will take the place of a teacher because we'll be using a program called Video Ask, where it'll take the place of the teacher in quizzes.
Cool. Right. Thank you so much. So we're going to move on to Ava and Alexandra now. Share us what your app is all about. What's your elevator pitch, and what have you made so far?
I'm Alexandra Ariant, and I also go by Alex. I am a junior going on senior in high school, and currently we have our website. So we're working on a website and an app, and our website is basically to inform people about electric vehicles, the types that are around, but also to get people to switch from gas vehicles to electric vehicles in hopes of helping the environment cut down on carbon emissions. And there are also many different benefits to that as well. Our app is very similar. However, it would be more like a vehicle search, almost in a Tinder format, where you could swipe left or right based on whether you like the car, your preferences. So far, we have made our website's prototype, a clickable prototype. We've also created some pseudocode for our savings calculator, where we compare your gas car to our electric vehicle. And we have also started on our business plan. So we have a lot of that currently done. Ava, if you'd like to add on.
As you said, we've done quite a lot. We still got to work on the design, I believe. And then we also have to think more into the calculator. Like, there's got to be a lot of components to it, for sure.
All right. Thank you so much. And would you be able to add any kind of, what do you want to achieve this summer? Like, what do you want to get to call it a success?
Some goals that we would like to at least achieve.
Well,
or
overall, I think, yeah. Go ahead, Ava.
Thanks. Achieving the product to be as intended, creating a nice, sharp-looking product, creating a well-made, complex EV calculator, and having the website fairly complete. And then maybe if we have spare time, we'll go into the app.
All right, thank you so much. And we're going to end it with Catherine Rule. You're coming from Clayton Valley Charter High School as well. I know Ava and Alexandra, you're from there as well. And Hui and Tim, you're over in Antioch. And you know what? I've been noticing, okay, this is my gut feeling, but I've been noticing that Contra Costa County has bad internet. So if Contra Costa County is listening, we got to get better internet over there, because we're talking about digital equity. And it's interesting everywhere. Like everyone that I've been talking with Contra Costa, with the students, they've been really bad internet. Like Alexandra's literally outside, like with her hair waving around and trying to get internet somewhere. And Ava, you're at a home, but your internet's kind of like, a little weird too. And then Tim, yourself too. So maybe we can work on that together and get some better internet to your jurisdictions. So Catherine, why don't you kick it off by telling us about your elevator project? Give us a project, an idea of your project. You have a really interesting one. Hopefully it doesn't kill anybody, but share more about that.
My project is where I genetically engineer a strain of plastic-eating bacteria so it can survive within the stomachs of marine animals. So when the marine animals ingest plastic, the plastic will be broken down and eaten by the bacteria.
Wow. And how do you plan on, how are you going to do that? Like, what's the process?
Well, since I don't really have the resources or the knowledge to create the bacteria or test it or distribute it, I'm going to go ahead and contact several different organizations like zoos, aquariums, colleges, labs, and stuff like that. And I'm going to work with them where we iron out the ideas for the bacteria, we design the bacteria, and then we begin testing by using a computer simulation to see if bacteria will work. And then before we release it into the ocean, I'm going to have a live test be conducted with a bunch of fish and bacteria and track their health over a few weeks just to make sure that nothing else is going to go wrong before we release it into the ocean.
And what, like, to make it successful, what one thing do you need to assemble to make it work?
I just need to go ahead and contact and convince an organization that has the necessary resources to go ahead and cause the project to happen.
Great. Well, thank you all for coming and sharing your projects. We're excited to take you on under our wing as sustainability entrepreneurs and as research fellows in Pod City to continue building your projects to make it the best it can be this summer and actually make it happen. You know, we chose you guys for a reason, and we're excited about that, advancing your projects. So whatever you guys need, please do let us know so we can help you connect to the right people to get those bacteriae, I think you call it, or, you know, the coders to help you code it, or perhaps we can engage the CCAs together, Timmy and we as well. So thank you all for coming, and we will move on to the next programming now. Thank you all. All right. So what we're going to do is share some details first before we move on to the next bit here. And let's see here. So everybody who is online right now, we have Nabuki on the line. Nabuki, why don't you share your screen? There you go. So I'm just going to keep you right there for now. So right now we have a specific logistic item that we're still figuring out, and I want to explain it to you, Nabuki. So right now we're actually waiting for Congresswoman Barbara Lee to show up a little earlier.
Well, sounds great.
So you're going to be interviewing her, Nabuki. I'm just kidding.
Oh yeah, I was like, oh, like to keep me on my toes.
But we're still waiting for her. So what we may do, Nabuki, is pause your bit, okay, while we actually, if she does come on in the short amount of window that the congressman would have, right? Especially Barbara Lee. So if you mind, we'd love your flexibility with Sony and Takeoff Point with the students that you have to work with. Would that work for you?
That's totally fine. Is this already running right now? Is this like currently live, or is this sort of like on the back end with us?
It's actually live right now.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I think we actually have Barbara Lee on the line now, so we can actually go right afterwards. So why don't you guys have you guys turn off your videos, and then we'll have Barbara Lee and Mar Velez hop in as panelists, and then we'll get to Sony right after that. It should be about 10 minutes or so, okay? So Mar, I'm giving you as access to the panelists, and then I'm gonna add Mar's phone number as well. So,
okay, I'm gonna
Congresswoman
make
Barbara
sure
Lee,
the Congresswoman. Hi, I'm gonna make sure the Congresswoman can speak. Can you hear me, Congresswoman? Yes, I can hear you. Okay, you're on the line now.
Hi, welcome to our first YouTube live broadcast with Pilot City. Barbara Lee, thanks for your support along the way here. I know that we've met on a couple occasions, so we really appreciate your time. As you kind of hear all these interns, fellows, and entrepreneurs coming in, we have our program has grown by 2.6 times. So we went from 43 interns last summer to 115 interns and fellows and entrepreneurs this summer. So support from the electives, your certificates, your support in terms of time has been incredibly. We're appreciative of your office's support. And Deborah Acosta who I think you know, is also here to introduce you. So,
Hello, Congresswoman Leigh.
take
Hi.
it.
Hi, Deborah. Hi, how are you?
Hi, good to talk to you again. Eric says hi too.
Yes, good to talk with you. Hope you're doing
Good.
well.
I just wanted, Congresswoman Leigh, just because not everyone here is going to know you, they're younger than we are, so I thought I'd give them a little bit of background on who you are. In addition to being the Congresswoman of the it's originally the 9th district, but then now the 13th district, she was elected in 1998. She was also an East Bay entrepreneur and a small business owner. That's really important for the work that we're doing here. And she's the only African-American woman in the Democratic leadership. But right now, she's co-chair of the Policy and Steering Committee, where she will be able to ensure diversity, dynamism, and integrity of House committees through appointment oversight. Hugely important to be able to point to those committees. She's also the former chair of the Congressional Black Caucus and the current whip and former co-chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. She's also the vice chair and a founding member of the LGBT Equality Caucus, and really today so important, she has played a major role in the anti-war movement, notable for her vocal criticism of the Iraq War and for being the only member of Congress to vote against the authorization of use of force following the September 11th attacks. And I know that is still an issue that Congresswoman Leigh is still committed to overturning the powers that were committed to the president at that time. So that's not why we're here today. We're here to talk about our passion for women and entrepreneurship. So Congresswoman Leigh, take it away.
Yes, well, first of all, thank you so much for that introduction. And let me just say, I really miss seeing you and hope you're doing well. And thank you for continuing with your incredible leadership in my district. It's really remarkable. So much is going on in San Leandro, cutting edge kind of, issues, technology, cutting edge industries, and Deborah, you've been so much a part of that. Let me also thank Derek and PilotCity for your incredible leadership and your dedication to our young people and their leadership. I oftentimes say, or I hear people say, these are our young people are future leaders. Well, I say you all are leading the way right now. And so I just want to thank you for your leadership and our young people for their leadership. We are living in extraordinary times. And again, Deborah read some of my bio, but you know what? Everything that I do is about the future, and it's about young people, and it's about supporting whatever will take you to where you want to go. And I know with this project and with PilotCity, public service is really a major part of your life and your work. We're now in the wake of our protests to address police brutality. We're really living in a unique moment in history, again, with young people leaving. And so fighting for our rights in Washington, D.C., and the things that the young people are doing, especially in my district, and the power that you all have displayed really makes me even more convinced that you all really hold the key to solutions to all of our problems, and especially during these very difficult times. So I've worked with Mayor Cutter, and we have been thinking of ways that we could support your efforts to provide platforms, to provide solutions in our communities. And I'm just amazed at how you have stepped up and really brought forth your ideas for what you think you can do and what you'd like to do and how you can contribute to this very, very scary, very troubling time. And, whether it's closing technology gaps by creating tutorials for our seniors to helping them order their food online, to really help seniors during this difficult period in terms of just isolation and in terms of service to them is just remarkable. And I just want to thank you so much because you're showing right now how you can change the world and how your ideas really can become real. And of course, when I was young, I know I had a difficult time and I had to fight hard to make sure my voice mattered, but I didn't back up. I didn't step back. I didn't just say, well, maybe tomorrow, maybe next year. I said, no, I'm going to do it today, and you're going to listen, and you're going to make sure that I can have space to contribute what I know I can contribute to the world. And so you all are doing that, and I just want to thank you for really keeping the faith and for helping our communities really stay positive in these times. And I wish you a lot of success with your projects, and just know you're going to learn a lot, but you're going to feel really good by making such a major contribution back to our communities. And anything I can do to help you, you know I'm there to do that. So thank you all again. And again, some say the leaders of tomorrow, but I say you all are leading today. Thanks again.
Thank you, Congresswoman Leigh.
Thank you so much for your time.
Great talking to you again.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Yes, and good luck.
Appreciate it. And Mar and Vanessa, thanks for assembling this. What we will do is we'll be also sharing some projects that the Digital Equity Fellows have created in the last couple months. Really, frankly, all these projects that students have created in the last few months since February, March are really digital equity based to some extent, or digital in nature, and has solutions around social impact. It may not be for COVID specifically or digital equity specifically, but it definitely helps to transform our industries so that we can actually be more resilient in the work that we do and the work that we all want to do, right? And I think the opportunities of today, even the opportunities of right now, as we kind of build, as we dismantle systemic systems, you know, so that we can actually approach, you know, opportunities and actually building more equitable access. You know, we're finding that our talent pools of today are talent pools of engaged young individuals, right? Who are not necessarily out there on the streets voicing their rights and voicing their opinions to make a better place. And so I think there's a lot of work for us to do within our programs to actually honor, acknowledge these facts that not every community in our communities are engaged with our programs that can help them transform their perspectives. So we appreciate your work in helping on the political side to see what we can change on that front. And then we'll work, you know, more down the ground on the tactical side to implement some of these solutions. So thanks for your time again. And Mar, Vanessa, did you want to add anything to that?
Well, let me just respond and thank you for that. And I really look forward to seeing the projects and hearing from you guys and just seeing how everything is working, because I always say my district is the wokest district in the country. And so I'm sure that some of my colleagues will be a little jealous about what my young people are doing, and I'd like to share with them the great ideas and the great work you're doing.
Yeah, well, you just got story rights if you want them.
Right, and Congresswoman Leigh, it's time to bring some Steny Hoyer back and some of the gang from back in Washington, D.C. to see how far we've come.
Would love to. I'll work on that. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Mar, Vanessa, do you just want to cap it with anything specific? I think you're muted.
Oh, well, just to say again, thank you so much to the young people for stepping up to the plate and providing these very necessary solutions in this really trying time. It's you know, impressed me, and it impressed the Congresswoman, and it's just quite amazing, the power of young people. So thank you so much.
And you for sure have something to teach us.
Oh yeah, they're already teaching
How
us.
equity happens.
Oh yeah.
We had the city clerk of City of East Palo Alto show up and it was like, you guys are doing this in high school? Like, what?
Exactly.
I think we were in the interviews too with the digital equity files. We're like, what are you doing? Anyways, thank you for your time. We will hop off the call. Mar and Vanessa, we'll see you again in about 30 minutes for the digital equity fellows and their introduction and showcase.
Okay. Thanks very much. Stay healthy.
Thank you.
Stay healthy, okay? And do your physical distancing and make sure you're wearing your mask.
And thanks for the work you do for us back there.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, with that intermission, Nabuki, why don't you hop back on now?
Let's see, is it present?
Yep, we're good.
Awesome.
Thanks for waiting. Glad you got a little peek of the words of the Congresswoman in our district in Oakland, Alameda, San Leandro, Berkeley. So thanks.
Yeah, it's great. Thank you for having me. And also, how do I follow that up? That just is not a fair order in the lineup here, Derek.
You're the young leader, you know. You're the
Yeah.
one. So what we're going to do is have we're going to talk about Sonia and Takeoff Point. So Monica and Sonia, you want to take on Takeoff Point, and we're going to have Pranav, Lizbeth, and Sania start up first, and then we'll have, after Pranav, Lizbeth, and Sania, we'll have Aiden, Christopher, Justin, Ryan, and Jolly, Lazia, and Tanya, Tanvi, Devin, and Winston hop on after that. So we'll start with Pranav, Lizbeth, and Sania first. So Sonia and Monica, feel free to take it away.
Thank you, Derek. Hi, Nabuki, and hello to our people here. First thing, before we start on the students, I want to ask Nabuki, can you tell us a little bit about the project? Like what you're hoping to see the students succeed in, and what you want to, anything else you want to share?
Cool. Yeah. I guess let me give you just a quick little background or update on what specifically my team is and what we do. So we're Takeoff Point. We're a strategic consulting team, and we base ourselves in product marketing strategy for new to market products launched within startups and large corporations. And so we use a lot of actionable data to help businesses navigate all those challenges such as product market fit, business models, value propositions, all the marketing channels to help accelerate a new product go to market. And the product specifically that we're working with right now is the mesh block. And these mesh blocks are individual IoT sensors with a bunch of built-in functionality and really easy to use drag and drop coding features that pair with like an iPad or a smartphone or whatever device you're using there. And the whole idea is to be able to, be given the tools that allow people to prototype IoT solutions without having to have this huge learning curve and learning how to program, learning how to do, hardware engineering, software engineering, and such. So our proposed challenge was we left it very open-ended, and we want to see the creativity of our participants and students. And so we just wanted them to create a solution that would help, their life in their current circumstance or some problem they have at home, and giving them the tools to really build that out themselves. Yep.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Sonia. Nice to virtually meet you. And I would also love to know kind of what were your first impressions of the project? Like, what did you think of the kind of submissions that we got? Yeah, just kind of what are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, so this isn't our first year doing this, and I'm still very impressed every time when we collaborate with PilotCity. We always come across like extremely talented young individuals. And I know for a fact that they're doing way more than what I was doing in high school. And so it's always impressive. And the projects that I saw were ranging, the full spectrum of what can help your life at home to, how you can help people that are currently at risk. And I think it was just really, really inspiring on our end to see that too. So I'm not going to dive deep into their project. Clearly that's them, that's their portion of time, but just know guys, like that was super cool. So
thank you.
Yeah. Cool. Let's move on then to our students here. We have the trio, and I would like for each of you to just say who you are, what school you're going to right now, and we'll start with Lisbeth. Like, tell us about your project.
Hi, I'm Lisbeth. I go to Arroyo High School. I'm from San Leandro, and my project is basically based on helping save electricity by making sure that we remember to turn off the lights in our house. And if we turn off the lights, that means we get to save electricity. And that means we save money. And I know that a lot of people need to save money because of the pandemic that we're in right now. And I know a lot of people haven't gone back to their jobs. So that is basically what my project is about and the main goal of mine. And I use the light sensors from the mesh kit in order to make that happen.
Awesome, thank you. Sania, what about you?
Hi, so I'm Sonia. I'm a rising senior at Milpitas High School, and my project is basically a virtual nanny, so it allows people to take care of their elderly family members remotely. A lot of the time, senior citizens forget to take their medicine, so my solution aims to fix this. It basically consists of two sensors, so when a medicine cabinet is opened, the motion sensor will detect it and send a notification to their family saying that they're about to take their medicine, and once the senior citizens do take their medicine, they have to press the mesh button, which will send a second notification saying that they've successfully taken it. So if the family doesn't receive one or both notifications, they can call and check in just to see if they're okay. And this allows them to feel like they're still taking care of their family while being apart.
Thank you, Sonia. And we have our last person. Can you go, Pranav? I'd like to hear the same from you.
Oh, hi. My name is Pranav, and I am a rising sophomore in American high school. And to put in short words, the product I've been developing is basically a smart security system. And what it does is it utilizes the motion sensor in the Sony Mesh Kit. And so basically, whenever a door is opened, like when it's not supposed to, like when the door is open at night or early morning and stuff like that, then my system basically plays a fake dog barking noise. And the idea behind this is that it is supposed to scare away the intruders, because the intruders will be under the impression that the dog barking noise will wake up the owners, and then the robbers will be afraid because they might get caught by the police and stuff like that. So that's basically how my system works. And yeah.
Wonderful, thank you. Moving forward, we do have the three of you all in high school right now, and I want to ask, like, how has the shift of being online affected how you're working with this program, and what you think it'll be like moving forward? So Elizabeth, can you take that first?
So usually I think it helps manage my time more because I get to organize my things because I know ahead my week schedule, like from school, and then I know what I need to get done with my project. So I'm able to organize my time more wisely when it comes to working on my program. And I think that that's actually really helpful towards me because of the fact that I will know how to manage my time and I will give myself the amount of time necessary and not procrastinate.
Lovely. Sonia, what about you? And in addition, like, what are you excited for this upcoming couple weeks?
Yeah, so I actually started this project after my school was closed. So I didn't really have a learning curve. I kind of had to make my own time for it, along with dealing with the changes in school. But I'm really excited to work on this project during the summer. And I guess it helps when you like what you're doing. I guess the time naturally comes. So
that's lovely. So you are enjoying that you're here.
May I ask a question? Sonia and Elizabeth, why this project? What motivated you to pick this project?
So something that motivated me is that I like to be challenged a lot, and I like something that catches my attention. It happens automatically. So when I was looking towards the different programs that were offered by PilotCity, I saw the Sony one, and it seemed like something that I didn't really know much about, but it also, as soon as I saw it, it caught my attention, and it was just something new that I hadn't really experienced before, and I just wanted to see what it was like, and I ended up really liking it. So that's why I decided to move forward with the project.
It's a huge need, and it's very expensive for people who live, and especially like my mother lives in a assisted living facility, and we have to pay several $100s a month for her to have her medication given to her. So think about that in terms of when you're trying to figure out what this is worth to somebody. Mm-hmm. There's a real value to it. So that's why I asked. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, I have a question for Pranav. What do you think is going to be like the biggest challenge for you, like for the project this summer? And then like kind of like maybe how you can think of solving it, and yeah, just what are your thoughts on that? Thanks.
So basically what I would say would be my biggest problem for this project is maybe the practicality of this, because I feel like if we deploy this in an actual security system, robbers maybe like they may already know that it's a fake dog barking noise, so they can already predict it and basically like change their ways because of that. So that's one problem I have. And I would go about this by maybe instead of making the security system like as a professional security system, like what I mean, like a Nest kind of thing, I'll maybe make it into like a toy kit, something that children can experiment with, and maybe choose like maybe different like animal noises or basically like childish like features that you can add to the security system to make it interesting. But at the same time, it can also protect their houses and keep their valuables safe.
All right, thank you. Yeah, that's great that you're thinking ahead.
Yeah.
Cool. To wrap this all up, Nabuki, I had one more question for you. Is like, what's your goal? What's your hope for this team of 3 people for the summer?
Yeah, I know that our project is a pretty unique project in the sense that it's also really independent. A lot of this, you know, and Elizabeth, you're saying, right, like you joined this because you want a challenge. And I think one of the biggest challenges, especially even for me, but like, you know, being remote, being in your age, having all this free time is really figuring out how you can manage that well and how you can hit your own goals that you set yourself, right? And so I think this is, you know, an opportunity for you guys to learn and grow through that. And also I was really excited to hear that Pilot City brought on board 2 of our former fellows as sort of like a mentor or coach as you go through this program. So to those 2, I believe Alec and Casey might still be on board with this. Really exciting to see how they took their solution from prototyping with our blocks to building out with sensors to then pitching it to, you know, the local legislation. So yeah, I really hope to see you guys take this prototype from phase 1 to phase 2 to, you know, start looking into how to expand this and create your own solution.
Wonderful. Thank you. Elizabeth, Shania, and Pranav will excuse you, so you can feel free to hop on the YouTube and watch the rest of it. Thank you for being here, and we'll bring the rest of our crew. Derek, you want a word?
Yeah, I just want to let everybody know, but also Nabuki, that Alec and Casey are actually going to take their Sony Mesh inspired project, and, you know, auto walk, right? Like swipe on the, you know, like a no touch, you know, button for the crosswalks. Like it's now relevant, right? So
Yeah.
I just want to know that they're going to continue that project, and it can certainly help, you know, all the interns and the fellows that are coming in through this. So thanks for your effort. And we're going to transition to having the middle schoolers now come on. So I'll let Monica and Sonia take them there.
Okay.
Awesome.
Alrighty. Yeah, Aiden, Christopher, Justin, Ryan, and Jolly. Sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. Please like put your video on and kind of unmute yourself. So, or at least put your video on for now. Tommy, Devin, Winston. Yeah. Hi guys. It's great that you guys are here, and we're really looking forward to learning more about your projects. Aiden, could you start by maybe introducing yourself and like what your project is about and kind of what your plans are for this summer?
Sure. So my name is Aiden Peter. I'm a upcoming freshman, and I go to Basis. So our idea is an AI-powered thermostat that adjusts to the user's surrounding without them having to open an app or go to their thermostat. Through using sensors, we adjust the light, temperature, and humidity of the room based on user preferences and feedback. By adjusting these settings, we can maximize the user's productivity and quality of life. And by analyzing different components like the heartbeat, sweat, and temperature of the user, we can determine the user's quality of life. And adjusting like the different variables in small increments, we can slowly learn what is comfortable for the user, and we can maintain that environment for them. So we named our product OptiViro, like optimal environment, and that's basically what our idea is: creating the optimal environment for the user.
Awesome, that's amazing. Great. Thank you. Christopher, do you want to introduce yourself?
My name is Christopher. I'm an upcoming freshman, and I'm actually Aiden's partner. So yeah, we were working on the same project. So yeah.
Wonderful. Okay, great. Justin?
I am going to be, my name is Justin Ely, and I'm going to be an 8th grader next year from Basis Independent Fremont. And the project that my group and I were working on is called Mildew Monitor. And how it works is essentially in many places, in many houses specifically, there has been mildew detected. And mildew is not beneficial to the health. In fact, it is extremely harmful and can cause things such as asthma, trouble of breathing, and if you have allergies to mildew, which I know there are a lot of people who have allergies to mildew, it can be deadly too. So our solution to this is we use the temperature and humidity sensor in the mesh Sony kit, and we use that to detect if there is mildew present in your house, so then we can warn you to get rid of it.
Got it. I'm really looking forward to see like how this project continues. Ryan, could you introduce yourself, please?
Hi, I'm Ryan Verghese. I'm a rising 8th grader at Basis Independent Fremont, and I'm Justin's partner in the Mildew project.
Perfect. Great. Thanks. Anjali?
Hi, my name is Anjali, and I'm an upcoming 9th grader at Basis Independent Fremont, and I'm part of the talk team. Our product is called Lightleaf, and our product is a way for people to save energy by automatically detecting the brightness in a room and making the decision to turn on or off the light. And the problem that we were trying to address is that often people aren't mindful of their resource consumption, and especially during COVID-19, this hasn't improved. And as light pollution is becoming a bigger and bigger issue, our product allows for more conscious light usage. And we were able to use this mesh technology to operate our project and connect it to the Philips Hue light bulb. And it's helped us make it a wiser use of resources that also helps people save money. The technology is designed to reduce excess lighting without any manual action, and automatically sends where is the need for more or less light. It notifies you when it's taking the action, and it improves your working condition and your light consumption. It helps reduce it on a day-to-day basis.
Okay. Great. And like, what are your next kind of steps and next plan like for the project?
We want to further advance this project so it has market potential, and we're planning on, of course, adding more features. And right now our product is so much based on the mesh block itself. So we're planning on moving those features and making it into but more usable, more convenient. We want to have users use it because we want to have some control over this. So those are the two main areas we want to improve in the project. That's what we'll be working on during our internship, and we're really looking forward to it.
Great. We're so glad to have you here. Also, I'm just going to interrupt, guys. You're all amazing. I'm so happy that you guys are here with us, and yeah, I just can't wait basically to see what you guys create. Lasia, I'm so sorry if I'm pronouncing your names wrong. I'm just trying my best. Please correct me.
No, you actually hit it spot on.
Great.
Yeah.
So sorry.
Hi.
Okay.
I'm Lasia, and I'm an incoming 9th grader at Basis Independent Fremont, and I worked with Anjali, Tanvi, and another friend of ours, Catherine, on this project.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And then Tommy? Again, I'm so sorry.
No, that was correct. I'm Tanvi.
Great. I'm sorry. Yeah.
I'm Tanvi, and I'm also an incoming 9th grader in Basis Independent Fremont. And like Lasia said, I worked with Anjali and Lasia to create our project. We also worked with another friend of ours, Catherine, like Lasia said.
Yeah. What's one kind of like fun thing or like what that you're looking forward to with like PilotCity and like in the next few weeks?
Well, I believe it'll be really fun in our internship and getting to meet new people and like keep on working on our idea to make it into a real product that people can use around the world.
Great. Okay. Thanks. And then Devin? Here. Okay. And then yeah, Winston?
Yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt, but Devin's in the attendees list. So if you
Yeah, no, thank you for that, for letting us know. Monica, can you help?
Yep, Devin is going to be here.
Great. I'm so sorry about that. Hey, Devin. Hi. Sorry about that. Do you want to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your project and kind of like what your plans are for the summer?
Okay, so my name is Devin, and me and my group worked on a sensor for like a bike. And so if you fall over, it detects when you fall, and then it could get like medical attention or people from your contact list. And we're planning to work on the project more in summer.
Gotcha. And then Winston, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hello, I'm Winston, and I'm going to be a 9th grader in Bases in Penn Fremont, and I'm Devin's partner.
Great. What is kind of one challenge or something that like a difficulty that you can foresee happening this summer, and how do you plan to either like work around it or try like plan to shift your I don't know, your goals and things like that?
Oh, I'm not really good at I'm not very good at coding, so I could like somewhat improve on that side.
Great. That's awesome. I mean, that's pretty much like what it's all about. I hope you have fun. I'm gonna pass it back over to Monica now, and thank you guys so much.
Thanks, Sonia, and thank you all for speaking. As she mentioned, we are both so excited, as is the rest of the team, to work with all of you, being so young, so excited, being on here and live streaming to all of the world. I don't know who's watching. I'm hoping it's a lot of people. We have at least 30 the last time I checked, so you got them. And Winston, in regards to coding, I feel that, and that will be my goal for the summer too, so we can check in. I wanted to bring it to Debbie because Debbie is here as a mentor. And Debbie, what are you looking forward to the most working with these?
It's the you don't think like we do. Those of us are like, we know what the process is, right? This leads to this, it leads to this. No. I'm a dot connector, and you guys are connecting dots in ways that are just, not everyone thinks like this. Just thank you for bringing your genius and your youth. And I am so not blowing smoke in your direction. I really mean all of this. It is so exciting. And when I found out, I mean, Aiden, I saw your video ask, and I just was like laughing with joy because it was just, I cannot believe this stuff is coming out of your age. So take that as a compliment, because if you're doing this now, I want to know what you're doing when you're 25 and 30 too. So, but we'll start here, and I'm real excited to work with you over the summer.
Agreed. One thing I want to ask of all our students here, what's one word to describe how you're feeling right now? Aiden, can you kick it off?
Well, I'm excited to create this product and hopefully get it out there, because I think it's really useful, and I think it would really be cool to like go through this whole process of making a product.
All right, one word for our next people, but that was really lovely. Christopher, go ahead.
Excited also.
Okay. Let's popcorn. Who wants to go next? Go ahead. Raising your hand.
Eager.
Okay.
Thrilled.
Mm-hmm. I know we have a couple more people. Yes, raising your hand. Go ahead.
Ready.
Awesome.
Nobody's scared? Nobody's like, huh? Really? I would be so at your age, but and it's okay if you are too, by the way. You can be excited and scared too, and it's okay to say that if you are, and don't say it if you're not. Because if you just really like looking forward to this, I'm so impressed.
Who else? One word. Justin, what about you?
I would say anxious.
There you go.
Yeah. Winston?
Probably the same as Justin.
That's fine. Alasia?
More of a phrase, but let's do it.
Yeah. And I believe to close this off, we have Devin. What's one word?
I'm excited.
Okay. Thank you all. Nabuki, any last words?
Yeah, if I had to choose one word, I'm also impressed. Such as Deborah had said, this is really awesome. It's really great seeing people your age already get into the idea and the mentality of design thinking, building your own solutions, not relying on people to build it for you. So yeah, look forward to this.
Sorry. So sorry. You guys are honestly so awesome. Like, I don't know what I was doing in middle school. I was definitely not doing this. Like,
Same. Thank you for being here. As you can tell, Sonia and I are so excited. Debbie and Nabuki are so excited for each of you.
I'm in tears. I'm like so excited. It's crazy. Yeah.
Y'all brought Debbie to tears.
I know you did.
She has not done that, and it's been how many hours today? Like, props to y'all.
Yeah. I'd also like to shout out your teacher. I met Jasmine Thomas. She's an incredible teacher. And so clearly she did a great job.
Agreed. Okay, friends, feel free to dismount your cameras, continue watching on YouTube. Thanks for being here. Passing it back to Derek.
Thanks, Nabuki. Thanks for your time. Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Ryan. Say hi to your mom for us.
Bye.
See you, Derek. Thanks for having me.
All right, so what we just saw was Takeoff Point and Sony Mesh. They are divisions of Sony Japan. So Sony Japan has internal organizations, Sony Mesh, which is an Internet of Things prototyping tool that these kids and these high schoolers use to develop solutions with for smart homes. And then Takeoff Point is the organization incubated also by Sony Japan to actually launch these products to market into the US. So we've been working with the Takeoff Point team for 3 years now. They've been here with us since we started our program, this model of our program. So I want to give a huge shout out to Hiro Ishikawa, to Brittany Domney and Nabuki Fujioka, and also the founder of Mesh, who's Takahiro Hagiwara, for your tremendous support over the years and supporting our programs and taking on these fellows as opportunities for yourself to develop solutions and use cases. So thank you so much. So what we're going to do is move on to back to Office of Congresswoman Barbara Lee. So we're going to have Mar Velez and Vanessa Lee pop back in, and we're going to have the Digital Equity Fellows pop in now. So why don't you open up your screens, and Debbie and I will both co-host yourselves forward. Meredith, Ada, hi. Vanessa, hi. Shab, Pranav, one of you share your videos as well. I'm gonna also kind of unmute you all. Great. All
Hey,
right.
Derek, it says that I cannot start video because the host has stopped it.
Yeah, I think I might have done it earlier, so try now.
Okay. Okay, good.
All right, great. Wow, we've Mar, Vanessa, we've gone a long way in like 2 weeks, right? How long?
Yes, we have.
So just to give some context on this program for all the students here. Hi, Holland, how's it going? You know, Mayor Pauline Cutter with San Leandro called us at Pod City and was like, hey, I'm talking to Congresswoman Barbara Lee about seeing what we can do around COVID and how we can, you know, provide some support for the community and the kids that are experiencing shelter in place. And Pauline and I always talked about how do you help like the elderly, you know, like, you know, get access to using apps, you know, whatever it may be, right? Whether it's DoorDash or Airbnb or Uber or Lyft or whatnot. And so, you know, we saw the opportunity to develop a project, an RFP or request for pilot in our case, with the Congresswoman's team here, Mar and Vanessa, and Mayor Pauline Cutter to develop a challenge just for that. And who's appeared is the people who are on the screen now. So first and foremost, Mara and Vanessa, just how would you fold in digital equity, into your work around policy? And why is this project challenge relevant and important for your work? And just describe a little about what you guys do as well while you're at it. Maybe Mara, you can start off, and then Vanessa.
Sure. Actually, I want to see if Vanessa would like to start, since she handles our tech portfolio in our office. So Vanessa?
Yeah, so I handle the tech portfolio as well as the STEM portfolio for the Congresswoman. And so what we do is we mostly learn about different projects and different nonprofits that are in Congresswoman Lee's district. And that's how I found Derek, and that's how we got connected. Derek is on the ground. He's the one who tells us most about what's happening in both San Leandro, and we have different nonprofits that tell us what's going on in Oakland, and just the digital inequities that exist. And so what we do is we learn about what the different nonprofits do, and then see how we can help on a policy side. So with COVID, everything sort of happened pretty quickly. We all started working from home. And so me and Mar and our office has been trying to figure out that whole tech side on our own. But we have also had to learn that when students go back home and have to learn from home, they don't have access, or some kids don't have access to computers and laptops as much as other kids. And so we've had to learn that from Derek, as well as different nonprofits in our district. And from that, we can take it to our policy team and try to see how we can coordinate either with the Department of Education and all those to fund different nonprofits in our districts in order to get those computers to different students. So it's that we're just sort of that middleman, and that's what we've been working on during this COVID time.
Yeah, and I would just add that as we continue to move through the pandemic and the shelter in place, and we see big tech companies step up in a good way. I think we've talked here on how Google is providing tablets for students and things like that. So we do see tech companies stepping up, but we as an elected office, we have a duty to make sure that those companies are serving everyone, not just the people that have the access to the internet, but how can they democratize technology for everyone, and continue to be a public good, right? And so we have that really interesting relationship with the tech companies where we get to ask questions, we get to have them in hearings and see where government can actually hold them accountable when they need to be held accountable, or how we can push them to serve the public more. So it's pretty interesting.
And, we had the opportunity to interview everyone who's on here. And so what were your first impressions of their projects and the results of the projects? Maybe you can share more about your insights there and what you saw in these solutions.
Yeah. I mean, I know Mar, me, and Derek, after our calls, were extremely impressed. We were contemplating what we did when we were in middle school and high school versus what you guys are now doing, and even your ability to think through problems. And we were really impressed.
Yeah, no, for one of the projects, I asked Derek, if the group had been thinking about this project for months, and he said, no, I think they literally put this together in like one weekend. And I was like, wow. So it's amazing. It really is quite extraordinary. So I just feel so privileged and just very happy to be a part of this.
Yeah. Right, and Debbie, do you have any questions for Mara and Vanessa before we get into the
Well, the only obvious one, right? So you referenced earlier how it seemed as if kids from certain geographical areas of the Bay Area were having trouble with broadband, right? So the latency that we weren't able to hear them. And I know it's tough in the current administration, but do you see forward movement in terms of actually building robust broadband networks with a new administration? Because that we can give them all the tools and toys that we want. If they can't connect to the internet without latency, it doesn't matter. So what is the Congresswoman's role, and what is your role in furthering that?
Yeah. Well, the one thing we have done is that we do have Congresswoman Leigh has signed on to different letters to the Department of Education, kind of explaining the situation in our district. And I know a lot of Congress members in California have actually come together as a California delegation, not only to take it to the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, but also to take it to Department of Education. So we've seen that build of California delegation members, different members in California that represent other districts. And we've seen those numbers build. So it's not only that the Department of Education knows, is that different members of Congress also learn more about their district and their access to broadband. So we definitely, COVID has definitely made that, made Congress members' response times a lot quicker, but they're more aware of it now with COVID.
It's a huge equity issue. It's like the basic equity issue.
Right. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for giving that kind of context on what an elected official and their team, does to serve, solutions around digital equity. And now we can get into some solutions that students have created to share to the public on what they've created. So we're gonna start with Ada and Meredith. When I saw you dress up as a grandma, Meredith, it got me, so we have students create prototype videos, and they're creating like a grocery delivery system. But I'll let them pitch your project. So why don't you share an elevator pitch on your project and what you have made so far with your team, Meredith and Ada, and just share with us and give context to people so they know what your project is and what you've done so far. Feel free to unmute yourself as well.
So our project focuses on getting grocery deliveries to the seniors in our community. We know that the seniors are the most vulnerable groups to the COVID-19 pandemic, and but some seniors are putting themselves at risk by going out to go grocery shopping. And we know that many of them don't have internet access or are not familiar with how to use the internet, so they don't have the luxury of online shopping like most of us do. So our product, Care Cart, it connects seniors to volunteers by a phone call that allows them to get their groceries delivered to their homes.
Nice.
Meredith, do you want to add anything to that?
I would like to add on to that. In terms of our progress, we have created a few app interfaces, and we are in the process of creating a fully functioning app. We also have a website that is up and running, and that can be found on the internet right now. And we have obviously developed our system, and we have a sample of what we would give to the seniors and have a plan in how we want everything to run.
Do you plan to test it out this summer? Do you have think you'll be able to test it out?
We do plan to test it out this summer with our local care facility. So we do not have a retirement home that is near both Ada and I, and we would like to test it there and see how it goes. Hopefully, obviously we won't know how well the pandemic is doing, but we definitely want to get it up and running and try to have it tested as soon as possible.
Great.
And, what would be your kind of sequence of development to kind of get to your goals ultimately?
So I think the first step is to definitely get the app functioning, because that's a main component of our project. And at the same time, we're contacting local senior homes to see if they would like to try the service. And after that, we would be trying to get volunteers on this project and getting seniors to use this project.
and we plan to get feedback after this project is in use, and we will be making adjustments according to the feedback we get.
And what would you say the primary barrier is right now for your team? Like, how do you leap into the biggest step? Like, what is the biggest barrier to kind of get there?
As Ada said, our first step is to create the app, and I believe that is the biggest step and jump that we have to take, because Ada and I both have basic coding knowledge, but creating a fully functioning app and writing up your own lines of code is definitely a big task. So we are trying to work on that, and we've been learning and getting more comfortable with multiple coding languages. And I think that's the hardest thing that we'll have to do with this project.
Good. And is there anything that you want to add in regards to your project that might be useful for the public to know?
One thing that I think is really helpful to know is that we are fully aware of that seniors may not be able to use technology, and some may have basic knowledge, such as how to use a cell phone, but what we're doing is meeting them at their level and going to the place where they're able to use pen and paper. So meeting them there, and then we'll help them eventually rise to the occasion and be able to start using technology. But at first, we'll help them and guide them through that process.
All right, thank you so much. And just to let you know, there's some coders on the line too, so you may want to tap into like a Pranav or something like that, or a Holland or a Shab. They're the ones that coded something in 1 week, and maybe could do the same thing for you. You got to find somebody to hire them though first. So we'll move on to Alexis and Amy now. So Alexis and Amy are special to us because they were former interns and fellows. And so we're going to have them share their project, a pitch, and what they're working on and what they've made so far. So Alexis, Amy, feel free to dive in.
So during this pandemic, a lot of people are at risk for the virus, such as like the elderlies, like the other team have just talked about, and disabled. And me and Alexis really wanted to come up with a solution that would help them adjust to this new normalcy. So we're developing a program that would offer services such as dog walking, babysitting, and grocery delivery to help them with their new routines. And since a lot of people are getting laid off, we're having the option for them to be able to sign up for these services and make money off of it.
Mm-hmm. And what are your summer plans? What do you plan to achieve as you kind of go on?
First off, what we wanted to do was have our app, or whatever platform we plan on using it, whether it be between a website or an app, whatever is most convenient for either the elderly or disabled. And we wanted to get that finalized. And then after that, what we would do is, obviously with every good project, you want to have like a test group. So we were planning on testing it on my neighborhood because I have a pretty good demographic. There's, single people, there's people who are married, there's married with kids, and there's elderly. And I think there's some people who are disabled too. So it would be a really good place to test on. And then after that, we would obviously take their recommendations for the app and just target all of their concerns and then go from there.
And what would you say your biggest barriers are to kind of get to that metric or that measurement or that goal?
I think like the other groups, it's just whichever platform we would use, because we're really considering doing a website or for our prototype we did have it as an app, but just whichever one is more user friendly to the groups that are most at risk, and additionally the people who are employees, so the people who would be completing these tasks for their employers, whichever one's easiest. But yeah, that's really our main barrier.
It isn't really so much what's easiest, it's what they're actually using. And I'm in that category, and I live in a community of 366 homes of 55 plus. A lot of them don't have computers, but almost everybody has a smartphone. Yeah, they may not know how to use it, but almost everybody has a smartphone. So think about that as you're figuring what platform to use.
All right.
I have a quick question.
Go for it.
Alexis and Amy. I can't remember if the platform was going to be monetary based or was it going to be volunteer based. Can you remind me?
So what our plan for this was we were going to have it monetary based, but to keep it even, for the employee to, set out a job for somebody to do, to keep it even, we would all have them, pay, but instead of having each person be paid, just say like an employee just wants to do something good for the community, those funds would go directly to a nonprofit organization or something like that that relates to COVID, so that it's just in turn helping the community even more.
Interesting.
Great, yeah, because I remember there being sort of a social impact and a social network of helping the community, and I just wanted to encourage you to continue in pursuit of that. So it's great to hear.
Cool, thank you.
All right, let's move on to quarantine. Thank you, Alexis and Amy, for your insight there. So Pranav, Shab, Holland, maybe one person can kickstart and kind of share a in-depth kind of elevator pitch of what you're working on and what you've built so far.
Okay, I'll do that. So Class 5s will improve communication between teachers and students during distance learning. A big problem right now is that teachers don't know which part of the class to focus on. With Class 5s, teachers can see exactly which part of the class that needs help. This allows the teachers to invest their time and resources into the part of the class that actually needs it. As a student using our platform, you can communicate to your teacher by selecting one of 3 statuses, if you will, and those are doing great, need help, or frustrated. This information is compiled into a live pie chart so that teachers can see exactly who needs help in real time. We have a district portal so that districts can get on in the action and see how their schools are doing on a micro level. We have plenty of features to go along with our platform. For example, we have live chat, announcements, meetings, and a new feature called Teacherify. Teacherify allows the students to record a video and they can send that to their teacher. We think that Class 5s can improve communication in classrooms all across America and can help more students succeed.
Thanks for that pitch. So what's the goal coming into this next school year? We got, principals who are, planning for the future. We got teachers who are trying to figure out their lesson plans for next year. How's this fold in? What's the goal to get there so you get into the market sooner than later?
Yeah, so we're hoping to beta test our app around 2 weeks, 3 weeks from now, just to try it out with the summer college courses that are going on. So we're able to get in all our data and we're able to get in statistics from users on what we should change so that we're able to fully develop our app and push it for the next school year. So, yeah.
Okay, and what's one main barrier that you have to get through and break through in order to get to the next step? Maybe Shab, you can answer that.
So our biggest barrier right now is that we have both a website and an app, but as of now, they're not both linked with each other. And we hope by the end of the summer, we could actually get them both linked. So for a better user experience, they have both a website and an app to correspond to each other. So if they're not by their computers, they have their app for ease and portability purposes. And if they're by their computers, they have that at access as well. So.
All right, and what was the main inspiration? Maybe one person can share where did this derive from?
Our main inspiration comes from our personal experience. As students, we got assigned a lot of homework, but not a lot of explanation from our teachers. And we tried to design the platform that we would use in our schools and that we wish we could have used to make ourselves more successful. A lot of the times I was feeling very frustrated because I did not have a good way to communicate with our teacher. So our personal experience is our main inspiration for this project.
All right, thank you so much. And Mar and Vanessa, I know you've heard these projects already, but anything that you can share in terms of what you'll be providing as kind of support or resource or advisory to these fellows going in as a digital equity fellow?
Sure. So I think we might have touched on it a little bit last time, but just want to offer, you know, all of our sort of knowledge and working knowledge. We don't know everything, but as to how certain systems work. So for example, for the quarantine, it sounds like you'd want a school district to potentially purchase this application. And so, you know, what's the process of a school district actually purchasing tools? Who would be the right person for you all to talk to? You know, I think we'd be happy to make an introduction and say, hey, we're working with a bright group of kids that have this really awesome tool that your district might find beneficial. For those of us that are working with our seniors, you know, I think we talked a little bit about CDC protocols, you know, and if you want to talk a little bit more about how you stay safe, how do you advise or create guidelines around, you know, physical distancing, social distancing, things like that, we can definitely point you to the right people, the right websites. Anything that any question, no matter if you think it's a little obvious or not, I think we'd be happy to discuss with you all. So use this as a resource, I'd say.
Vanessa, you want to cap it for us?
Yeah, and I agree with Mar. Yeah, if there's anything to do with, I know for your for the first two projects, there is that question of CDC guidelines and keeping both not only the seniors protected, but also the volunteers and people who are willing to go pick up those groceries and deliver them. Because not only does USPS also have guidelines that they have to follow, most likely volunteers and workers who have those contacts with the most vulnerable population will also have to follow those guidelines as well. So we'll definitely, we're here for any questions that you guys might have.
All right, thank you so much to everyone here. Vanessa, Mar, appreciate the intensity of back and forth on text messages. And we look forward to going to the summer with all these student solutions with you too. And for all the students, congratulations on the opportunity and let's build forward. Appreciate it so much.
Congratulations. And thank you, Derek, so much for your patience and everything that you do for the young people and for our office to keep us connected. So very much appreciated.
Absolutely.
We're extremely excited to hear about your projects.
Yeah.
All righty, thank you so much. So we're going to move on now to the next employer, and it's going to be Hoife Mock with City of San Leandro Sustainability, and Sophia and Vincent, who are their interns this summer. So Faye, why don't you hop on? Zach's going to be your host. And then Sophia and Vincent, why don't you hop on as well and turn on your videos? There you go.
Hello, everybody.
And Sophia, doing all right? There you go. Okay, feel free to take it away. Have fun.
Cool. All right. Hey, everybody. Hey, Faye, how you doing? Jeez. Vincent, Sophia, all right, cool. You're all here. All right. Hey, so I think it'd be good for everyone to do a bit of introduction about who you are. Faye, you can go first, and then for Vincent and Sophia, right afterwards, and just say who you are, your name, and what school you're from. For Faye, just, I'm sure you know what to say.
Yeah, okay, great. Hi, everybody. My name is Hoife Mock. My pronouns are they and them. I am the Sustainability Manager for the City of San Leandro, and I work on the climate change programs and policies for the city.
Cool.
Hi, my name is Vincent, and I am a rising senior at Arroyo High School.
I'm Sophia Dong, and I'm currently, I graduated from Arroyo High School, and I'm an incoming freshman at UC Berkeley.
Nice. Cool. So actually it'd be good to know, Faye, what was the original RFP you put out there, and what are we doing now really with the Sophia and Vincent?
Yeah, so originally the idea was to get some young folks who could help with just broadly developing marketing and communications products for the city, and particularly like really engaging young folks around what does it mean to really be sustainable, what does it mean to take climate action, and so on. But as kind of recent events kind of unfolded, we kind of took the opportunity to dive a little bit more specifically into a campaign that the city is already working on. And this campaign is the Keep It Local campaign. So this is a collaboration between the Economic Development Department and the Chamber of Commerce within the city to really support local businesses, especially during this time when a lot of them are being impacted by COVID, by the recent looting that's happened, and so on. So the reason why the Sustainability Office is kind of taking this on is because when disasters happen, like in Hurricane Sandy back in New York, during the pandemic and so on, all of the cities that bounce back the most are cities that have really strong social resilience and a good sense of community network. So knowing that, you know, there are going to be more and more climate impacts coming along, we really want to be supporting our local businesses and also getting a stronger sense of community and identity within San Leandro. So the idea is to have Sophia and Vincent help out with the campaign and you know, developing different products that they can use and communicate about the campaign, and also to capture some of the stories that the businesses have, you know, capture some of the different experiences and how COVID, Black Lives Matter, how climate has all really impacted them in the last couple of months. Like, this has been a really extraordinary time for them. So part of being able to kind of come out of that is to be able to share, you know, where they're at, what kind of needs they have, and how really assess like where we want to, you know, move forward through. So those are some of the things that really motivate, you know, this project.
Yeah, definitely. And for Sophie and Vincent, I'm not sure if were you two doing this project originally, or did you have something else you were doing first, then switch over to this one?
Yeah, so originally our project was we wanted to focus on a way for us to help solve climate change. We want more people to hear about like the problem that climate change is. So what we wanted to do originally was that we wanted to basically focus on how traffic time affects climate change, like carbon dioxide emissions. So we see that, you know, there's so many cars stuck in traffic time, and then when they're stuck in traffic, there's always burning fossil fuels, and then there's emitting almost all this carbon dioxide emissions. So yeah, we saw that as a problem, and not a lot of research has been done on this. So we wanted to do this originally, but no, after hearing, like talking with our employer, Faye, we kind of wanted to like create a digital platform for our local businesses here in San Leandro to, you know, give them more support from the community, and even people from outside the community can also support them. Gotcha.
And Sophia, I'm going to ask you actually. So, and are you going to be developing some sort of system like separate, or because you said you're going to be having an outreach system and some sort of communication system, right? So what exactly are you going to be making?
We're going to create a digital platform via Typeform, and we want to show small businesses stories through that platform and give them a way to support those businesses.
Gotcha. And for all of you, do you have any idea which businesses you're going to be working with first to start off with? For whoever wants.
Personally, I think that all businesses within San Leandro are worth getting their story from. Also worth supporting. I think small family-owned businesses in particular will be of interest, just because they're probably hit hardest during this time, and also people of color-owned businesses as well. Yeah, we're already in conversation with the Chamber of Business. They have Chamber of Commerce, and they have a couple of ideas on how to get that started.
Gotcha. And I know since you're using video asking these Typeform system, which can totally mean a lot of really good content, are you going to be broadcasting that content on other like social media platforms to just gather more of an audience around San Leandro? This is for Sophia and Vincent, I'd say.
Yeah, we definitely wanted to like use any kind of social media platform we could have in order to gather more support from the community, because we definitely want these communities to sustain themselves, even like not just die out because of this pandemic. We have to like get our community together to support them and to have as much people to know about them as possible.
Cool. Sophia, you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I feel like it's easier to spread awareness through social media, so it would be good to use social media to spread awareness on our platform.
Cool. Yeah, definitely. And we are a bit short on time, so I'm gonna have to cut it right there, and I'll pass it back to Derek, actually. So thank you so much for coming on this call today. Thank you, Faye, Vincent, Sophia. Good to see all of you again.
Great. Thank you.
All right.
Congratulations. Bye, Vincent. Bye, Sophia. Bye, Faye. All right. So up next, Ulysses Vincent and and Kelly Chan. Why don't you two pop up in a second? And Ulysses, I know that I turned you off, so I need to actually make sure that you can turn yourself back on. So hold your horses. All right, you should be good now, Ulysses. There you go. So
all right.
Some of my favorite people are here. So I'm gonna let Debbie and Sonia take over from here. Kelly, have some fun. Talk to you later.
So Sonia, I'm going to let you start with the questions because I'm not that familiar. Oh, create the VR game that provides specific training for specific jobs. All right, I'm excited to hear about this. And of course, PhaseSpace, one of the first companies that I learned to love in San Leandro. No, this is a different one. This is yours. Never mind, Ulysses. I'm being quiet.
Hi, Ulysses. Nice to actually see you. Sadly, you can't see each other in person. Could you just start by, just telling us a little bit about what it is that you do and like what basically the plan for PilotCity is. Just so that everyone here can know what's going on.
Yes, my name is Ulysses Vincent. I'm director of SMC Labs, and it's always so great to see Deborah.
Good to see you.
It's been a while. We used to see each other all the time, and since COVID, it's like I don't see anyone. But yes, SMC Labs, we are the innovation group within our IT department in San Mateo County, and so we act as a kind of an educational kind of clearinghouse for county agencies as well as the 20 different cities that are within our county. So we are looking to do a lot of like new technologies that hasn't been done before. And so we have a lot of area to cover because of the diverse nature of the county, being on the bay side and the coastal side. We have a lot of challenges. So one of the things, we know that there are issues that affects each individual city, but we know that the majority of these things are regional in nature. All of the problems, whether it's quality of life issues such as a lack of affordable housing or transportation or environmental concerns. So we're trying to kind of be like that smart region, if you will, where we can, whatever we test in our little innovation sandbox that we created, then we can be able to be that knowledge base for our county agencies, as well as the 20 different cities within our county. And of course, we are responsible for the large unincorporated area of the county as well. So basically our challenge is basically to do two things. One is to see how we can improve the quality of life of the people that live and work in our county. And the second one is how do we make government services more efficient? And so our challenge was, and we were working with Kelly, who will speak to you in a second, but one of our top three, I would say, as it relates to kind of the challenge that we were looking to do. And it's great to hear from people that live within the community. And Kelly actually lives in the county, which is awesome. She lives in San Mateo. And so the people that live in these communities, they know better than I, as far as what are some of the pain points that are in your district and in your community. So our job is just to help you kind of come up with the ideas to kind of fix some of those problems. So one of the ones that we talked about was air quality, because we just didn't have localized data in this 455 square miles of the county. There was only one air quality sensor. So now we have 10. So we now have localized data for the first time, and we're looking at how we use that with our Office of Sustainability. We've been working with Google, and we're working with some other community partners on how to get that data available to everyone and making it relevant for everyone. The other one is transportation. You know, that's a big one, a big fish to fry. However, it's also one of the top major concerns of people. And of course, since COVID-19, you know, there's been this pivot to have to address many other concerns. But transportation and how to get there, because Caltrain, for an example, has lost about 98% of their ridership. And so when people start returning back, how do we incentivize people to go back to work and use public transportation again? So that's kind of what we do in SMC Labs. And with that, I can leave it to Kelly to talk about some of the ideas she has.
Yeah, Kelly, please just let us know and tell us about yourself and tell us about your project. I'm so excited that you're here with us.
Thank you. I'm a rising senior at Aragon High School. For PilotCity, the app idea that I had was basically to gamify the transportation system. The goal in mind that I had was to increase consistent ridership, which before COVID I saw as a problem. And so I wanted to try and help that by having a point system where the more public transportation you use, the more points, and the more points, the more rewards you get. So you can get discounts on different rides, which also promotes public transportation. But the issue that I talked about with Ulysses is that right now, because of COVID, instead of trying to promote consistent ridership, we want more ridership. So we'll have to change that idea a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's definitely an issue. That I guess, like, what do you see? What are some of the next steps for the project that you see yourself, like, as you pivot, like as you're at that pivoting point? Like, what are some of the plans as to how you're going to pivot?
Well, I think we have to redesign the entire idea. Maybe change up the rewards. Also, instead of giving points for public transportation, we could do alternatives as well, like walking and like biking. That was also something that I discussed with him, but still not sure.
Yeah, I think the biggest challenge will be, you know, just kind of once we decide who comes back to work, what is going to be the demand on say our public transportation network. And I think one of the challenges for the Bay Area in general is that it's so fragmented, right? And I think that's been kind of the big pain point with kind of having a holistic kind of, I leave my house and I should be able to have different options, whether it's walk, take one of the bike shares, or do I get on Muni? And if I get on Muni, which line do I get on to get me there the fastest? And then once I get downtown, I maybe get off Muni and then walk because it may be faster. So it's not a seamless process, and it's been an issue for quite some time, predominantly because of the payment system, because everybody wants to get paid, right? And each system doesn't necessarily talk to each other. We do have Clipper, but it doesn't necessarily include a lot of the other kind of last mile things that you may want to optimize on an application, for a mobile app, if you will. So I think it's going to be a challenge because, you know, the one industry that has not been hurt by COVID is the car industry, because sales have not really gone down. And in fact, they're looking at, in some circumstances, where it's gone higher because people will prefer, when this is over, to ride in their own car for their own safety. So these are challenges as we look at, you know, how do we pivot and accommodate, you know, because we're kind of starting from the beginning to get people back on the bus. I took the bus yesterday for the first time, and only one out of the 3 bus lines in my neighborhood are running, right? So the one I do use is not open yet, but I have to walk 2 more blocks. And it was very interesting. You know, there are times where I'm a little concerned because there's a little bit, you know, there's a lot of people that started getting on the bus. So I think that there's going to be a lot of things that will have to be accommodations that need to be addressed for people to feel safe again, to get back on the buses and to get to Redwood City, the Caltrain.
Ulysses, when is the city open again, or do you have any idea when the city will actually open again and be staffed?
Yeah, so the county itself, there is the sheltering place is currently over. So the county did get approval from the state to move into that next I guess level 3, I think it is. So a lot of the private businesses have returned to work, particularly in Redwood City, where our campus is headquartered. We as a county, however, our campus is still pretty much on lockdown, with just some court services have been now available. But I think some jurors are able to now check in when they have court duty or jury duty. But we have not returned as a county office or campus as of yet. Yeah.
So there'll be a period of time where it's going to be gradually coming back, and you'll be able to see whether there's a wave of people in their cars, back in their cars again, and you're going to be able to project forward parking lots. Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
I mean, yeah, and it's a lot of things. I actually drove to the office the other day, and it wasn't like it used to be, but definitely more people on the road as a result of the county opening back up. For sure.
Kelly, you have your work cut out for you here. This is, of all the pivots, right? So everybody's been impacted. All of us have to think about new products and projects, and as they're impacted by COVID and equity. But you got hit smack between the eyes with this one. So good. I want to see what happens. This is very exciting.
Yeah, and I think her idea with kind of like the incentivizing just giving incentives to get people back on the trains is very cool. And especially, and if it appears like a game on your phone or whatever, and you get points for stuff, or, it definitely will appeal to, the younger generation who would be apt to that. So it's very cool stuff.
And who are much less likely to own a car.
That's right. That's exactly right.
I like it.
Sorry, we've got to move on. But thank you guys so much for being here, and we're really looking forward to seeing how that develops. And I'm definitely going to check out the app if it is an app, and whatever form it's going to be in. So thank you so much, and I'm going to hand off back to Derek now.
Thank you.
Ulysses, thank you so much. Kelly, nice to meet you.
Nice
and
to
we'll
meet
see
you,
you
Kelly.
soon. Right? So Can, thank you for hopping on. So we're going to have Evan
and
Tyler also hop on as well. And Debbie shall be your host. So Evan, feel free to hop on. I'm not sure if you have access to it.
There we go.
Oh, wow.
Our thing is still purple.
What's up with this purple background, guys?
My room doesn't look too good. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, we can hear you, but you
Okay,
look
cool.
brilliant.
I don't like how my room looks, so we have a chroma key.
I think it looks pretty cool. So
it is pretty cool the way you guys
are always, geeky like that to me. So
just don't move.
Well,
yeah.
So I'm
great seeing you again. Yeah, it's great seeing you again. PhaseSpace was one of the very first businesses that I met when I came to San Leandro. It has never ceased to be one of my favorites, as you know, because I'm always bringing people by. We always have a great time. So obviously VR is the name of your game. So tell us a little bit kind of about what the challenge is, about PhaseSpace for those of us who don't know about PhaseSpace.
The challenges or about PhaseSpace?
Well, first about PhaseSpace.
Okay. As far as we understand, PhaseSpace is technology that basically is a giant sensor in a room to detect exactly where you are and your orientation. Like it's for VR or animation or motion capture, stuff like that. It's unique because it can see exactly where you are and where you're facing.
And Con, did you have a particular project? Was there an RFP or an RFQ or something that this group responded to? What were you thinking? Oh, you're on mute.
Okay, first of all,
there you
I
go.
want to check if you can hear me.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thanks. Good to see you.
Yeah, as you know, and just for the benefit of everyone else there, PhaseSpace is a company that makes motion tracking solutions. So we build hardware and accompanying software that allows customers to track objects or people or parts of people or basically anything that someone wants a 3D location of, there's an application for our technology. So VR, as you've mentioned, is one of the more popular ones currently, but also, you know, we have customers who are doing neuroscience. They're tracking how someone with Parkinson's, how they're moving how they're reaching for objects, and they're connecting that with the brain signal and kind of comparing, you know, what's going on with their brain as they're reaching for this object and where is their hand at that point. Things like that. And, you know, for biomechanics, for rehab, there's biomechanics experts who use your system to help with rehabilitation. There's psychologists who use our system to test feedback and responsiveness, things like that.
Architects, right? Architects.
That's
you were showing me last year.
That's part of that's the VR part. The VR part is also, even though it's a subset, there's a lot of things within the VR part. As you mentioned, there's architecture, there's things, there's games, and we think that actually training is going to be the big thing, because training, there's so many things that people need to get trained in. As you know, there's the industry where training is pretty much down to a science right now is aviation. And, you know, they have the VR, they have the regular simulators, but you can imagine that any other kind of application where you need to be trained in, you know, they don't have money for a big aircraft simulator, but they would have money to get a VR headset, and maybe depending on whether they're doing multiple people or one person, they'd be able to get a room full of, you know, room-sized capture area where they could train a whole team. Just one example is that we were just in the middle of, Chrysler is a current customer, and they're about to set up a multi-person training facility to train on the shoot, I'm lost for words right now. Basically on the line where they build the cars. What's that called?
Assembly line.
Right, assembly line. There you go. And what's interesting right now, they're having us put in how we'll be able to do physical distancing during the.
Be able to do what?
Physical distancing.
Oh, physical distancing.
Right.
So there's so many applications now, right? So so Evan, how has your team taken what PhaseSpace technology can do, and how are you applying that in your program?
The way we're going to apply it is we're just going to use motion capture data to help animate stuff.
So anything in particular to animate stuff. So
like characters, mostly humanoid stuff.
So do you have an actual project or program that, so in other words, you wanted to create a VR game that provides specific training for specific jobs, right? So your goal this summer is to work on the characters and to, what is your goal for this summer?
Our goal is to create a decent prototype that gets the point across of what we're trying to do.
And do you have an idea of a specific kind of training that you would like to practice on?
The simplest one that I think could be a traffic stop. There we go.
A traffic stop. Are you saying like a traffic stop by a police officer?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
And then it could go into like SWAT training if you wanted it to. So for like diffusing bombs or
like a bomb squad.
Like a bomb squad. Yeah, like bomb squad, or let's say if somebody's holding up a store, right? You would need to find a way to the smartest way to get into the store without causing more harm to anybody on the inside. So just scenarios like that. So from less extreme to the most extreme.
So ways of diffusing situations. What do you think would be the most challenging part of trying to sell something like this? And Con and I actually know something a little bit about this. What do you think is the most challenging part of selling And who would your customer be, and what would be the most difficult part of selling?
Finding a client, probably.
And who would the client be? So you have to figure out who your customer is, right? So who's your customer?
At the moment, our customer is just the Antioch Police Department.
Okay.
The one we're going for.
Good. All right. So that's,
I don't know.
and is that's where you, so where do you gentlemen go to school? Just in Antioch?
We go to Antioch High School.
Perfect.
Antioch
Okay.
High.
Great.
We're not sure why he's going in and out.
Yeah. It's very weird. We can go fix that real quick if you want us to.
It's a little unnerving. It kind of looks like a demon.
It could be worse.
It could be worse, right?
You want us to? Okay.
I'm just gonna go turn the light on. So,
Con, while we're waiting for them to fix their video, what is it about working with them in this project that is intriguing to you?
So
that should be better.
Yes.
Don't
move.
I mean, our challenge was to use PhaseSpace in a way, use the technology in any way that you want, really. But we were really interested in training, and I think that it doesn't necessarily have to be police training, but that's that's something we've worked on before, as you
right, as I know, and there couldn't be anything more relevant right now, right?
Yeah, I mean I think the key term that we have to use, especially, I mean, it's always been, but it's kind of highlighted, is de-escalation.
De-escalation.
And I think that has to be kind of the theme that runs through any type of training where there's some type of police, military, whatever, and how do you take the tension down?
Right. So this is a really interesting
notch, but several notches. And
yeah,
how do you train everyone involved to know the steps to take to de-escalate? And the benefit of VR is you can make mistakes without hurting anyone, because you don't want to hurt anyone in real life.
And you're able to repeat it, as Tracy keeps reminding us, it's body memory, right? So you were able to practice it over and over, and suddenly it's body memory. You know how to react automatically.
Right, it's just automatic. You automatically know what to do and what not to do.
Right. So anything else that you want to put out there in terms of help that you're going to need, or anything else to make progress on your project this summer?
Yeah.
Do you have a VR headset? Because we can't get our hands on one currently.
I assume that's directed at Con.
Yeah, so we do have some, we have quite a few. We have some Gear VR headsets, and we may have a Quest. I don't know. I can check. I'll have to beam into the office and find out. Yeah, but we can check. There's a possibility there. Is there like what's the? Do you have? And this is directed at Evan and Tyler. Do you have a particular preference on headset?
Oculus Rift S.
Okay.
Yeah,
Unity has SDKs already on the store that we can download.
So there's the Oculus Rift S we have are already embedded in a game, but there might be some that we had to pull out. We can check.
Flexibility.
If one of those is there, then that's easy because it's not even being used. So a lot of those were used in LBE games, and which is basically stands for location-based entertainment. And to be very honest with you, LBE is pretty much gone right now because of
right. So some learning to take place. That's great.
Yeah.
So we need to wrap this up. Thank you so much, Con, for stepping on. Please say hi to Tracy for me. Gentlemen, I look forward to seeing what you do with your project by the end of the summer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, turning it back to Derek.
Well, so I'll go ahead and just take it from Derek right now.
All right.
Yeah, because right now we have a couple of the OG Pilot City students on here right now. A lot of my old friends. So for you guys that are working with Pilot City right now, the people that I'm bringing on are people I did Pilot City with back in 2015, 2016. So yeah, I mean, like Elon, Jody, Cami, Janet, Tim, why don't you guys go ahead and turn your cameras and your microphones on, and we can go ahead and get started. Yo.
Hey, what's up? What's up with these old photos, though?
Yeah, I know. Super old high school pictures of us in it, which is funny. But yeah, what's up? How are you guys doing?
Doing good. How's everyone?
Hey everyone, how's it going? Good to see you guys.
Yeah, it's
been too long, man.
Yeah.
What's up, Tim?
Oh, I got a Golden Gate behind me.
Are you in the Bay, bro?
Nah, I'm still in Philly.
Cool.
What's up, guys? Nice to see you. Remote.
Yeah, this is a cool little reunion that we have going on right now. So I guess we can start off by having you guys say your name, what year you did Pilot City, and what you guys are up to now. And we can start with you, Elon.
Yeah, my name is Elon Fufana. I started working with Pilot City in 2015. And so that was when Pilot City was barely becoming Pilot City. It was when Derek was hosting all of the summer internship programs over at San Leandro High. So yeah, that was pretty much when I started.
Cool, right on. And then how about you, Jody, your name, what year you did Pilot City, and what you're up to now?
Yeah, so I also started in 2015 when everything was just starting. I actually did the summer cyclical internship as well. I think it was like the first time it was going around, but yeah, it was like 2015, 2016, and just recently graduated from UCR, so that's where I'm at right now.
Yeah, right on. Congratulations about that. How about you, Tim? Why don't you go ahead?
So I started Pilot City back in 2013. I was helping with like planning stages of like the advanced manufacturing techniques. Currently, I'm apprenticing myself over at a ramen shop out here in Philadelphia, and I'm hoping to like open up my own ramen shop in the future.
Right on, man. Heck yeah. And then how about you, Cami? Why don't you go ahead?
Hey, y'all. I did Pilot City in 2015 as well. Yeah, 2015, maybe even as early as 2014, before it was really what it is now. And now what am I up to? I'm in my last year at Cal State East Bay. I'm a CS major. This summer, I'm interning at PayPal as a software engineer. And it's my almost second full year of having my technology education business. So we work with public school, high school students and teach them skills so that they can get the competitive CS and engineering spots in college.
Perfect. There you go. And then we can pass it to you, Janet.
All right. Hey, everyone. My name is Janet. So congrats on everyone taking the initiative to come this far. I started Pilot City maybe 2015 or 2016. I forgot. It's been a long time. But I'm currently working as a UI and digital marketer for an eSport clothing line and a nonprofit, and student at UC Davis.
Oh, right on. I didn't know that you went to UC Davis. Congratulations for that. Janet, for everyone here, Janet's kind of like the baby one here. She's like the last OG to go through the program. But yeah, congratulations.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we could kick off the conversation just by an open question of what do you guys remember doing back at Pilot City when we were in high school? I mean, it's changed so much. So yeah, what are some of the, and I'll open it up for anyone to answer, but yeah, what are some of the things that you guys remember doing?
I remember we started off with like Fleet EDU, and it was on like a bus, and we were trying to make a mobile like transportation, like transport all the like advanced manufacturing techniques onto a bus and then drive it around to like different schools. And we were also opening up the gate in San Leandro, all the little small business offices around that time. And so just seeing all the like really great collaboration between like the industry folks, the government folks, and then education was really great. because then it's like firsthand experience seeing how to like really communicate change and how to like go about, just managing really great changes for the community and how it can be like equitable for everybody involved.
Yeah, 100%. Because you were definitely you were the very first one out of all of us here to get involved with Derek's work and with Pilot City's work, all the way back to the Fleet days. So it's actually pretty cool that you brought that up, because I don't even really know too much about Fleet myself, but I do remember that's definitely the seedling where everything started at. Yeah. Anyone else? Cami, what do you remember doing back at Pilot City in the day?
When I was in Pilot City, we had a little space in, what was the space right across the street from San Leandro High School?
Barbara Lee Center.
Barbara Lee Center. And we just had a little room in there. And I think in my iteration of Pilot City, we were just learning how to use all the makerspace tools to, get encouraged to start our own projects or our own business with those tools. So that's what it was when I was there. And that was my junior year of high school, so it could have been as early as even late 2014.
Yeah, that's around the time when I started doing it, when it was more of like a digital manufacturing lab that we had across the street, school, where we were doing like laser printing and 3D printing, and vinyl cutting and all that stuff. Jody, what was that thing that you made that one time for your push pops? You 3D printed something. I can't remember what it was though.
Yeah, it was for my cake pop business at the time, and we ended up 3D printing like the cake pop roller for it. And it did take a couple of days, but at the end of the day, it ended up looking so cool. I don't even know where it is. I think I left it there, but yeah, it was pretty cool.
Yeah, what was the name of your cake pop business in high school again?
Jones Cakeroons.
Yeah.
Bring it back.
Yeah, that's a big throwback. And yeah, the next question, I'll go ahead and pass it to Janet and Elon, since I haven't you guys yet. But yeah, how do you think for you two, Pilot City has really helped shape you guys in any way, shape, or form into the person that you got to become now? Back when, it was just an experience you had in high school.
Go for it, Elon. Elon? Okay. For me, it's just like developing like an entrepreneurial mindset and just helping create better like process goals. Like over time, I've been able to set goals for myself, keep myself accountable, and just try out different things. Even though I came from a background of knowing nothing at all, Pilot City has definitely helped me get into design and digital marketing. 4 years later, I'm actually working for 3 companies, which Pilot City has helped me through. So I would say that and mindset.
Yeah, perfect. How about for you, Elon? Any comment on that?
Yeah, so the question was based on your experience. Oh yeah, how did it shape me? Shape me. Yeah, I think for me, when I was like a junior, the way it happened is like Tim introduced Jody and I to Derek pretty much. And then eventually we introduced Aaron and our other friend Danielle. And like, it was kind of like this cool like thing where we would like introduce Derek to people. And so that's how Aaron started to get involved. And I think it was, around that time, it was like the early stages of Pilot City. And like for me, I was running my clothing business at the time, but I really started to get interested in solar technology. I started to get really interested in like just more than what I was doing with clothing. And so Pilot City was cool because it enabled me to think differently. I think that's probably the biggest thing I got away from it after all these years is like, and I've had these conversations with Derek too, because I would be down to like work on any type of project, but I wasn't specific. I didn't know what I really wanted. And so it was cool because it allowed me to double down on my personal skills. And so that's when I started to meet Shannon Leigh. I started to work with Derek one-on-one for certain projects. And then I started to do like, I'm trying to think, is there something else? I don't know, but I just started to do like a whole bunch of projects, and it really enabled me to think more. And then eventually getting on the team last year for last summer internships program, stopping because of school and whatnot. But it was really cool because Pilot City has always been like a vehicle for like really just making stuff. And that's what kind of Derek pitched too. And that's what kind of sticks with me. It's like, all right, well, how can we think a little bit differently when we approach some type of solution? Because Derek, like, man, just like seeing how he works and like the different designs he has and like all the architecture related stuff, like from the way he thinks, it's pretty awesome. So it's definitely influenced me and my current business right now. I didn't answer this question, but what am I doing right now? So I have my own marketing business, and I actually am a senior at Cal, UC Berkeley. Yeah, so this is like taking me there. So it's pretty exciting.
Right on. And I know we're running out of time. We started a bit later, so I'm gonna just take one more chunk of time to ask this question. I'd love everyone to just share like 20, 30 seconds on what you guys think. But yeah, for the students this year who decided to take the opportunity to do Pilot City, and this year it wasn't, we didn't have teachers, force students to do it because of COVID. All the students that are in the program this year took the initiative to try something new for themselves, to get an experience, to learn about themselves and what they want to do. So yeah, in 20 to 30 seconds, what piece of advice can you guys give the Pilot City students this year about taking this opportunity and running with it into the future? Start with you, Tim. Any thoughts?
So advice for the students, I would say, is to work on projects that you find are the most interesting or you want to like learn more about. And try to avoid doing work that you're not fully invested in, because then you'll just be wasting your own time and the time of others.
Right on. That's a good one. How about for you, Janet?
Just go in, be open to new possibilities. If you fail or make mistakes, don't be discouraged. Intelligence just increased through mistakes and failures. Just remember, everyone's a work in progress. Be forgiving to yourself. Rome wasn't built in one day. It was built brick by brick. Also, just have fun and enjoy your time.
Right on. And then how about for you, Cami? What do you think?
I guess the biggest piece of advice I would give is whatever you're doing, go above and beyond in your relationships with whoever you're working with, because the project might be insignificant or just, a summer thing, but those are the people that, and it's something I wish I knew in high school, but as you grow in life, and even if you're not that old, like we're only in our 20s, we're working with the same people that we did random summer projects with, and these are the people that you're going to end up reaching out for help, and they're going to reach out for you for help in the future. So just really, it's about the people and the relationships you create with them. And it's really not so much about the work, at least in high school. So just focus on, cultivating those relationships and being genuine about it. Don't be fake, but still, do a good effort on your part.
Right on. Thank you. And how about for you, Jody? Any thoughts?
Yeah, I would say definitely just valuing everything, like all the resources you get to be around, just because I know that being in Pilot City kind of jump-started how I felt about everything else. I would say going to school in SoCal, it's kind of weird. They don't really have all the resources that we had in high school. So talking about these programs that I was in, people were like, oh, what? They didn't actually know about those certain things. So being able to be exposed to that early on definitely helps later on in your mindset. So I just say take advantage of all the fun resources you get with Pilot City, and best of luck.
Right on. Thank you. And then lastly, how about you, Elon?
Yeah, I think first and foremost, it's important to realize that Pilot City is a privilege for you to be a part of. Not a lot of kids have opportunities to have education like we do, resources at their hand like we do, and having a safe space. So like when you're making these projects, really put your heart into it. Like Tim said, pick something that you really connect with, whether it's a part of some overlying goal of your life or whatever, your passion. And so give it your all, manage your expectations. I think oftentimes you want to make the best product or the best project you can, but I think what's more important is the fulfillment it gives you, and knowing that you're gonna fail, but you have to fail forward. And that's the most important thing, especially if you're making this project into a business. stuff happens. And so you have to be ready to be lean, just stay agile and like stay coachable and always be willing to learn, no matter if something's good or bad, because there's something that always can get out of that. So that's what I got.
Perfect, right on. And then for any Pilot City students still listening, I have a lot of advice for you guys just going through this journey over the last 4 or 5 years. Not going to share it now because we're all out of time, but connect with me. I can connect you to all the other Pilot City students, in the past that have done what you guys are doing, because we're always down to support you all. But yeah, thank you for the 5 of you that showed up. It's just great to see all of you guys' faces again. Some of you guys after a long time. So other than that, yeah, hit me up. I'll chat with you guys later. And then there goes D.
What's up, y'all?
Hey,
Derek. What's up, Derek?
What's up, Derek?
He's gonna make me
What's
cry.
up, Jody? Janet, haven't seen you in forever.
It's way too long. Like you.
And congratulations, Jody.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm just like, I don't know. It's, when Tim, Tim bringing up fleet, it's like, we did used to have like 2 Muni buses that we put 3D printers on with laser cutters in it and drive it around to schools, right? We did used to have like a warehouse, like at the gate, right?
It's a dumpster.
Right? We were at the gate with a 15,000 square foot space to like just do random stuff. We did have a maker space right across from San Leandro High School where we prototyped Cakeroon, wrappers probably or something like that. Or, Jan, you probably made some like vinyl cuts. I know Cam, you did for sure. And just to see you all share your thoughts and kind of what you're doing now is really exciting. And to have this kind of, family tree, right, of Pilot City, like literally. And I remember the moment when Tim introduced me to Elon and Jody, and you two like made it really formal. Yours were like, "Hey, Derek, I want you to sit down, in this chair."
Okay.
We're gonna unveil who we're gonna introduce you to, and then you turn away and you go like, "There's Aaron," and then Aaron
Brown.
I'm like, who's this guy, And then so it's just so cool to see things full circle. And then also Barbara Lee was literally here just talking earlier today. So this is coming full circle, and the gate was here, coming full circle. And so I'm just super stoked to have you all here, especially yourself, Janet and Jody. I haven't seen you two in a long time, especially you, Janet. So you've been around and popped in some of the flipped events too. So I'm stoked that you've been kind of staying engaged with us as we kind of go along. Elon, I see sitting over there. Well,
yeah.
Popping up a lot more. I've been on your Twitch, seeing your ramen show lately. And Cammy, you've been engaged this whole time. You've been around doing your own thing. So super excited to see you all in one Zoom call. So thank you all for coming. I really
thank you.
Appreciate it. And I really do call you all the Pod City OGs because you basically are. The inklings of this program right now with the 115 interns, fellows, and entrepreneurs coming from 1,000 and 1,200 students from classrooms was prototyped by you all in the programs that you were a part of 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago. Cyclic internship program, there are inklings of that in this actual program, how we scale work-based learning. So you all truly were the prototypes for what all these students are experiencing right now. Like that's literally how the insight of this program today is invented, was through the experiments that we did before. So again, thank you so much for coming. And Aaron, I'll let you close out and we'll move on to the program team to share 115 kids sheltered in place.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, peace out, guys. I don't have anything else to say. Peace out from the prototypes.
Bye.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Everyone.
Bye.
You guys.
Bye.
So we'll move on now to the last bit of our program here. So we'll have Sonia, Zach, Monica, Kenny in the show here and share with everybody what is to come from here on. And I will pop back in with Debbie towards the end.
Hello. Thank you, Derek. Thank you, everyone, all the OGs and such. It's great to see everyone from the beginning coming back to this. Yeah, so pretty much you heard the beginning, which was going to a bank, and you heard the next step of going to the gate or manufacturing plant. And then you heard from the previous people who were just in a small back room of some building across the street from my high school. Now, the next version we're going to be going to is just doing the whole program, but online now, all on Discord, all on their computers, all on their phones, whatever it might be. And it's just a whole change in the way that everything is going on. And our program team and our software team, in fact, our whole team has been developing a system and a process to make sure this runs effectively so we can have 115 different students come by and really tell their stories and share their projects and do what they're trying to do so they can do their best to change their world, just like everybody else has been in every other iteration of Pilot City. And I just want to thank everyone who's been a part of it from the very beginning to where we are right now, especially the interns fellows that came out today, interns fellows and entrepreneurs, can't forget the last bit, who came out today to speak and have a chance to share with your employer and just have a chat with our team as well as the principals, teachers, and school districts that came by just to have a chat and go back and forth with Derek and Debbie and the rest of our team, of course, as well as the employers, mentors, family, and friends, and everybody who just decided to come by, listen, and just see what's going on in the show at Pilot City. And in fact, I will let it pass to the next group who have been doing the program development for the last few weeks, actually. And all three of them actually just kind of came up out of nowhere and said, you know what? We want to help make the program better. We want to create the next iteration of something amazing, something beautiful that's going to be the next set of Pilot City students. And so I'll pass it over to Kenneth, Monica, and Sonia, who will be taking the lead from this point on. Go ahead. Oh, come on, guys. That was really epic. There we go.
Passing of the torch. Okay. Well, yeah, today was the first official start of Pilot City Edge, which was basically our week 0 of the program. We made it kind of like a pre-week or a pre-sequel to our official start of the program. So obviously we had draft today. Tomorrow we'll start off with like just interns, fellows, and entrepreneurs straight up, and we'll go straight into planning. And then followed by Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we'll have a series of workshops and panels for all of you guys to attend. So if you guys all signed up for that, please be there tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. as we will be kicking off bright and early. But yeah, I'm super excited to work with all of you guys this summer. Like I woke up super early this morning at like 7 for no reason. I think I was just super excited. But yeah, like I'm hyped. So let's do it. Sonia?
Yeah, just some like key dates for the program in general. Sorry, my voice is kind of weird. But so obviously this week is Edge Week, and then the actual program starts on June 29th, and then it runs through pretty much August 6th, which is the date of Flipped. So just like keep that date in mind. That's like when your project's got to be done, and that's like the big day. Yeah, so that's kind of the main like dates from the program. And there's also going to be kind of a midway event in the middle of the program, which is called Pinup Day. So that's going to be on July 17th. We're going to tell you all about that in like tomorrow and like in other times. So like there's no point, you know what I mean? Like there's no need to kind of go into too much detail right now, but I'm super excited, you guys. And yeah, it was so awesome seeing all the different employers, all the different students, and just like all the different parts of and pieces of Pilot City kind of just fit into this awesome story. Over to you, Monica.
Thanks. Agreed with everything that Zach, Kenny, Sonia, and everybody who's participated has said. We are doing something fantastic here as Pilot City, and I want to shout out once more the Pilot City team. You do have the 4 of us who are helping to run the summer program team. Zach and I helping with logistics, Kenny and Sonia particularly with the program itself. We do have behind the scenes Gerald and Eric who are doing the programming of the website and anything that we need. We have other people on deck, Derek, Debbie, and Aaron as well. And there are so many people that are a part of this story and a part of Pilot City. And what we are here making is not only a way to change the future, but making, quite honestly, a family. And with that, Derek and Debbie, I know you have a couple of words to say.
Debbie, I'll yield to you if you'd like to share any last comments, Debbie, before I speak. No, that's totally fine as well. I know your video may not be on, but
yes, so I'll just, well, you know, I always have something to say. I've been there from the beginning. As some of these, you know, looking at the youngsters that we just saw who were just little people when I first met them, and now they're doing things based on the experience that they had in San Leandro, based on what they did at San Leandro High School and Pilot City, and they're moving on. So I think the young people that are in the program this year should feel inspired by the fact that this is clearly a first step, right? This is a movement forward. And that's what I see today. And just the inspirational group of leaders that you've gathered here today, Derek. It's hats off to all of you young people who really put this together. Thank you. I'm inspired.
Yeah, you know, I think that, you know, when you come back home to your hometown, you have this connection to it that is really kind of not matched. It's right. Because you have your aunt down the street, you know, 2 aunts down one, an aunt down, you know, Bancroft, you got some friends on this street, you got a couple cousins on this street, and, you know, your mom and dad lives on that street. And you just have a connection to it that, you know, a reason to care. You know, and, you know, as I discovered San Leandro, my hometown, you know, I've realized that a lot of people are from a place called a hometown, you know, and a lot of them, the residents and the people who grew up there care about it. And our communities are changing, our cities are changing, our people are changing, our environments are changing, our culture is changing, everything's changing, and our communities and cities are literally in the fronts, right, of that change. Whether it's Black Lives Matter, whether it's digital equity, whether it's healthcare and COVID, whether it's, you know, electing a position, whether it's boots on the ground and making things happen, you know, it's all based in where you actually stand, right, which is any community. And to be able to mobilize potentially, well, in this case, 1,000 or so, but in the future, thousands, maybe tens of thousands, or maybe even 20s of thousands, and perhaps even hundreds of thousands in the future. You know, Pilot City's mission to mobilize communities that are from there, right, to build the city in which they're from, because they care about it, is a different kind of excitement level and intent that really cannot be unmatched. You know, it can't be matched, because the energy of all 115, you know, young people who are on today with the power of their employers and the resource of employers to enable them to actually create a solution that they've been thinking about in their head that they took ownership of to make happen, is potential energy that is being executed. And that potential energy being executed is really going to change some things. You know, to have a voice-activated AI app for city government public works department, to have health tech solutions for your local hospitals, to have digital equity solutions for your classrooms and communities and residents, you know, on an app during COVID. These are all direct solutions for some really unprecedented problems that we face today. So it's very exciting to imagine Pilot City back in the fleet days when we're at the gate in that 15,000 square foot warehouse, and realize that the word Pilot City basically means piloting projects in the city that are always innovative, so that that city, that community, and those people within it are always moving forward, right? They're always moving towards the future, and they're relentlessly learning, right? and moving towards that community of the future that everyone wants and wants to be a part of and wants to participate in, so they don't get left behind. So that really is the mission of Pilot City. And ever since day one, whether it's myself as the initiator, whether it's Aaron as, you know, the one after that family tree, whether it's Tim Perez or Jody or Janet or, you know, and Cammie and Elon, or, you know, then you got Tati, and then you got, you know, Kenneth, and you got Nick, and then you got, you know, all these people who've been through the program, and going through that channel and having that as the program, the product of what we're doing, I think there's a lot of hope in that. So thank you for the entire team here, Kenny, Monica, Zach, Sonia, Debbie, Aaron, and all the co-hosts today, Gerald, Eric, Akil, Prajet, for hosting everybody here, and all employers that's really been selflessly giving their time, right, to these students to enable their energy. And for all the students to be excited to actually create solutions that are innovative and thought-provoking. It's really powerful, and it's beyond me. And I feel like the only thing that I have is a responsibility to everybody here, right? That's here to be successful. And that's why I do my best to work as hard as I can to make that successful. So thank you so much all for listening, and thank you all for watching. And this is being recorded, so you can watch us over and over again if you want. With that, thank you for coming to the PilotCity Draft 2020, our first time running something of this nature, sheltered in place, and have a good late afternoon, early evening.
All right, everyone. See you tomorrow. Thank you.
And early for Edge Week.
All right.
See y'all tomorrow.
Great beginning.
Bright and early.
Bye.